Chapter 1276, The Eye of Darkness. The outer edge of the Alpha universe, the Red Pine Nebula. Dark red stars were grouped together in an interstellar cloud, which peacefully drifted about the blackness of the universe. If not for this time, Xia Fei really would not have paid any attention to this nebula on the border. After all, the universe was too big. Time and distance all needed to be calculated in astronomical terms. The silver spectre emerged from the spatial gate and hid in the middle of an asteroid belt. Radix used the hyper-long-range radar to make an initial scan of the target region. Lower the frequency to the lowest possible setting. I certainly don't want to draw over all the dark spiritualists, Xia Fei said coolly as he lit a cigarette. Radix replied, relax. After several modifications, the electronics of the silver spectre have become top class in Alpha. Unless the other side makes a targeted scan on this area or the frequencies of two radars run into each other, we won't be discovered. Beep beep. The command deck grew very quiet, the beeping of the radar sounding loud and clear. Low-frequency radar scanning was very slow, but it was not easily discovered. Out of caution, Xia Fei was using this sort of advanced low-frequency scanner. Some minutes later, a map of the star system appeared on the screen. What is that blackness in the middle? Xia Fei pointed at the indistinct mass of darkness in the center of the screen. Not sure. I'll increase the frequency by 15% and scan again, Radix replied. After 10 minutes or so, the black mass had cleared up, and Xia Fei and Radix both gasped. This was clearly a cosmic gate. There were said to be several roads between Alpha and the Lower Realm, but the largest one was the cosmic gate. The place where Xia Fei had fought a great war with the inverse and where the Lower Realm was currently skirmishing. The cosmic gate here was identical to the one Xia Fei had seen before, but which universe did it lead to? The Lower Realm was called the Wild Glacier by the Annihilators, so this cosmic gate had to be linked to the undercurrent, rainbow glass, or torrent. Perhaps it even led to the Annihilators. The star map carved into the Red Soul had led Xia Fei here? What was the reason? Frowning, Xia Fei said, execute a hyper-long-range life-form scan. Turning around, Xia Fei used the Big Xia orb to get in touch with White Haze. White Haze was seemingly still asleep, and it took a while for his tired face to appear. Can't you let me sleep for a while? What happened now? Xia Fei transmitted the star map data to White Haze and asked urgently, there's a cosmic gate here. Where does it lead? White Haze focused immediately on where he saw the star map. After looking through his files, he voiced in confusion, the Red Pine Nebula? The link between Alpha and Torrent. Why did you go there? Does it have to do with the dark spiritualists? I'm not sure. I'll inform you as soon as I learn anything new, Xia Fei said solemnly. The seconds continued to drip by, and Radix still did not detect any life-form signatures. Suddenly, as though someone had turned on a flashlight in the darkness, a dazzling light appeared in the river of stars. Obvious to all. What a powerful life-form signature. Xia Fei, look over there. Xia Fei quickly ran over to the screen, where the radar was practically going crazy. The energy value of the detected life form was nearing 1 million standard units. Such a high energy value. What is it? Xia Fei muttered, his face grim. This is too crazy. According to the detection results, it's as though someone poured around 1 million units of energy all at once into that life form. While some was lost in the process, nearly 900,000 units were absorbed. Radix pointed at the screen and said panically. Terrifying. A life form with 900,000 units of energy? It must be understood that Xia Fei had 40,000 units of spirit energy stored in his brain region, and that was already a shocking number. Moreover, this was almost at the limit of what he could store. What sort of life form was the one before them for it to be capable of accepting 1 million units of energy at one go and keeping 900,000 units of it? Even if this energy was not as pure as Xia Fei's spirit energy, it was still a rare number. Whoosh! Xia Fei walked out with a dark face, entering space, and found a place to stand. Xia Fei looked in the direction of those coordinates, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Radix, Furball, and Little Goldie were very worried about Xia Fei, so they also left the warship. Peak ocular cognition art of the origin of heaven. Eye of darkness. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes flew open, and a black ray shot out of them. His two eyes had also turned pitch black. Veins bulged on his thin face, his appearance becoming horrifying to behold. This was the Eye of Darkness, the hyper-long-distance energy node observation art of the Triclopian Fiend clan. In terms of energy, it consumed an astonishing 100 units every second. When Xia Fei used ocular cognition, a strange phenomenon appeared in space. Xia Fei's eyes became like vortices, sucking in all the nearby energy particles. Over this vast distance, the supreme ocular cognition art, the Eye of Darkness, allowed Xia Fei to see everything. He saw a group of people standing around that gate leading to the torrent universe, and in the middle of them was a vast number of corpses, beast corpses. Farther off was a soul array. Annihilator-grade soul weapons served as the formation cores, and there were 500 cores in all. Perhaps because Xia Fei's Eye of Darkness was just too powerful, it drew the attention of those warriors. One of them, who had a face that Xia Fei knew well, even turned and smiled in Xia Fei's direction. Bang! Xia Fei clearly saw two warships set off in his direction. Ah! Xia Fei bellowed and dropped to his knees. The Eye of Darkness was powerful, but it also harshly damaged his body. His eyes felt like they were on fire, as if someone had taken a red-hot piece of metal and stabbed it into his eyes. "Are you all right?" Radix came over and asked worriedly. Little Goldie and Furball also appeared to be very concerned. "We've been discovered." Xia Fei gritted his teeth and growled. Radix was stunned, and then he soothed Xia Fei. "We're so far away that they'll need a long time to get here. If we can't win, we can just withdraw." "We can't." Xia Fei gritted his teeth and said. "Why?" Radix asked in confusion. "The Skywings are already on their way. If we withdraw now, Xia Guanghai and the others will be surrounded. Even if they destroy this spatial gate, there will still be immense danger." Xia Fei stood up and tried to open his eyes. Radix was startled. The Skywings were on their way, but they were far away, so even if they used spatial arrays, they would not be arriving anytime soon. However, Xia Guanghai and the others were probably in the middle of a spatial transfer. In other words, even if they knew of the danger here, they could not turn around, for spatial transfer was one way. Xia Guanghai would need to arrive at this spatial gate before turning around and going somewhere else. If this spatial gate was destroyed, there would be big trouble, and Xia Guanghai's group would be devoured by primordial chaos. If their luck was good, they would be teleported to some unknown region of space, but if their luck was bad, the chaos would tear them apart. Spatial transfer arrays had never been without risk. Radix returned swiftly to the command deck, and about 1 minute later, he dejectedly came over to Xia Fei. "Swallowing," he said, "Xia Guanghai is too fast. They're really already on their way." "You needed to confirm that." Of course, the Skywings were fast, and they cared about family the most. The moment Xia Fei had given the word, Xia Guanghai had rushed over. He did not even need to ask any questions. "Are the enemies very strong?" Radix asked after some thought. "Shu Yuhi and Nan Shizi are both there. Also, there are 13 enemies I've never seen before. When it comes to only annihilators, there are 14 of them." Xia Fei said grimly. 14 annihilators. Radix grabbed his head, a look of terror on his face. Besides that, they also laid down a mega soul array with 500 soul cores. A soul array with 500 soul cores. Radix's eyes turned red. In the center of the array is the remains of that beast stolen from Jade Water City, the dragon beast, the water dragon Screech. That 1 million units of spirit was absorbed by the water dragon Screech. A dragon beast. Radix jumped up and shouted. "Heavens! You actually got it right. These madmen are trying to revive a dragon beast. I'm not sure if revival is their goal." Xia Fei turned around, his eyes red as he went back to the Silver Spectre. "That soul array is very weird. It's clearly a spatial array, but a dragon beast corpse is placed in the center, and not even 1 million units of soul energy is enough to activate the array. To tell the truth, I've never heard of such a powerful array before. A soul array that not even 1 million units of energy could activate." Radix almost fainted. What sort of soul array was that? Even Spirit Mountain's array had only 256 soul cores. Now, not only had the dark spiritualists gotten their hands on a dragon beast's corpse, they had also gotten a super soul array with 500 soul cores. How could one not be shocked? "Let's go," Xia Fei said coolly, his voice brimming with resolve. "To do what?" Radix asked. "To intercept those two ships. We can't let them get close, or Xia Guanghai and the others will be finished." Xia Fei replied coldly. Whoosh! The Silver Spectre swiftly accelerated, going to full horsepower, its radar system fully activating. Since he had already been discovered, he did not have to fear being discovered. Nonetheless, he had to protect this spatial gate until Xia Guanghai and the others arrived. Xia Fei stood silently in the command deck, his eyes staring at the two rapidly approaching dots on the radar. They're almost as fast as the Silver Spectre. Maybe even faster. Radix cried in panic. Don't be shocked. The Silver Spectre is a warship that Aquamarine took from the Annihilators, and their ships are also from there, so this speed is very normal, Xia Fei said calmly. He placed his left hand on the Silver Spectre's energy module, also known as the Super Soul Cannon of the Blue Blood Clan, the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower. Whoosh! Xia Fei sent in his spirit energy. This was the purest energy, spirit energy. The Silver Spectre accelerated to a crazy speed with this spirit power. This is? Radix asked. Don't worry about it. Stick to your duties. Lock the radar on the warship on the left and stop it. Xia Fei called. You want a collision? No can do. That warship is also from Annihilator. If the Silver Spectre crashes into it, both of them will be severely damaged, Radix said, breaking out in a cold sweat. As he spoke, another dazzling nova erupted through the universe. Again from that distant soul array. Radix's eyes flew open. Xia Fei, it's 2 million standard units of spirit energy, but that soul array still hasn't activated. Chapter 1277, Devourer Black Ant. The Silver Spectre burst through the sea of stars and crazily charged forward. The entire ship was shuddering from the effort. It must be understood that the Silver Spectre came from the Annihilators, and it was made from a supremely tough metal. It had once rammed into and destroyed an inverse warship while being completely unscathed, but this ship of heaven-defying toughness was shaking under the propulsion of Xia Fei's spirit energy, even showing signs of disintegration. This was just how shocking the speed was. 2,000 standard units in only 1 minute. Xia Fei liberally poured 2,000 units of energy into the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower, causing this crystal to shine like a black star, powerful energy pulsing through the command deck of the Silver Spectre. This is too dangerous. Even if you want to make the Silver Spectre faster, there's no need to use so much energy. Radix said in terror. Even the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower had its limits. If they went past its designed limits and exceeded the energy it could take, it would explode to catastrophic results, and the chain reaction caused by an explosion within the Silver Spectre as it traveled at high speeds was simply unthinkable. I'll say it again, stick to your job. Don't worry about mine. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with cold light as he spoke seriously. This state again. The state where he was ready to risk it all against the enemy. The cold and calculating Xia Fei would always become absolutely insane when he was facing danger. Radix had already experienced this many times, and there was no doubt that this firm believer of price theory had made up his mind to take on the 2 Annihilator warships and the experts aboard them all by himself, buying time for Xia Guanghai and the others. The distance between the 3 ships rapidly shrank, prow approaching prow like 2 wrangling bulls. Only the side that did not fear death would win, and if neither side feared death, they would embrace each other to death. It was a ramrod straight trajectory, neither Xia Fei nor the dark spiritualists wavering. 15 seconds. Radix warned Xia Fei. Standing at the deck window of the Silver Spectre, he could clearly see the 2 warships on the other side, their silver prows thrusting toward them like blades. 10 seconds. Radix shouted again. 7 seconds. The warships on the other side are starting to decelerate and turn around. They're not willing to collide with us. Lock on and ram them to death. Xia Fei's orders were very clear, but there were now only 5 seconds left until impact. Rumble. Finally, 2 Annihilator warships crashed into each other, the darkness of space illuminated by a giant fireball, as if a star had suddenly gone nova. The energy pulse carried with it scorching sparks, which scattered through the universe. It was only one exchange, but the hyperspeed warship Silver Spectre had been destroyed. So tragic. As the flames spread, the other warship turned around and headed back to the battlefield. Those on the ship did not dare to believe their eyes. Xia Fei had really done it. What sort of madman was capable of doing such a thing? What difference was there between trading a ship for a ship and a life for a life? The other warship stopped at some distance from the collision and used its radar to see if there were any survivors amid the devastation. At this moment, a dark streak flew out of the flames. It shot toward the warship like a black comet. It was the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower. The legacy soul cannon made by blue blood spiritualists. Behind the black comet was a slender figure, emerging from the flames at astonishing speed. His body was covered in a black shroud, the 6 waters of terror genesis. After absorbing the evil spirit, Xia Fei had basic control of immemorial mystical armament terror genesis. Making terror genesis attack others was still very difficult, but having it protect him was no problem. Other people might be unable to survive in such scorching temperatures, but the protection of terror genesis ensured Xia Fei's survival. As he flew out of the sea of fire, terror genesis gradually retreated, revealing Xia Fei's red-hot body, from which steam was rising. This was the water vapor created from excess heat. It turned out that Xia Fei had used his speed to escape the Silver Spectre with the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower in the last few seconds. While the Silver Spectre was carried along by its inertia into the collision with the opposing ship, Xia Fei had not been on board. This was not trading a life for a life at all. This was Xia Fei's tactic. Still, it was rather extreme, and it was very terrifying to witness. Rumble. The powerful soul cannon of the Blue Blood clan, the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower, received 2,000 some more units of spirit from Xia Fei, unleashing a shot with a force no less than that of the collision that had taken place just a few moments ago. This shot landed right on the remaining warship. Another conflagration erupted in the Sea of Stars. In just a few minutes, 3 Annihilator warships had been destroyed. In the distance, next to that astonishing soul array, which had 500 soul cores, Nan Shizi made a slight nod. No need to keep guessing. That must be the young man called Xia Fei. This method is just as crazy as when he disbanded the ancient unrestricted spirit sect. Shu Yuhi grunted. Him again. How did he manage to find this place? That kid is like our mortal foe or like a mad dog, constantly nipping at our heels. Nan Shizi laughed, a profound look in his eyes as he said seriously, in all things, you have to look past the surface to see the truth. He first put on a suicidal attitude, ramming into and destroying Paxtra's warship. Bei Kanying thought Xia Fei was dead, so he stopped his warship to search the area. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly came out and used his soul cannon to attack Bei Kanjing. A warship moving at high speeds is very hard to hit with a soul cannon, but once it stops moving, it's nothing more than a big target. Xia Fei is truly a good schemer. He's rather like me in my old days. To tell the truth, while I have been called Alpha's #1 demonic genius in the last few years and never have encountered my match, if we don't consider combat strength, on a tactical level, Xia Fei is on par with me. Shu Yuhi was taken aback and frowned. Nan Shizi's evaluation of Xia Fei seemed a little too high. The common people feared Nan Shizi not merely because of his strength but also because of his incredible knack for scheming and ruthlessness. In these aspects, Xia Fei really was like Nan Shizi, making the latter feel as if he had finally found a worthy adversary. Alas, in the end, old Ginger is still hotter. Teacher, how could Xia Fei compare to you in schemes? Paxtra and Bei Kanjing took such big losses because of Xia Fei, so they must now loathe him. It won't be long before he gets killed by their combined might. Shu Yuhi said resentfully. It seemed like while the 2 warships had been destroyed, the people in them were still alive. It had been such a terrifying explosion, and even Xia Fei had required Terror Genesis and Fiend Scar's assistance to survive. Did these dark spiritualists also have the ability to withstand this terrifying explosion? Nan Shizi smiled and muttered, Xia Fei is still too young. He has no idea of those methods we, dark spiritualists, use to sweep through the universe. An explosion? It's a trick that may kill ordinary people but is entirely useless against dark spiritualists. Someone suddenly shouted his name and said, get ready. The 3rd round of energy transfer begins now. Nan Shizi hastily turned around to face the body of that dragon beast in the soul array. 1 second later, 13 evil shadow dragoons and Nan Shizi unleashed their power, pouring the energy in their brain regions into the water dragon Roar's body. Rumble. The eternal darkness of space was once more illuminated with a light akin to that of a nova. A 3rd round. They've poured in 3 million units of energy now, yet the soul array still hasn't activated. Radix, who was riding the fiendish blade Nirvana next to Xia Fei, exclaimed this in shock. Not even 3 million units of energy could activate the soul array. What was going to happen when this array actually activated? Xia Fei swallowed. Looking away from the soul array, he said, there's definitely something weird about it, but we have a bigger problem to deal with. What's it? Radix asked. There are survivors, Xia Fei replied. Radix went pale in shock. Someone had survived that fierce explosion. Did they have something like Terror Genesis protecting them, too? Pa pa pa. Xia Fei's words had barely been out of his mouth when someone began to clap. The hands were infused with spirit energy, and each time they came together, they unleashed a powerful wave of energy. Whoosh! This shocked Furball and Little Goldie, and both had begun to look around while perched on Xia Fei's shoulders. 5 human figures emerged from the flames. 2 people had survived from the first warship, while 3 had survived from the second. The 2 ships had exploded in different areas, and so these 5 just so happened to surround Xia Fei. These 5 were all cloaked in a hazy black substance, like ghost fire. Xia Fei could tell that this was a kind of dark energy, similar to that energy barrier Furball used when he was in danger. "You're not dead?" Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and asked. "What a joke! Killing us isn't that easy. Don't you know that those of the dark spiritualist lineage are all energy absorption masters? When a dark spiritualist reaches peak founder tier, we can not only use energy to protect ourselves but also absorb external impacts. That's what it means to be a dark spiritualist." "Devourer black ants," Paxtra said loudly. Xia Fei looked closely and saw that the black layer over these 5 surviving dark spiritualists seemed to be moving. It was rapidly consuming the surrounding flames, as if they were encased in a large number of ants. The dark spiritualists had radiated this energy to block that enormous explosion. 5 people, 5 peak dark spiritualists: Paxtra, Bei Kanjiang, Sated, Qingqing, and Gu Bei, all of them were famous experts of the Alpha universe. Xia Fei was in trouble. Origin of heaven. Bang! Xia Fei's eyes flashed with brilliant lights, which scanned the 5 peak dark spiritualists before dimming. Ocular cognition. What did you see? Bei Kanjiang chuckled. Xia Fei spread his arms apart and shook his head helplessly. It seemed like he had not seen anything. However, at that moment, Xia Fei disappeared, charging at Qingqing at more 30 million meters per second. "Don't even think about tricking me. If you really had such an ability, you would have used it at Spirit Mountain. It's just a spatial skill that transfers energy. You just talked it up into some divine ability," Xia Fei said viciously. Xia Fei grabbed Nirvana and chopped it down. This same move had once taken down a dragoon. Chapter 1278, First Cycle of the 6 Cycles, Open. Rumble. The fiendish blade Nirvana flashed with black and silver lightning, cleaving apart the sea of stars. Xia Fei's target was not one of the dark spiritualist leaders, Paxtra and Bei Kanjiang, nor was it the fiercest of them, Sated, rather, it was Qingqing, the only woman among the 5 peak dark spiritualists, the one hiding all the way in the back. Xia Fei did not believe that this group of dark spiritualists had some devourer black ant ultimate technique. If they really had this kind of defensive technique, they would not have lost to Xia Fei and Lone Peak Turbid Shadow back at Spirit Mountain. Thus, Xia Fei had used the Thriclopian Fiend clan's ocular cognition, origin of heaven moments ago. Just as Xia Fei expected, Devourer Black Ant was actually a kind of spatial transfer technique, a little similar to the ability Little Goldie used to open up passages to dark space. That black fog was linked to some other space. Qingqing had teleported away the impact from the warship explosion. As long as Xia Fei killed Qingqing, the Devourer Black Ant would fall apart. Rumble. An incredibly fast strike. It was right about to strike Qingqing in the head. Qingqing, who was entirely focused on transferring the damage being done to her 4 comrades, had never expected Xia Fei to be so wicked as to make a sneak attack on a woman. Alas, in Xia Fei's eyes, there were no men or women when it came his enemies, to him, there were only foes to end. Nirvana howled over and almost arrived instantly. Dark Lineage. Fierce Current. Rumble. Besides Qingqing, the other 4 acted in unison, thrusting their hands at the ground. A black fog erupted from the top of Qingqing's head like a volcano and unleashed an immense power. Xia Fei had been planning to cleave Qingqing in half from top to bottom, and this move did the exact opposite, the immense power pushing back against Nirvana and sending Xia Fei high into the sky. Fortunately, this move was simply the impact created from a concentrated energy explosion, and Xia Fei had the Annihilator Great Armor Fiend Scar, so he was unharmed. He was now able to look down coldly at the 5 peak dark spiritualists from a higher vantage point. "It's some kind of array," Xia Fei muttered. With Firmament Source, Xia Fei could clearly see that, while those 5 seemed to be standing around in random places, there was a special connection between them. Energy flowed between the 5, and at that moment, Paxtra had sent his energy to Qingqing, creating that powerful force, which had pushed Xia Fei away. In the end, they were peak spiritualists. While Xia Fei had the power of an annihilator, he still could not contend against these 5 experts all at once. In the distance, by the 500 soul core array, Nan Shizi had finished the 3rd energy transfer. Right now, he had his hands placed on an energy recovery device so that he could absorb energy and once more fill his depleted 7th brain region. They were utilizing a very strange method. Rather than directly transferring energy to the dragon beast's remains, they had 14 annihilators absorb energy first before having everyone send energy into the corpse at once. It had already been 3 million units of energy, but the corpse of the water dragon roar remained thick with death energy. However, it was clear that the pile of lifeless flesh now had a faint luster, indicating that there was still some vitality in the water dragon roar. However, reviving it would probably require an astronomical amount of energy. Glancing into the distance, Nan Shizi commented as he absorbed energy, "It seems like they've started fighting." Shu Yuhi grunted. "It's too shameful. Paxtra's group has 5 people, but they're unable to instantly kill Xia Fei. Xia Fei even managed to destroy the warships that they're on. Teacher, you should let me go." Nan Shizi smiled and said, "If you went, wouldn't Paxtra's group be even more humiliated?" Shu Yuhi was shocked. Nan Shizi's words were right on the mark. If Shu Yuhi went, it would not be hard to instantly kill Xia Fei, but then Paxtra's group would feel even more ashamed. They could not beat him and even required the help of their colleague? What else was there to be said? Nan Shizi was truly a fiend of a generation. He could clearly understand how to buy the hearts of others and make his servants willing to die for him. There's no need to worry. Paxtra has the 5 spirits life array. Perhaps because they've only recently learned this array, they're still not very good at using it. Nan Shizi spoke lightly. At this moment, the largest of the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons said loudly, "Get ready for the 4th energy transfer. We're starting in 1 minute." 4 million. Radix said worriedly as another nova lit up space. Xia Fei frowned. It was clear that the soul array was more frightening than he had imagined. What sort of soul array could take 4 million units of energy and still not activate? Did the dark spiritualists want to go against the heavens this time? Bei Kanjing and the other 4 peak dark spiritualists also stopped their attacks, but compared to Xia Fei's concern, they were happy and excited. "Afraid yet? Once the 6th cycle begins, all of you will die." Bei Kanjing crowed. "Idiot!" Paxtra glared at Bei Kanjing, rebuking him for discussing the secrets of the dark spiritualists in front of Xia Fei. "What are you afraid of?" Bei Kanjing waved his hand and spoke brusquely. "You think that this kid can escape? We can take care of him in a matter of minutes." Bei Kanjing was telling the truth. In a 1 versus 5, Xia Fei had no advantage at all. 5 peak spiritualists in an array was a formidable force, so Xia Fei was truly hard-pressed. If not for his speed and the protection of Terror Genesis and Fiend Scar, he would have already died. Xia Fei's face was grim and his hands were trembling. Just now, his clash with the array of the 5 spiritualists had given him internal injuries. This ability of the 5 to transfer energy between one another was quite frightening. Once their energy was concentrated on one person, it would create an unstoppable explosive power. At this moment, a thunderous bellow resounded through the sea of stars. "Which scoundrel just said that they're going to kill one of my Skywings?" Such a brutish and unreasonable voice. It was none other than Skywing Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan. Everyone was so focused on the soul array that they had not noticed the arrival of the Skywing Wolves. Paxtra and the others quickly turned their heads and saw that all 65 of the Skywing experts, who were law gods or above, had arrived. As expected of the Skywings, they would only come early, never late. Whoosh! The wolf pack scattered. The slowest of them broke 1 million meters per second and instantly surrounded the 5 dark spiritualists. Xia Fei showed no joy. On the contrary, he became abnormally stern. He took out from his spatial ring a metal hoop used for transmitting brain waves and put it on his head. "Assemble the array." Boom! The Skywing Wolfpack soul array was complete in the blink of an eye, each person having at least one soul weapon that could serve as a soul core for the array. "This is..." Paxtra and Bei Kanjing stared, terror on their faces. They had seen soul arrays before but never moving soul arrays that used warriors as their mediums. The Wolfpack soul array had not been activated yet, but it was already overwhelming them. No time to chatter. Unrestricted Spirit Sure Kill Soul Array. Great Lake Dragon Head. Rumble. Xia Fei activated the Termination Array without hesitation. There were many kinds of soul arrays: control, absorption, illusion, etc. Of these, the termination array was known as the sure kill array. It used the most energy and also had the greatest lethality. The array of 64 skywings began to stir, while the Grand Ancestor went to protect Xia Fei. Spirit energy rapidly gathered in the array, forming 5 giant pillars, but these were not 5 round pillars, rather, they were 5 giant snake heads, looking down from high above with disdainful eyes. Yes, the Great Lake Dragon head was a beast form soul array. It simulated a powerful exotic beast's lethal attack within the soul array. Restrained by the soul array, the enemy would feel like they were in a beast cage, unable to escape even if they wanted to. I can't move. Qin Qing cried in terror. The 5 of them found it hard to move while being bound by the array. Give all your energy to me. I'll break the array. Paxtra shouted. All right. The black fog covering the dark spiritualists instantly converged on Paxtra, making his body seem rather swollen. Dark spirit lineage. Army slaughterer. Paxtra roared. Behind him, tens of thousands of venomous fangs shot out. Each one was like a black wolf tooth, several kilometers long. The 5 white snakes in Xia Fei's beast form soul array were instantly covered in holes. However, the white snakes did not seem to care in the slightest, opening their maws and taking a bite at the people in the soul array. They were not real exotic beasts but rather phantoms made from spirit energy. They did not fear such attacks. Rumble. The 5 snake heads bit down on the heads of the 5 dark spiritualists, instantly turning into 5 globs of white liquid that completely sealed the 5 dark spiritualists. 1 second later, sharp lines appeared beneath the soul array. A soul mark. It was actually a soul mark. The unrestricted soul mark. Whoosh. The soul mark was gone in a flash. The soul array and the 5 dark spiritualists within it were all gone, too. Not good. We've lost the life signature of Paxtra and Bei Kanjing's group. Xia Fei's soul array may have killed them. Shu Yuhi said in shock to Nan Shizi. Nan Shizi's eyes turned cold. While in the middle of recharging for the 5th round, he said, they weren't killed but were, instead, sent into primal chaos. Xia Fei had used the unrestricted sex bestial termination array. Each use takes 5,000 units of spirit energy. I didn't think that someone as young as Xia Fei could proficiently use a 64-core array. To think spirit energy reserve would be so huge. From what I saw, Xia Fei has used up 10,000 spirit energy units in the space of 20 minutes. Shu Yuhi was startled, sweat forming on his face. 10,000 units of spirit energy. Shamefully, not even he could take out that much energy. As the saying went, energy was a warrior's everything. While Xia Fei was a lower level than the 5 great dark spiritualists, he had energy. Energy to make an even stronger soul array, realizing an instant kill against the 5 spiritualists. I'll go. Shu Yuhi said. He loathed Xia Fei, and this was already his 2nd time requesting to enter the battle. Nan Shizi smiled. He took his head away from the energy receptacle, his eyes flashing. No need. The 6th cycle is about to begin. No one will be able to escape. Sure enough, as he finished speaking, the 500-core super soul array surged with murderous energy. All the Annihilator experts had finished their final preparations. The tallest Devil Shadow Dragoon looked coldly at his men and said, "This is the final time. The 1st cycle of the 6 cycles will soon open. Let this universe hear our bloody warcry." Awoo! The 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons and the more than 100 dark spiritualists let out frenzied howls. Chapter 1279, Beast Flood, Erupt. What is that? Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan pointed at the distant nova and asked. The soul array set up by the dark spiritualists was just too powerful. Even from far away, every skywing could sense the unusual activity taking place around the cosmic gate, the blinding brightness and the powerful shockwaves. That's a soul array with 500 cores. The dark spiritualists led by Nan Shizi worked with some annihilators to set it down. When it comes to annihilator soul weapons, 500 have been used up. Xia Fei panted as he explained. A 500-core soul array. 500 annihilator-grade soul weapons. The skywings were in shock. That number was just too shocking. It's already the 5th energy transfer. For that soul array, those guys have pumped in 5 million units of energy, Xia Fei added. Everyone's jaw dropped. Standard energy units represented a vast amount of energy. A grade 1 soul weapon only required 1 unit of spirit energy to make, so the energy used by this soul array was enough to make 5 million grade 1 soul weapons. This was utter insanity. Suddenly, Xia Fei raised his head. His sharp senses had noticed a shift in the soul array. This time, the soul array had really activated. "Look, a monster!" Xia Guanghai shouted, pointing into the distance. A monster with a pair of short wings began to grow. In the space of a minute, it was already as large as a planet. "Oh, no! The Ig Dragon has been revived," Xia Fei said, furrowing his brows. A Ig Dragon? A legendary supreme rank beast king only second to the ancient Mega Dragon. Whoosh! The faces of the Skywings darkened. They had had quite enough stimulation today. First had come the 5 peak dark spiritualists, then there was the soul array with 500 eyes, and now, even a dragon beast king had come out. Gritting his teeth, Xiaogukan rolled up his sleeve and shouted, "All right, what should we do?" Xia Fei turned his head in disbelief. Xiaogukan deserved to be the leader of the wolf pack. The crazy Grand Ancestor believed that Xia Fei had called them over to fight the Ig Dragon. Not just Xiaogukan, all the Skywing wolves erupted with fearless killing intent. "There's no rush. Let's wait a little first," Xia Fei said solemnly. This was truly a heavenly behemoth. The water dragon roar let out a howl, and an energy wave more intense than a solar storm swept through the system. Rumble! The planet closest to the cosmic gate was obliterated, a sign of the Ig Dragon's immense power. This was only its roar. If it had done the deed personally, the damage would be simply unfathomable. "Take up an array. Immovable spirit seal!" Xia Fei yelled. The Skywing wolves immediately assembled into an 8-sided array. The spirit seal array counted as a capture-type array, but it was an abnormally tough one. Xia Fei had them take up this array in order to endure this cosmic superstorm. It was a dozen or so minutes later before the storm finally subsided. The array had protected everyone, but it made Xia Fei feel very tired. There was nothing to be done about that, for he was the core of the array and its energy source. He was at the forefront when it came to fending off the storm. In the distance, more developments were taking place. The water dragon roar's head had been stabbed through with a sharp sword at some point, and a giant black chain had tied the water dragon roar to the soul array. A sword sharp enough to pierce through planets. A metal chain that had to weigh billions of tons. A slain Ig Dragon. Xia Fei realized with a start. Heavens! This Ig Dragon is their sacrificial offering. They're trying to activate a taboo array. Although the Skywings did not understand what Xia Fei meant, their hearts tightened. They had used up 5 million units of energy and set up a 500-core soul array to revive this Ig Dragon, but this Ig Dragon was only a sacrificial offering. There was no doubt that the dark spiritualists were completely mad. Did they want to go up against the heavens? After flaunting its power once, the water dragon roar stopped moving, but its body continued to stand tall. Furball did not look at water dragon roar with hostility, but instead with a hint of sympathy. A mighty Ig Dragon, a mythical existence second only to the ancient Mega Dragon, had been used as a sacrificial offering by the dark spiritualists. This was a humiliation to all beasts. Suddenly, a vortex manifested within the water dragon roar, and the behemoths fell apart like flecks of paper and was sucked into the vortex. Bang! The universe shuddered. The vortex, which had formed at the belly of the water dragon roar, let out an intense light, and then oppressive roars began to resound. "I get it now. This is a compound array!" Xia Fei shouted, his eyes erupting with cold light. "Eye of darkness, open!" Whoosh! A bizarre black energy shot out from Xia Fei's eyes. This was his second time using the Eye of Darkness, this eye technique that placed a tremendous burden on his body. Several seconds later, Xia Fei closed his eyes and said in a raspy voice, "I see. I finally get it. Unfortunately, I was a little too late." "What's the situation?" Xia Guanghai asked in confusion. The numerous twists and turns had left him wholly confused. "Watch closely. I need to think." Xia Fei did not open his eyes as he spoke. Excessive use of that eye technique had left his vision blurry. The roaring of a vast horde of beasts came from the distance. That Ig Dragon sacrificial offering was being torn apart, its body turning into a passage. To be more precise, the cosmic gate was changing under the power of the soul array and the Ig Dragon. Several minutes later, everyone was dumbfounded, even Furball's eyes bulged. Tens of thousands, million, trillions of beasts were pouring out of the cosmic gate. Most exotic beasts were devotedly loyal once they had found their masters, never betraying them, and many warriors considered it a matter of pride to have their respective exotic beasts. As for Xia Fei's cunning holy beast, it made him the target of much envy and resentment. How could this universe hold this many exotic beasts, though? There was simply no counting their number. There were exotic beasts as large as planets and ones as small as ants, blotting half of the star system. This was just the beginning, and there seemed to be no signs of it stopping. Xia Fei even felt that if this kept up, the beasts might occupy the entire universe. Awoo! The bellows shook the entire galaxy. The boundless beast horde looked with savage eyes at this universe occupied by sapient life. A beast flood. Xia Guanghai swallowed. Xia Fei opened his eyes and turned in the direction of the cosmic gate. Come on. Let's leave this place, Xia Fei said solemnly. It's very clear that this beast flood poses an enormous threat to the entire universe. This scale isn't something we can deal with. The Skywing wolves felt very dejected. Although the massive beast horde was still far away, no doubt that there were simply too many beasts. One day, it would threaten the entire universe, and no one could escape this threat. Bring the warship over and destroy the spatial gate. Xia Fei ordered. Destroy the spatial gate? Then how will we leave? Xia Guocan asked. I have a way of leaving. The key here is that we can't let the beast flood borrow the power of the spatial gate and spread through the universe. As for the warship, that's a gift I'm leaving for the dark spiritualists. Clearly, the sudden opening of all the Alpha Universe's hidden spatial gates was another scheme of the dark spiritualists. If Xia Fei did not destroy the closest spatial gate, the terrifying beast flood would be able to spread everywhere at the fastest speed, and not even the lower realm or Earth would be spared. Destroying the spatial gate could buy some time. The dark spiritualists would be forced to take the beast flood to another spatial gate, which would be a rather long journey. Rumble. The Skywings combined their powers to destroy the spatial gate, and the two warships they had taken to get here stopped next to Xia Fei. Xia Fei jumped aboard one of the ships, activated the self-destruct system, and then left. The warship began to shoot toward the cosmic gate, toward the beast flood. Xia Fei closed his eyes and counted down mentally. The warship was much faster than the beasts, and several minutes later, it had reached the edge of the beast horde. A giant one-eyed rhino opened its mouth and moved to bite at the ship. At that moment, Xia Fei roared, his eyes flying open and his body erupting with fiend energy. This is, the Beast Spirit Codex. Radix muttered in surprise. Yes, it was none other than the unparalleled beast control law of the Beast Spirit Codex. The Triclopian Fiend clan's origin of heaven was used to empower the Beast Spirit Codex, fiend energy was used to strengthen it. The Eye of Darkness, the Beast Spirit Eyes, and fiendish energy shot out. Xia Fei's face turned savage. His eyes shot out black rays of light, which blotted out the heavens. In a flash, the crazed beast stopped moving, but the warship did not stop. It flew past the open mouth of the rhino and entered the center of the beast horde, where it started to self-destruct. An explosion of shocking might. As though 100 million volcanoes had erupted in unison, the explosion caused huge flames to spread through space. Awoo! The beasts in the center of the explosion began to run away while howling, but it was all pointless. The flames engulfed them all, including, presumably, those dark spiritualists. This was not just the eruption of the warship. When boarding the ship, Xia Fei had also placed the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower inside, on top of charging it with 10,000 units of spirit energy. To be more precise, this was the dual explosion of the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower and the warship. A power comparable to the self-detonation of an annihilator. After doing all this, Xia Fei became very tired. Xia Guanghai quickly went to support him. Goldie, let's go. Xia Fei ordered. The King of Dark Space, Little Goldie, immediately opened a passage to dark space. Everyone then understood that Xia Fei's plan was to have them leave through dark space, choosing the closest path to avoid the beast horde. Boarding the ship, Xia Guanghai glanced at the scorching flames burning away at the universe in the distance. He muttered, "What's the point in doing all that? We'll be fine as long as we return to the lower realm." Xia Fei shook his head. "You don't understand. This soul array is called the 6 cycles, this is only the first cycle, and it's using a cosmic gate as its center, the part where the fabric of space is thinnest. If my guess is right, the universe on the other end of the cosmic gate, torrent, is already done for." Xia Guanghai was stunned. The Skywing base was established next to a cosmic gate, one linked to the lore realm. If the dark spiritualists also opened up a 6 cycles array there, the lore realm and Earth would be finished. No wonder Xia Fei was so angry and had been so insane in his actions. It was because the dark spiritualists had threatened the last thing they should have threatened. I can retreat, but even if I do retreat, I'll still take a bite out of them. Xia Fei spat, his face grim. This was none other than the mentality of a rabid dog. Anyone who touched Xia Fei's bottom line would have to suffer his frenzied bite, no matter what the cost was. Chapter 1280, Simulating Soul Arrays. Dark space was a very mysterious place. It existed parallel to the universe, but it did not belong to the universe. At times, traveling between 2 points that would usually take several years in the universe could be done by simply taking a turn in dark space. Thanks to little Goldie, Xia Fei could freely go in and out of dark space. 7 hours after the beast flood had erupted, Xia Fei's group appeared near another spatial gate. Standing at the deck window, he looked in the direction of the beast horde. The distance was already astronomical scale, so there was nothing to be seen. What's our next step? Should we inform the entire universe about the beast flood or return directly to base? Xia Guanghai asked. Xia Fei replied, inform the Aurora clan and the Night clan, I guess. You can ignore the rest. Xia Guanghai quickly went to inform these 2 clans. Meanwhile, Xia Fei quietly informed Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin. After all, they were temporary allies, so Xia Fei did not plan to hide this matter from them. As for unrelated parties, Xia Fei had no interest in them. Whoosh! The ship traveled through the spatial gate to return to base. Xia Fei found a quiet place and used the Bixia orb to contact White Haze. The Bixia orb was a communication tool made by the Annihilators, so it could even be used while warping. Moreover, as the spatial arrays belonged to the Annihilators, the communication was actually better. I already know. The Red Pine Nebula is already in chaos. Over a dozen planets inhabited by sapient life forms have already been engulfed in the beast flood. You were right to destroy the cosmic gate. I've already had someone go and destroy the other 2 spatial gates in the Red Pine Nebula, but this only buys time. If the dark spiritualists want to flip the entire Alpha universe over, they'll be able to find a way. They might even set up their own spatial transfer arrays. White Haze massaged his head and said. White Haze appeared to be having a tough time. Even that hat with the fuzzy ball on it was all askew. It was clear that he simply did not have the energy to care about it. What's the state of the torrent universe? Xia Fei asked. It's very troublesome. The cosmic gate goes both ways, so the beast flood has entered both Alpha and torrent. Apparently, the people over there are thinking of everything they can do to deal with it. Alas, the beast flood is just too fierce. All they can do is shut off the spatial arrays and passively defend, White Haze replied. Closing the spatial arrays is a decent choice. At least, they can stop the beast flood from spreading, Xia Fei replied. White Haze smiled bitterly. It's only a temporary solution. Beasts reproduce much faster than sapient life. If no one comes to clean them up, the exotic beasts will eventually occupy all of the lower 5 stars. Where did all these exotic beasts come from? Xia Fei asked. Not sure. In any case, the dark spiritualists have been planning this for some time, White Haze replied. I sense that these exotic beasts are different from the ones we usually see. Moreover, when I asked Furball, he didn't say anything, only vigorously shaking his head. It appears that he didn't like those exotic beasts who came out of the cosmic gate, Xia Fei said while studying White Haze's expression. White Haze looked at Xia Fei in surprise. I'll be honest, I can't do much and know very little. I won't be of much help to you. You'll be on your own for most of this. His words were very clear. White Haze was already hard-pressed. As the liaison between the Annihilator and Alpha, he was under immense pressure, stuck between the Annihilator's stance of non-interference and Alpha's urgent need to pacify the chaos. I understand. Keep yourself safe, Xia Fei said indifferently. He had never relied on others. He had just come to ask a question to White Haze, and since the latter did not know much, he had no intention of continuing to bother the man. Shutting off the screen, Xia Fei fell into deep thought. Based on his speculations, the 6th cycle would undoubtedly also open up the cosmic gates leading to the lore realm, Rainbow Glass, and the Undercurrent. This made for 4 cycles, and even if he added the cosmic gate to Annihilator, he would still be missing a gate. Which one would the 6th cycle open up, and what place would it link to? It was clear that the Annihilators had already given up the lower 5 stars, but there was something that Xia Fei could not understand. The Dark Spiritualists would definitely move on to opening the gate to Annihilator once they destroyed the lower 5 stars, so they would never be spared. Why then were the Annihilator experts not doing anything? Were they facing a problem even greater than that of the Beast Flood afflicting the lower 5 stars? Although the 3 spatial gates of the Red Pine Nebula had been destroyed, this universe still had hundreds of thousands of spatial gates that were in an open state. If some effective mechanism was not set up, the Dark Spiritualists would definitely use the spatial gates to rapidly spread the Beast Flood, and Alpha would be the first among the universe to be engulfed. The Annihilators controlled the Alpha universe's spatial arrays. Unless they decided to destroy all the spatial gates or apply restrictions to those, the people below them would be unable to do anything. Lightly brushing a finger across his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out a Go board. He placed pieces on the board and began to perform some simulations. Fukin had given Xia Fei this Go board. It was called the Formation Simulation Board. Rather than playing Go, it was for simulating soul arrays. The board was 9999 x 9999, containing nearly 100 million cores. Soul arrays were very delicate, and one could not create a soul array just by randomly placing pieces. Each core interacted with other cores to form a dense net, through which energy could travel. Just getting the energy to move around was not enough. As the cores changed, so would the function of the soul array. Whether or not a soul array had power and could utilize its full position depended completely on the arrangement of the cores. According to Fukin, this Go board with 100 million cores was only the basic version for practicing soul arrays. There were versions with 100 billion cores, and advanced versions had 100 trillion. Simulating a formation took a lot of patience and focus. Xia Fei had not tried it too much. While he did not lack patience and focus, he did lack time. There were too many inexplicable problems troubling him, becoming part of his life. Whenever anyone talked about him, they would always joke about how he was a guy constantly plagued by trouble. The Lore Realm and the skirmishing battles going on were in a dangerous state. Xia Fei had determined that the Dark Spiritualists and those strange Annihilator experts would eventually come for him following their activation of the Torrent's Cosmic Gate. When the time came and the Cosmic Gate was bursting with the Beast Flood, the Lore Realm, the Pan-Human Alliance, Earth and Avril, everything Xia Fei treasured would be facing calamity. The most effective method for this was for Xia Fei to lay down his own soul array. Soul array versus soul array. While the Dark Spiritualists had yet to arrive, Xia Fei would strike first and lay down an impregnable killing formation. Otherwise, with the strength he had on hand, he would find it hard to fight with these Annihilators. Moreover, they would not be alone but would be accompanied by billions of frenzied beasts. His brows furrowed as he placed piece after piece on the board. There were countless possibilities, and trying to find the perfect defensive array among them was excruciatingly difficult. Ho-oh-a-a-a. Xia Fei swept the pieces off the board, his face grim. Creating a soul array was far more difficult than anticipated. The hundreds of millions of possibilities left even him at a loss. Would you be able to use one of the soul arrays from the unrestricted sect and lay it around the Cosmic Gate? Radix asked in concern, knowing the difficulties that Xia Fei faced. Xia Fei shook his head. Impossible. The Cosmic Gate's width is around 8 Earths. Even the largest formation from the unrestricted sect, the one around Spirit Mountain, had only 256 cores. It's completely unfit for defending the entire Cosmic Gate. Radix scratched his head and awkwardly said, those Dark Spiritualists managed to open the Torrent Universe's gate using a soul array with only 500 cores. Can we not even do that? Xia Fei bitterly smiled. Don't forget that they also used a Dragon as a sacrificial offering. Moreover, the cores all had to be Annihilator soul weapons, and they needed 5 million standard units of energy on top of that. Where am I going to find such absurd conditions? Besides, defense is different from offense. Offense requires only a sword and a point, but defense requires a shield that covers everything. Radix was rendered speechless. Xia Fei was right. While the Dark Spiritualists had opened Torrent's Gate, it had come at a heavy cost. Putting aside everything else, where were they going to find an intact Dragon corpse? As for 500 Annihilator soul weapons, it was extravagant to the extreme. Xia Fei put away the array simulation board and said, we'll be at base soon. Let's go. Avril should be waiting for me. Radix nodded. He hated himself for knowing too little and being unable to share in Xia Fei's burdens. This was when Xia Fei's Annihilator communication device, the Big Xia Orb, unexpectedly rang. He opened it and found that it was a stranger calling him. With their back to him, Xia Fei could only see their nape. "Who are you?" Xia Fei asked. "Someone who's helping you," the person replied indifferently. "Help me? Why would you want to help me?" Xia Fei countered. He believed in price theory and that there was no such thing as free lunch. Thus, he was always cautious when it came to the kind intentions of others. "It's very simple. I am helping you because you helped me. I helped you." Xia Fei was baffled. Chuckling, he asked, "I've never even met you, so how would I have helped you? Did you just get up or something? You don't have to meet me to help me. I don't have much time to waste talking with you. In around 20 minutes, all of the spatial arrays in the Alpha universe will be taken control of. If you believe me, then you can just sit back and watch," the person said. Xia Fei was stunned. If all the spatial arrays were taken control of, it really would be a huge help to him. At the very least, it would prevent the beast flood from reaching him in the short term, giving him enough time to prepare. Although that person did not turn their head, they seemed to sense Xia Fei's surprise, saying, "From what I know, the dark spiritualists will move against the undercurrent next and then against the wild glacier, which you're concerned about. Finally, they'll move against rainbow glass. I can't give any time windows, as that depends on the preparations the dark spiritualists have made. You and your people will at least be safe for 2 months." After a pause, that person added, "Don't place any hopes on the annihilators. They're dealing with a crisis even worse than the one confronting the lower 5 stars. If they don't handle it properly, they might not even be able to save themselves." Xia Fei's jaw dropped, not knowing what to say. This person had seemingly descended from the heavens to deliver all this shocking news to him. "Right, Xia Fei, do you have a son?" that person asked inexplicably. Xia Fei shook his head. That person chuckled. "Very good. Pa." The screen shut off. Chapter 1281, the latest 1000 soul ranking is published. Whoosh. The warship anchored at the Low Realm base on the border, then Xia Fei and the Skywing Wolves disembarked. Avril could be seen in the distance, behind her were Pod and Xiao Yu. Xia Fei had not gone off too far lately, so Avril had been staying at the base this entire time. Seeing how worried Xia Fei looked, Avril asked in concern, "Have you encountered some difficulty?" Naturally, Xia Fei did not plan on telling Avril about the beast flood, for she would only worry, so he said, instead, "There's that strange guy earlier who asked me if I had a son." Whoosh! Avril's face turned red at once. There were so many people around, but Xia Fei was bringing this up. Could it be? The Skywings all had sharp ears, so they instantly erupted in laughter. Xia Guanghai laughed so hard he even bent over. He said, "Xia Fei, my dear Xia Fei. I finally found a matter on which you're inferior to your brothers. Among all of us, you're the only one without a son. Avril, Xia Fei, you have to work hard," the rather blunt Xia Xiang said very sternly. Work hard? Xia Fei was instantly rendered speechless. How exactly was he supposed to work hard at this? He was of the speed type. The joking and teasing mollified the shock of the beast flood. Once Avril and Xia Fei returned to their temporary residence at the base, Xiao Yu very tactfully left with Pod to make Xia Fei's beloved fried bean paste noodles. Xiao Yu had just gone when Avril embraced Xia Fei, burying her head in his chest as she said softly, "I felt so embarrassed today. Xia Guanghai and the others were so bad." Xia Fei said nonchalantly, "The Skywings are carefree like that. You haven't seen how everyone calls the Grand Ancestor Old Undying. Here, the greatest rule is that there are no rules. If you're embarrassed, just ignore them." Avril shook her head, hesitantly saying, "They're telling the truth. We still don't have a son. Is that a problem?" Xia Fei smiled naughtily. "What's the problem? Didn't you hear what they had said? We've got to make love, but we must have been making too little love. It's not a little at all. I need several days to recover after every session." Avril trembled. The thought of Xia Fei's terrifying speed made Avril both expectant, satisfied, and also a bit worried. Fortunately, Xia Fei could control his speed well, or else Avril would likely be left so excited that her soul ascended to heaven after each session. "What if?" Avril muttered, her face turning red. Xia Fei frowned and asked unhappily, "Are you going to bring up Nicole again?" Avril and Nicole Sawyer had been friends since they were young, and Nicole also liked him. She had hinted more than once that Xia Fei should accept that woman's feelings, but he had always refused. Although his stance had been very tough, Nicole had remained single all this time, her stance even tougher than his. This matter was fast becoming one of Avril's worries. Normally, there was no girl willing to share her man with another person. It was clear that Avril was truly too considerate of Xia Fei, so considerate she was willing to share what was most precious to her. The more she was like this, the more Xia Fei liked her and became unwilling to do what disadvantaged her. While he might look like a crazed monster to others, in front of Avril, he always acted like the best man possible. I'm talking about Xiao Yu and Moon Song. They're also both waiting for you, Avril blinked her eyes and said. Xiao Yu? Moon Song? After all, Xia Fei was a normally functioning man, and the mention of these two names instantly brought to mind Xiao Yu and Moon Song's enchanting body. Xia Fei, shaking his head, cast these thoughts to the back of his mind. With a naughty smile on his face, he pulled Avril into the bedroom. Where are we going? Avril asked bashfully. I told you not to bring up such things. Now that you've done just that, I have to punish you. Xia Fei smiled faintly as he tapped Avril's nose lightly. A harsh punishment. Xia Fei was enjoying his spring, the sounds of pleasure growing louder and louder. Going wild every once in a while lets Xia Fei rest his head for a bit and stop thinking about all those random things. It was probably only when he was with Avril that he became a normal person. At the same time, in some distant place in the universe, Fukin sat in that secluded cave by the sea, a dour look on his face. While the surroundings seemed bleak, the insides of the cave were as luxurious as a palace. Velvet carpets absorbed the moisture from the sea. A man was seated on the floor, holding a giant pearl in his hand. This person was dressed very strangely. He was sitting in the cave, yet he wore a conical bamboo hat and dressed himself like a fisherman. In addition, he was wearing a light purple leather jacket. To call his outfit incongruous would not be a lie in the slightest. Fukin was barefoot and wearing only a pair of shorts. Despite his old face, he had a body more muscular than a young man's, tanned dark by the sun. He was the picture of health and vigor. The man raised his head upon realizing that Fukin had returned, saying, You came back early. Are you done killing 100,000? Fukin nodded. 110,000, 10,000 more than expected. It was difficult to say if Fukin was talking about people or creatures. Killing 110,000 in a single morning? It was a shocking number, but they were nothing more than cold numbers to Fukin. Fukin was no longer the Fukin of the past, his murderous aura enough to make one shiver. Very good. You already understand that annihilators represent slaughter. What you need to do now is pay back all the lives you've owed over the years. The Fukin of the past was too kind, not suitable for the title of annihilator, the man said indifferently. Pay back all the killing that he had owed over the years? Only then could he represent the annihilators. It appeared that after eating a divine beast, Fukin was continuing to develop into a demonic murderer. You said that a big event would be happening today, what is it? Fukin asked as he poured himself some tea. The man smiled. Today? It's the day my master publishes his ranking. His venerable self said that the ranking this time will be very interesting. The 1,000 soul ranking. Fukin asked in shock. In Annihilator, there was a ranking that represented the strongest mystical weapons, the 1,000 soul ranking. Only the 1,000 most powerful soul weapons or mystical weapons in the universe could be on this ranking. In the 9 great universes, there were hundreds of millions of powerful weapons, so being able to get on this ranking was an immense honor. The assembly of the strongest weapons in the universe, their legendary names enough to make one go insane. Any warrior wanted to have the strongest weapon in the universe, so the publishing of the 1,000 soul ranking would always draw a great deal of discussion. Which weapon had entered the ranking? Which weapon had been destroyed? It would always be the center of the entire universe's attention. The one who made this ranking was called Chu Jingfeng, a figure even more legendary than the 1,000 soul ranking itself. No one knew who Chu Jingfeng was, but this mysterious figure was somehow able to get into the hidden treasures of the great clans, dig up the information and their most valuable and most unknown weapons, and then rank them. It was clear that only someone with divine abilities could do such a thing. In Annihilator, besides arguing about the rankings of the 1,000 soul ranking, a favorite topic of conversation was the identity of Chu Jingfeng. Alas, while countless years had passed and the 1,000 soul ranking continued to be published on time, no one was able to find out who Chu Jingfeng was. The man wearing the big bamboo hat next to Fukin called himself Chu Jingfeng's disciple. This would be big news if Annihilator ever got wind of it. Moreover, it appeared that he had a rather deep relationship with Fukin's unrestricted sect. This was rather incomprehensible. What sort of shocking feat has Master Chu performed this time? Still, there's one thing that I'm not surprised about. Given his personality, it wouldn't be surprising no matter what sort of exaggerated feat he's rumored to do, Fukin muttered. The man who called himself Chu Jingfeng's disciple smiled. Are you still thinking about how Snowless Billow and Purple Precipice were pushed out of the top 10? To tell the truth, I'm not surprised at all. Mystical armaments have never been unchanging things. It's precisely because mystical armaments have spirits of their own that they can have different effects when used by different people. Also, mystical armaments have highs and lows. When a mystical armament kills countless people, it will naturally reveal its abilities, but when it lies unused for countless years, when it appears again, it won't be able to be in its strongest state instantly. It'll require countless killings for nourishment so that it can slowly recover its former self. Snowless Billow and Purple Precipice were very strong, alas, they were sealed away for too long, causing them to fall in ranking. Still, in the future, if they get the right master, they might return to the top 10 of the 1,000 soul ranking. Fukin sighed. Master told me a lot about how those two mystical armaments had swept through half of the annihilators, which left a deep impression on me. It's only natural that I'd feel a little conflicted when you said that Snowless Billow and Purple Precipice can no longer enter the top 10. I just like them too much. Nodding, the man said, I understand. As they say, when you love the house, you love the bird perched atop it, too. Fukin put on some clothes, and the two sat together and stared at the pearl. It was said that annihilators liked using various pearls as communication tools and energy storage devices. This silver pearl was much larger than Xia Fei's big Xia orb. There was a spherical screen in the pearl. As it projected straight onto the retina, the images it displayed were very realistic. Project it. I'm not used to viewing things like this, Fukin said. The man nodded and tapped lightly on the pearl. It instantly projected a giant screen, but the image became two-dimensional and no longer as realistic. It could clearly be seen that countless devices had been linked to this singular server in the Alpha universe, which would publish the 1,000 soul ranking. Hundreds of millions of people wanted to know how the 1,000 soul ranking would change. 10, 9, 8, 7. The number on the screen counted down. Fukin did not even realize that his heart was pulsing with every second that counted down, his mind tense as he waited for the ranking to be published. When the number hit 0, a large number of characters began to appear on the screen. Whoosh! The screen quickly scrolled down as 1,000 names, 1,000 peak mystical armaments of the universe started to appear. Ranked first was still the Ionic Cosmic King, the undisputed number 1 weapon. Next was the eternal second place, the rare spirit-type mystical armament, the 100-bird return. Chapter 1282, Historically Unprecedented Ranking. When Fukin was able to get a clear look at the new 1,000 soul ranking, his face went pale. Even the man who called himself Chu Jingfeng's disciple had his eyes wide open. It was as if he had also been given a fierce shock by his master's actions. The Ionic Cosmic King. The 100-bird return. The Severing Violet Gold Lock. The Astral Gale. The Amber Shatter Blade. The Heaven Asking Sword. Chill's Soul. The Crystal Mist Heart. The Vermilion Bird Bow. The first 9 weapons were the same as usual, but starting from 10, the 1,000 soul ranking rapidly changed. First, the weapon that was ranked 10th was not 1, but 2 weapons. The Demon Shaving Saber. The 9 Night Songs. These 2 weapons jointly held the 10th spot, and the former 10th place weapon, the 3000 Earth Bane, had been pushed down to 11th. 2 weapons occupying the same spot. This was the first time in the history of the 1,000 soul ranking that 2 weapons had been completely equal to each other. Even more frightening was that the Demon Shaving Saber and the 9 Night Songs were appearing on the ranking for the first time. Able to get into the top 10 on their first showing, only a mystical armament revealing itself to the universe could explain the situation. In other words, in the space of a single night, 2 weapons with the power to match the top 10 of the 1,000 soul ranking had appeared. It must be understood that this was the top 10. The universe had hundreds of millions of weapons, so how strong could they be if they were able to get top 10 as soon as they showed up? It was impossible to say whether these 2 weapons were newly made or had existed and been forgotten for many years. Regardless, it was shocking enough that the 2 completely unfamiliar weapons had appeared in the top 10. The 9 night songs and the demon shaving saber have mysterious backgrounds, and their names circulate in a small circle. This one had to risk many dangers to finally glimpse the true faces of these 2 weapons, almost losing my life in the process. It's been many years since this one encountered such danger. From what this one has observed, the 2 weapons undoubtedly have the strength to enter the top 10 of the 1000 soul ranking. Considering that they have only recently appeared, they are temporarily placed in the top 10. Their position will be adjusted once more detailed information has been gathered. Fukin read out Chu Jingfeng's assessment and said in surprise, "So dangerous. Your master almost died in order to investigate these 2 recently appeared weapons." The man next to him nodded. "My master has never been one to lie. If he says that he encountered immense danger and almost died, then the reality must have been many times more dangerous than what he said. It seems like these 9 night songs and demon shaving saber are really something else." Fukin sighed. "Yes. Those vicious weapons almost killed Elder Chu, so they must be very powerful. Moreover, it's easy to tell from your master's words that, despite the danger he's encountered, he still couldn't get much first-hand information. He's only able to temporarily rank the 2 weapons at 10th place from what he managed to find. Based on the words he used, one can tell that he found putting them at 10th place a small injustice, but Elder Chu could only place them there for now till he gathered sufficient information." The man next to Fukin chuckled. "My master is truly unbearable. Rather than calling me for something so dangerous, he'd only let me see it with everyone else on the rankings." They continued going down the list, and there were actually 2 new additions between 10 and 20. The lack of information had caused them both to be ranked at 14, and Fukin's beloved Purple Precipice and Snowless Billow had fallen to 19 and 20 respectively. What's going on here? It's only the top 20, but 4 brand new mystical armaments that nobody has seen before have appeared. Isn't this too scary? Fukin said in shock. The man on the side also had a grave expression. Pointing lower on the list, he said, "Look here, 31 is also shared, and there are even 3 weapons sharing the 35th place, while 72 has 4. Crazy. Master has definitely gone crazy." Whoosh. He scrolled to the very end of the last, and sure enough, this was no 1000 soul ranking at all. The number of mystical armaments in this list exceeded 1200. 1203 to be exact. 1203. In other words, there are 203 new additions to the 1000 soul ranking. Many of the mystical armaments that used to be on the list were squeezed out. Radix said in shock. At Nirvana. Xia Fei's Fiend Blade is also on the 1000 soul ranking. It got onto the 1000 soul ranking. Fukin suddenly cried in delight, excitedly pointing at the very end of the list. Xia Fei and Fukin were not very famous, but they were actually disciple and master of the Alpha Universe's most venerable spirit sect, the Unrestricted Sect, and it was just the 2 of them left. Thus, Fukin was incredibly excited to see Xia Fei's Nirvana enter the 1000 soul ranking. The man next to him chuckled as he read Chu Jingfeng's evaluation of Nirvana. Nirvana is a never-before-seen monstrous weapon, and it has yet to be confirmed whether it is a soul weapon or not, but there's no denying that while Nirvana isn't as powerful as the mystical armaments on the ranking, its monstrousness is enough to elevate it to the 1000 soul ranking. Testing data is lacking, so it has temporarily been ranked at the very bottom of the list. After reading it, the man nodded and said, "My master gave you and Xia Fei enormous respect, using monstrous instead of fiendish. He also omitted who wields Nirvana or what they look like. If news got out in the Annihilator that Xia Fei had a very fiendish blade, he would be in deep trouble. After all, his foundations are still too shallow." Fukin still felt very excited, saying, "If I get the chance to meet Elder Chu, I'll definitely thank him on Xia Fei's behalf. The 1000th place of the 1000 soul ranking. This is truly a high evaluation." The man on the side said nonchalantly, "Don't forget that Xia Fei has a Fiend Clan soul weapon that ranks in the hundreds. Alas, Xia Fei isn't from the Fiend Clan, so he has no idea how to use it." Fukin casually waved his hand. "I've talked about this with you before. I already mentioned it to Xia Fei, and given how smart he is, it's only a matter of time until he learns how to use that soul weapon." The man replied, "You believe in Xia Fei a lot, you may not have realized that Xia Fei already has a heaven-defying mystical armament." Fukin was startled and confused. "Look at the 31st place." Fukin quickly looked and saw that both of the mystical armaments at 31 were new. One was called the Flying Eagle Plume and the other was called the Twin Peak Comets. Chu Jingfeng's description was very simple. It has been confirmed that Flying Eagle Plume is a suit of war armor, while the Twin Peak Combats are very possibly a pair of sabers. For the time being, they're not being placed into the top 30 until further verification. Does this count as a description? These are still mystical armaments ranked 31st. Why not give a little more detail? Fukin asked curiously. The man shook his head. It seems like my master really couldn't find much about these two mystical armaments, so he basically skipped over them. This has always been how his venerable self has operated. When he's not sure, he'd rather not write anything. This evaluation is far more cautious than the one he gave for the 9 night songs and the demon shaving saber, meaning that these two mystical armaments are likely very important. Thus, my master chose the most conservative option. Ranking them at 31 can be considered conservative. Fukin mentally commented. The war armor Flying Eagle Plume is in Xia Fei's possession, and this is something I just learned from my master. He mentioned it in the passing when he's telling me to take note of the ranking, the man added. Fukin clenched his fists excitedly. It had not been all that long since he left Xia Fei's side, but Xia Fei had already gotten his hands on a high-ranking mystical armament of the 1000 soul ranking. This was really too fast. The eyes of the man on the side became unfocused as he said indifferently, if my guess is correct, Annihilator has probably gone crazy. My master is truly bold and reckless, revealing so many secrets. He probably won't be able to take it easy in the future. From this crazy ranking, it's easy to tell one fact, the universe is about to experience a change. A change? Fukin asked in surprise. Yes. In the space of a single night, all the mystical armaments were taken out. The new entries on this ranking alone exceed 200. This is proof of the gravity of things. Moreover, given my master's personality, there must be a few mystical armaments that he doesn't understand at all, and they weren't put into the ranking. When the universe is at peace, the various clans will naturally store away their mystical armaments, for fear that others might find out about them, but in times of crisis, these clans will cast their fears aside and take these mystical armaments from their dusty storehouses. This is the situation now. From the 1000 soul ranking, I can tell that a storm is coming. Fukin nodded. As expected of Chu Jingfeng's disciple, he understood his master well, and he also understood why Chu Jingfeng had told him to take note of the ranking this time. Could this be connected to the dark spiritualists? Fukin asked. The dark spiritualists? They are just small fry. The real secret battle is taking place in Annihilator. The great clans and great powers have been slicing up the territory there for a very long time now, and I'm guessing that someone is using the dark spiritualists to reshuffle the entire universe. To end this situation where the strong continue to divide everything up between themselves. Those people don't mind sacrificing some of the strong to completely redo the power structure of the Annihilator universe, perhaps even for the sake of concentrating power to face an even greater danger. Just 2 days ago, even the Tsadan clan of the Blue Bloods was almost purged. That's just how vicious the internal conflicts in the upper echelons of Annihilator are. In the end, sapient life forms just love internal strife, and they're also good at it. All these mystical armaments are being taken out while the blood of experts flows in the shadows. This is an omen that a momentous change is about to take place. Fukin could not help but sigh, but Annihilator was still very far from him, and he found it impossible to surmise as to what stage the internal struggles of the Annihilator universe had reached. After the 1000 soul ranking was the miscellaneous ranking, which introduced some mystical armaments with special traits or those which had a chance of entering the 1000 soul ranking in the future. This ranking was much more interesting than the 1000 soul ranking, the various kinds of absurd mystical armament dazzling the eye. Also, accompanying the miscellaneous ranking was an announcement from Chu Jingfeng. Due to the chaotic situation, this one has decided to publish another ranking this time. It will be posted in around 10 minutes. Everyone, please look forward to it, Fukin read aloud the announcement. Hat. The old man still seems to have plenty of energy, even making a third ranking. This is quite interesting. The 1000 soul ranking has never had weapons sharing a spot, but that precedent has been broken, and many mystical armaments are now sharing rankings. The rankings number of mystical armament has never exceeded 1000, but it's 1203 this, breaking a second precedent. Now, an extra ranking is being published, breaking a third precedent. It seems like my master is getting serious. Chapter 1283, A Zombie Understands Soul Formations. The universe was getting more and more interesting. The 1000 soul ranking, which had been unchanged for eons, had just gone through 3 momentous changes in a row, shocking everyone. Countless eyes were fixed on their screens, numerous terminals linking to the server that published the 1000 soul ranking. Everyone wanted to see what was going on with Chu Jingfeng's ranking. 10 minutes or so later, the third ranking, completely new, appeared before the world. First place in the anticipated ranking, the Earth Ghost legend is in the process of being forged by the supreme smithing clan, the Nalan clan. Their old patriarch, Nalan Thousand Hand, has recently returned to the clan after many years of seclusion and is presently performing the work himself, using a piece of blood soul seizing metal, which the Nalans have kept for many years, as a material. This one boldly speculated that if the Earth Ghost is successfully created, it'll have the strength to enter the top 10 of the 1000 soul ranking. Second place in the anticipated ranking. Divine Engine is a rare concealed soul weapon. The Black Blood White clan is currently devoting considerable strength toward forging it. It is said that the blueprints from Divine Engine came from the former long-time 100th place holder of the 1000 soul ranking, the 3000 Comets. Ever since the 3000 Comets got destroyed, the White clan hasn't been able to get another heavyweight mystical armament onto the 1000 soul ranking. However, this time, the design of the 3000 Comets has undergone great modification, and it may just occupy a high ranking within the top 30 of the 1000 soul ranking eventually. Whoosh! Fukin and Chu Jingfeng's disciple both gasped. If there was still someone who did not understand why all these hidden mystical armaments had suddenly appeared on the 1000 soul ranking, then once they saw the anticipation ranking, even a fool would be able to tell that an arms race was taking place in the Annihilator. The Nalan clan was a clan renowned in the Annihilator universe for their forging of mystical armaments, and they had at least 20 of such on the 1000 soul ranking. While the Nalan clan could make the best weapons, it was never for their use, and they never took part in any sort of wars or struggles. In that aspect, they were rather similar to the Aurora clan. Which clan had commissioned the brand new mystical armament, Earth Ghost? Even the old patriarch, Nalan Thousand Hand, whom everyone had thought long dead, was participating in its forging. The commissioner of the Earth Ghost could not be some minor character if they could request the services of such an esteemed figure. As for Chu Jingfeng's evaluation of Earth Ghost, it was very high. He was certain that if it was successfully forged, it would take a spot in the top 10 of the 1000 soul ranking. The Black Blood White clan also could not be underestimated. The White clan was made of sinister folk, who used poisons and concealed weapons. Normally, at the level of Annihilator, concealed weapons were not very useful. After all, everyone was an expert, and it was not absurd at all for one to say that they were impervious to most weapons. However, the White clan's concealed weapons were combined with soul weapons. Traditional concealed weapons combined with traditional knowledge of poisons made for a potent combination. They were called Black Blood because these people were so ruthless that the people that they killed would bleed black blood. The 3000 Comets had been a mystical armament of a generation. It was said that when activated, 3000 meteors would arise to destroy a location. Alas, it was said that the 3000 Comets was destroyed in a war with a Blue Blood Guardian clan, the Velans. This caused the White clan's strength to plunge. Of course, while the Velan clan had succeeded in destroying the 3000 Comets, it had suffered heavy losses and had, thus, begun to decline. Now, they were making a king of concealed weapons based off the designs of the 3000 Comets. This divine engine would presumably be at least as strong as the 3000 Comets, so it made sense for Chu Jingfeng to expect it to get into the top 30. After looking through these two most anticipated immemorial mystical armaments, Fukin and Chu Jingfeng's disciple turned strange, for they were very familiar with the third weapon. At least, Fukin was as familiar as one could be with it, for it was none other than Xia Fei's immemorial 5 elements mystical armament. The 5 elemental mystical armament, of unknown origin, unknown combat power, and unknown function. After multiple on-site investigations, it has been determined that the 5 elemental mystical armament is not a pure combat type and should have some other function. Its origins are mysterious and its future is unfathomable. Out of caution, it is ranked 3rd on the anticipation ranking. Fukin read out Chu Jingfeng's words. Multiple on-site investigations? Senior Chu has been watching Xia Fei in secret for a long time then, exclaimed Fukin in surprise. What's so strange about that? Master has always been untrackable, and not even I, his disciple, know what he does every day. Finding interesting mystical armaments and investigating such has always been his job and hobby, the disciple said, shrugging. The combat armor ranked 31st on the 1000 soul ranking, a fiend blade with infinite potential, an immemorial mystical armament with an unknown future and strength, a fiend clan soul weapon with the strength to enter the 1000 soul ranking that he doesn't know how to use. Why does Xia Fei have all these mystical armaments, yet I don't have a single one? Fukin laughed, both envious and gratified. Chu Jingfeng's disciple raised his head, placed his arms behind his head, and leaned back. Only at this point was his face revealed, and it was not an old one at all. Judging from his face alone, he could not be much older than Xia Fei. Currently, he had a stalk of grass sloppily hanging from his mouth. You think it's just you? I'm Chu Jingfeng's disciple, and I don't have anything to my name, either. Xia Fei had no idea that a storm in the Annihilator was sweeping up all the clans. Chu Jingfeng's ranking told everyone very clearly that an arms race had begun. The clans were taking out their old mystical armaments and forging new ones. Anyone not getting ready was just waiting for death. Thus, the Annihilator universe was in chaos. On one end, they were trying to find out who the traitor was, on another end, they were desperately increasing their fighting power. As for the crisis facing the lower 5 stars, it was far back in the minds of these selfish people. Xia Fei was in a difficult spot. He clearly lacked the strength to contend against the dark spiritualists. Counting Nanshizi, there were 14 Annihilator experts on the enemy's side. Putting aside the terrifying beast flood, he did not even know whether those Annihilator experts were dragoons or not, and if they were, which force they belonged to that they had somehow managed to leave Annihilator. Moreover, this was only what Xia Fei had seen. He still did not know what other forces were in hiding. As for the Annihilator universes in action, Xia Fei had many theories, but there was no doubt that the Annihilators had left the lower 5 stars to their fate. Xia Fei had always said that it was better to rely on oneself rather than on others, but the gap in strength was just too big. Even if he pulled out the entire strength of the lower realm, he would be unable to stop even 1% of the beast flood. Avril, who was very good at reading people, knew that Xia Fei was worried about something, so she left him alone with his thoughts. Still, something had seemingly stimulated her recently, as she was asking for it every night. This bit of strenuous activity was not a problem to Xia Fei, and he was naturally more than happy to comply. The day after they returned from the beast flood, Xia Guoqin gathered all the powerful clans of the lower realm and held a meeting. The dark spiritualists clearly intended to destroy everything. It was not as if they would be safe by giving up on Alpha and retreating into their respective territories. In fact, if they did just that, they would be met with a calamity. At that point, the Cosmic Gate would become the main base of the beast flood, countless monsters pouring from there to the lower realm. The universe's destruction would be inevitable at that point. Concentrating their power at the Cosmic Gate and holding out was the only solution. Alas, holding the Cosmic Gate was really very difficult, especially when they lacked allies and had no idea of their enemy's real strength. The clans got nowhere in the conference, placing all their hopes on the Skywings. The lower realm was already accustomed to relying on the Skywings and Xia Fei for everything. Xia Fei found the conference boring, so he left it to wander around in the darkness. He saw Spirit Mountain in the distance and decided to visit the unrestricted pavilion so that he could have a chat with the 2 zombies. The 2 undead, who could not talk, were very willing to listen to Xia Fei's sorrows. Whoosh! Xia Fei shot into the unrestricted spirit pavilion. The 2 zombies were as they usually were, seated on the ground and staring at each other. Smiling, Xia Fei sat down with them and said, "Venerable sirs, I've come to visit." Their stiff faces did not even look at Xia Fei, as if they were just blocks of stone. Xia Fei did not care, pouring out his woes to the duo. It could be sensed that these 2 actually quite liked it when Xia Fei talked about random things. Their world was very simple, all about guarding the empty unrestricted pavilion, and Xia Fei had a magical storytelling ability, capable of turning uninteresting minor affairs into vivid tales. As for that soul array and those countless exotic beasts flooding toward them, that was the real exciting stuff. Xia Fei had no idea that these 2 custodian slaves had already taken him as an important entertainer. Every day, they hoped that Xia Fei would come and talk about something. The custodian slaves also liked the Skywings, who did not care about how weird they were. It was only when spending time with such people that the custodian slaves could recall a little of what it felt like to be human. Nonetheless, they still preferred hearing Xia Fei talk. The first reason was that this young man was the successor of the unrestricted lineage, one of their own. The second reason was that Xia Fei's stories were exciting. For many years now, not even the masters of the unrestricted sect had treated them as people. In the end, it was from the completely unrelated Skywing wolves that they finally found a little humanity. It was quite tragic if one thought about it. A person with many worries was easily annoyed, and Xia Fei did not want to go back too early. This was because Avril had seemingly been enchanted by Xia Guanghai's words and was set on having a child, insisting that Xia Fei should bed her every night. Xia Fei was of the speed type and a great spiritualist, so this naturally put no burden on his body. Frankly, Xia Fei could easily handle 10,000 wives, but Avril could not handle him. His speed was just too much. After some thought, Xia Fei took out the soul array simulation board while he chatted with the custodian slaves and simulated soul arrays. He planned on going back when Avril had gone to bed so that she could get a break tonight. Soul arrays were difficult to understand, particularly the enormous soul array Xia Fei needed to construct in order to protect the cosmic gate. All the pieces he played ended up at a dead end. It seemed like a soul array with too many cores became difficult to control. With Xia Fei's current control ability, constructing arrays with 300 to 400 cores was his limit. There was no way of expanding the soul array, and this was still far from enough from covering the entire cosmic gate. Xia Fei was very focused, his mind immersed in simulating arrays. He fell silent as if he were in another world. His head was lowered, so he did not notice the two zombies looking over. They were staring at Xia Fei's soul array as if they could understand it. "It's still no good," Xia Fei said in annoyance, lighting a cigarette. There were already numerous cigarette butts on the ground next to him, a sign of the passage of time. Suddenly, Xia Fei noticed another finger on the board, a stiff, grey, and bloodless finger. With a light tug, the zombie shifted one of Xia Fei's pieces to another part of the board. Chapter 1284, Taking Out to Go Looting. With a light tug, the zombie moved one of Xia Fei's chess pieces somewhere else. Xia Fei was shocked. Did these two custodian slaves also understand soul arrays? When he looked carefully, he found this core adjustment to be very strange. Xia Fei's array was already dead, the energy unable to link, but the zombie's alteration had rendered it completely dead. "Hey, it's nice that you wanna help and all, but soul arrays may be too difficult for you," Xia Fei said mildly. The two undead were so slow in the head that they were ambushed by their own disciples and grand disciples, and the two of them had even required several months to recover. Array simulation, which required a lot of brain power, was very difficult, so Xia Fei did not think that they would be able to comprehend the secrets of soul arrays. As he spoke, the other undead also reached out a hand and adjusted the soul array. Xia Fei looked over and laughed. "Impressive. Are you guys doing this just to make me happy? It's one thing for the first move to kill off the soul array completely, but the second move has doomed it beyond even the redemption of gods. This is a super dead array now." As Xia Fei talked, his voice began to trail off, a confused look surfacing in his eyes. There was a problem here. It was very difficult to make a soul array, and even more difficult to overturn one completely. The two custodian slaves had each moved only one piece, but that had been enough to completely doom this array. This did not seem like a coincidence but rather intentional. "No, I have to recalculate everything," Xia Fei muttered. Xia Fei recalculated everything, and he found that while the array was dead, and the energy unable to link, a momentum had formed. Momentum was very important in a soul array. It was akin to thrusting one's hand in a basin of water and stirring it. If one continued stirring clockwise, along the flow of the water, a small amount of strength would be injected into the flow until it became a mighty vortex. This was momentum. Momentum came from energy, accumulating it into a lethal power. The two undead had severed the links between cores, but they had also granted this soul array immense momentum. Xia Fei found this to be very strange. The cores were clearly disconnected, so how could momentum form? Xia Fei instantly fell into deep thought, his mind completely entranced by the soul array. It's been 3 days now. Avril had come to unrestricted pavilion to see Xia Fei, but she saw him sitting there motionless with the two undead. Thus, all she could do was watch from a distance and worry. "Big brother Xia Fei looks really handsome like that," Xiao Yu could not but say, her face reddening. In private, Avril had given a lot of support for the relationship between Xiao Yu and Xia Fei, and Xiao Yu already considered Xia Fei as her husband-to-be, to grow old with each other. Xiao Yu was at a time where she needed to find a husband, but Xia Fei refused to agree, leaving both ladies helpless. "Handsome? He's more like a block of wood," Avril said dryly, yet her heart thumped rapidly as well. "Look at Big Brother Xia's expression when he's completely focused. His eyes are so clear, not like when he's in battle. That sort of murderous energy is really scary," Xiao Yu said. After some thought, she concluded. In short, when Big Brother Xia gets serious, he has an aura that surpasses everything else. It's very special. Avril smiled and grabbed Xiao Yu's hand. Let's go. When Xia Fei gets serious, he doesn't care about anything else. There's no point in us staying here. The two ladies went outside and bumped into Xia Guanghai and Xia Guocan. Xia Guocan, who liked Avril, smiled as soon as he saw her. The reason for his fondness of her was him learning that Xia Fei and Avril had been together even way back in the early days. Xia Fei used to be very poor, but Avril had never shunned him for that. This left Xia Guocan feeling very gratified. The Skywings had a resounding reputation, and many girls were anxious to marry into their clan, but the Skywings were a very strange lot. They normally married very late and were few in number. One important reason for this was that Xia Guocan opposed any marriage that was not pure. Women who were trying to get married for their interest could never hope to get into the Skywings. Have you been to see Xia Fei? Xia Guocan smiled and asked. He's still like yesterday. He might have really found something, in fact, he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days straight now. We were worried about disturbing him, so we just stood there for a while before leaving, replied Avril very politely. Xia Guocan sighed. We're always giving him trouble, but he's the only one in the clan capable of shouldering all the heavy responsibilities, and we can't do anything to help. Xia Guanghai also sighed. Yes, we used to have 2 zombies, but now we have 3. What can you even say about that? Bang! Xia Guocan smacked Xia Guanghai on the head. Hey, old man, why did you hit me? Exclaimed Xia Guanghai, rubbing his head. A zombie! If you were half as smart as a zombie like Xia Fei, I'd be able to retire. Xia Guocan chastised. Avril and Xiao Yu could not help but laugh at that. The Skywings were truly amusing, quarreling every day but never fighting. Be it the old or young, all were very close to each other. Is that how it is? Not long after Avril left, Xia Fei seemed to have awakened from his stupor, stroking his chin as he muttered this to himself. What's up? Did you have an epiphany? Radix asked. Xia Fei did not answer, instead smiling and patting the 2 undead on their shoulders. Thank you. You two have been a big help to me this time. I finally understand the true meaning of soul arrays. I really like you guys. Xia Fei stood up and walked away fast, his face brimming with energy and confidence. When Xia Fei left, the 2 zombies remained motionless. Suddenly, the face of the undead on the left cracked a smile. This was definitely a frightening sight. The custodian slaves' bodies were stiff corpses, and nobody would be happy when they saw a corpse smile at them. Xia Fei said he liked us, said the smiling zombie in a very low voice. It turned out that they could talk. Xia Fei left the unrestricted pavilion and had Xia Guocan call a clan conference. However, this time, Xia Fei broke precedent and called over Oro, too. Xia Guocan had no objection to this, as it had already been known that the Lionheart clan was one of the Skywings' dear friends. You wish to lay down a giant soul array around the cosmic gate? Is that really doable? Oro asked doubtingly. I know that soul arrays are tools used by spiritualists. My Lionheart clan is also good with arrays, but while we can't compare to the soul arrays made by spiritualists, we're not too far off. The cosmic gate is enormous, so big that 4 planets side by side could fit through it. Let alone laying down such an array, I've never even heard of an array of that size. It's simply unimaginable. Moreover, besides the cosmic gate, don't we also need to defend our base on the perimeter? What about the lore realm? Who can operate an array of such scale? Plus, how much energy will it consume? Compared to the Skywings, Oro was an array expert. The Skywings were skilled in arrays, but those were meant for combat, which were essentially different from fixed energy arrays. In fact, Xia Fei had learned his basic array theory from Oro. Everyone looked at Xia Fei, who nodded and said solemnly, I understand your questions. To be more precise, what I want this time isn't a traditional array but a mutated array, instead. Oro was taken aback. He was just about to ask how exactly Xia Fei wanted to mutate the array when Xia Fei waved his hand and said, I didn't ask you here to discuss arrays. Regardless, we at least have to try. I came to find you because I'll be taking all of the Skywing elites out with me on a trip, so I need you to protect this place while we are out. Oro gave a slight nod. There's no problem with that. I'll gather the elite experts from the other clans and then follow the previously drafted combat defense plan. Just leave it all to me. Xia Fei added, the dark spiritualists could come at any time. No matter what, you must hold out. Oro glared, hollering, Xia Fei, do you still need to say that? No matter what comes, Oro and the others will do everything we can to stop them. We won't retreat even half a step. Xia Fei nodded. That's good. We'll be leaving now, this place will be up to you. Go, go, Oro crossed his legs and said carelessly. The Skywing Wolves immediately assembled and boarded an inconspicuous Pharaoh-class cruiser. Is it fine to leave the base to Oro? Xia Guanghai groaned as he asked this. He and Oro were basically destined foes constantly at odds with each other. Xia Fei replied, Oro is the best choice. Don't forget that Oro and his Lionheart Royals are experts in the law of darkness. If the dark spiritualists get here before us, Oro's clan will be the most capable of buying time. Plus, Oro has enough prestige to hold down the great clans of the Law Realm, he is also very unyielding and won't lose the Cosmic Gate so easily. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan chimed in. More importantly, you trust Oro. Ah, you. You're still not very willing to trust others. Xia Fei said nothing. Trust was naturally very important. Leaving the Cosmic Gate at this crucial moment to go elsewhere, Xia Fei naturally needed someone whom he could trust to protect it with their all. Really, you could have just left the old Undying all by himself to guard it. Do you still not trust in the strength of your brothers? You don't need all of us to go, Xia Guanghai muttered. Xia Fei shook his head and said firmly, no, we all have to go. We're gonna be doing something very dangerous. You're acting so mysterious. What exactly are we doing? Several people asked in unison. Laying down this soul array requires an astronomical amount of energy, so we need to take this energy. Xia Fei smiled. Looting. I love that sort of activity. My hands have been itching for ages, I wonder which poor soul it is this time. The Skywings started rubbing their hands the moment they heard that they would go out looting. Xia Fei was always one to avenge every wrong done to him. Everyone guessed that some guy must have provoked Xia Fei, and he still had not done anything about it. Now that Xia Fei was in dire need of energy, he had decided to strike against his foe. As his brothers, the Skywings Wolves were naturally willing to assist him in dealing with his enemies. The spatial gates were restricted, but Xia Fei still had the Big Xia Orb, which allowed him free access. 24 hours later, the Skywing arrived at Xia Fei's designated target. However, the place Xia Fei had targeted left everyone stunned. Chapter 1285, Returning to the Beast Flood. Xia Fei first led the Skywing Wolves to the Alpha Universe's core region, where they picked up a shipment of goods from the headquarters of the Heavenly Treasure Trading Firm. They then immediately proceeded to the Red Pine Nebula. Red Pine was where the Beast Flood had erupted. In the span of a few days, this massive region had been occupied by countless exotic beasts, and now, everyone was staying away from it. Xia Fei, on the other hand, had brought over the Skywings to this place. For what reason? Awoo! From the distance, they could hear the howls of exotic beasts. Furball and Little Goldie jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulders. Even these two beast kings felt ill at ease in this place. After all, the surrounding exotic beasts were not individually strong, there were simply too many of them. It's very simple, we'll start from the outer edge and use our speed to push through, killing all living creatures in our way. Xia Fei looked at the dangerous nebula through the ship window and said this grimly. We need energy, lots and lots of it. This beast flood is the finest hunting ground. Kill the exotic beasts and take their energy. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. Those dark spiritualists won't expect us, the Skywings, to have the guts to come back. Everyone nodded. The Skywings were experts in speed, and killing the exotic beasts was easy as long as the dark spiritualists were not threatening them. Returning to the beast flood was also doing the exact opposite of what was expected. While everyone was doing their best to avoid the beast flood, the Skywings had returned to the site of its eruption to commence a massacre. Seizing the energy of the exotic beasts isn't difficult, but how do we take it back? Xiaogukan wondered. It's simple. We use Nirvana. The wolf pack formation will control the situation, while my fiend blade kills them all. It'll automatically transfer some of the energy to me, and I'll use that energy to make soul weapons, Xia Fei replied. All into soul weapons. Can your body take it? Xia Guanghai asked in shock. Although he did not understand how spiritualists worked, he knew that making a soul weapon could not be a simple process. The Skywings had always been fast, so once they started killing, it would go very quickly, and energy would surge into Xia Fei's body. With all that energy flooding in, it was difficult to imagine how Xia Fei could turn it all into soul weapons. Xia Fei smiled. You don't need to worry about that. I have a plan. All you need to worry about is killing, I'll handle the making of soul weapons. Xia Guocan frowned and roared, everyone heard Xia Fei's orders, right? Let's get started then. Let's do the very best we can. Xia Fei turned to address Xia Guanghai. You stay and watch the surroundings. You can leave the killing to the Grand Ancestor. Xia Fei, you're not going. Will the energy be transferred to you? Everyone asked curiously. They all knew that Xia Fei had a fiend blade that could devour energy, but they did not know the range of the fiend blade. Once the Skywing Wolves started moving, they did so at the speed of light, so they might end up leaving the range of the fiend blade. Xia Fei smiled. Relax. Unless you cross over to another dimension, the fiend blade will always be under my control. I'll stay at the edge of the beast flood and focus on making soul weapons. The control range was dependent on dimension. This meant that Xia Fei's fiendish blade Nirvana could be on the other side of the universe and still be under his control. This distance was too heaven-defying. The Skywing Wolves were all shocked, but Xia Fei had always had a lot of weird things on him, so they were somewhat used to it. The warship left Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai near the spatial gate and zoomed away with Xia Guocan's group, heading straight to the heart of the beast flood. After sending them off, Xia Fei found a small planet not far from the spatial gate. The said planet had once been struck by comets and was now littered in craters, some as deep as 100,000 meters. Xia Fei found a cave to sit down in and to prepare for receiving the energy that would be sent to him by Nirvana. Xia Guanghai, meanwhile, kept watch of the surroundings, as Furball and Little Goldie closely guarded Xia Fei, remaining at his side at all times. Several hours later, the Skywing warship arrived at the edge of the beast flood. From a distance, it was possible to see a vast horde of howling exotic beasts circling various planets. The ones at the very front were mostly agile exotic beasts, and as they were the fastest, they had created some distance from the rest. Hide the ship so that it doesn't get destroyed. If it does get destroyed, we'll be going back on a shuttle, which is sure to be very cramped. Xia Guocan gave this order. Xia Fei had given his Skywing brothers spatial rings long ago, but they could not hold a lot, not even the smallest corvette-class battleship. If the warship was destroyed, they would have to cram themselves into a small shuttle to go back, everyone pressed against one another, which was an unbearable thought. Whoosh! Once the warship had been hidden, the Skywings assembled into the wolf pack formation. Radix, meanwhile, controlled the fiendish blade Nirvana as he followed behind it. In the distance, a large number of exotic beasts were destroying an inhabited planet. A civilian ship tried to escape, but the moment it reached space, it was torn apart by a large lightning rat. The rat tore apart the small civilian ship with a shake of its head, not even leaving behind any corpses. The pack of speed-type exotic beasts had finally taken notice of the Skywing Wolves coming from quite a far distance, and they immediately began growling and screeching to summon their companions. To this, the Skywing warriors sneered. Murderous energy, fiendish energy swiftly gathered. Awoo! Several thousand exotic beasts surged toward them at a swift speed. At the same time, the Skywing Wolves began their move. Whoosh! When it came to speed, the Skywings were a clan of speedsters. They blasted forward, as swift as light. The soul weapons in their hands swung toward the heads of the exotic beasts. Just as Xia Fei ordered, the Skywing Wolves left the exotic beasts on their dying breaths. In the span of a minute, several thousand speed-type exotic beasts had been done in. They were splayed out across space, froths coming out of their mouths as they gasped for breath. Under Radix's control, Nirvana flew around. Wherever that six-bladed snowflake blade went, it left behind no remains. It turned all the exotic beasts, which terrorized this piece of universe, into dust. Kill! Kill! Endless killing. Radix killed so many that his eyes had turned bloodshot. As for the energy absorbed, it overflowed. It's here. Xia Fei, startled, hastily spread out his hands. The large grass blades of peacock blue formed a carpet-like structure, which wrapped around the soul weapon embryos on the ground. This time, Xia Fei had emptied out the warehouse of the heavenly treasure firm, taking away all the raw materials used for making soul weapon embryos. Sabers and swords, even teapots made with elemental materials, Xia Fei could keep count of everything he had taken. At this moment, there were more than 10,000 soul weapon embryos laid out in front of him. The embryos were so densely laid out across the ground they made the eyes dizzy. As the energy entered Xia Fei's body, it was rapidly released. A hot spring seemed to flow from his body, arising from his seventh brain region and gushing out from his hands. The icy cold floor of the underground cave instantly became scorching hot as the excessive energy from the exotic beasts filled the space. This naturally was not the pure spirit energy Xia Fei usually used, but he did not care. This time, he only cared about quantity, not quality. Although he had the ability to refine this energy into spirit energy, Xia Fei refused to do so. This was because refining energy wasted time, and his body would be unable to take it, too. Mindlessly infusing the energy into the soul weapon embryos was already his limit. After all, these were 10,000 soul embryos. Xia Fei quickly finished collecting the energy from this wave of exotic beasts. There was a trick to collecting different kinds of energy, which was to attach one's spirit energy to it. When a small bit of spirit energy was applied to exotic beast energy, it became less volatile and was more easily infused. Xia Fei still had 26,000 units of spirit energy, and at a ratio of 1:100, it was enough to gather 2.6 million units of other kinds of energy. Xia Guocan began searching for another pack of exotic beasts to slaughter. They were currently on the outer edge, where there were not that many exotic beasts, so Xia Fei was able to take a short break at every interval. So many! Xia Guanghai came inside the cave to look and was astounded. 10,000 soul weapon embryos meant 10,000 soul weapons were about to be made. When did Xia Fei get this powerful? Xia Fei smiled. What you're looking at aren't soul weapons but temporary energy storage devices, instead. I've got only 1/100th of a unit of spirit energy to each of them, which can make them turn on. If they can be turned on and shut off, it will be a success. Not soul weapons. Xia Guanghai was surprised. What's the use in a simple energy storage device? It's very useful, Xia Fei said confidently. Whether we can succeed or not will depend entirely on this. Time went by very quickly, and before they knew it, an entire week had passed. In these 7 days, the Grand Ancestor had led the Skywings into a crazed killing spree of exotic beasts, while Xia Fei, who was even crazier, made temporary energy storage devices. Not even he could keep count of how many he had made so far. Radix, how far have you gotten? Xia Fei mentally communed with the other. I don't know. Xia Guocan and the others have lost themselves in their bloodlust long ago. There are corpses wherever I look. The exotic beasts truly deserve death. We've had sightings of numerous destroyed planets and people who failed to escape being killed. These exotic beasts are truly very cruel. When they run into ordinary people who can't run, they don't eat them, instead, they gruesomely slice their stomachs open, Radix said venomously. As the Skywing wolves ventured deeper into the beast flood, they found many horrifying sights. For example, some exotic beasts would leave marks on the walls, proving that they had been there. Some would brutally kill humans, while others would even kill their own kind. In short, the exotic beasts were very savage, somewhat different from the exotic beasts one would normally find in this piece of universe. Moreover, there were many highly intelligent beasts among them, and they were able to organize the beasts into formations to assail the Skywing Wolf Pack formation. Fortunately, the Skywings were speedsters on top of being well trained and ruthless, so they were able to push back the attacks from the beast flood each time. How many exotic beasts have you killed by now? Xia Fei asked. I didn't keep count, but it has to be in the tens of millions. Radix gave an estimate. This number matched with Xia Fei's estimate, but gathering this much energy had left him so tired he was already gasping for breath. He could even foresee the bitter battle that lay ahead of him. In these 7 days, Xia Guocan had led the Skywing wolves in killing tens of millions. The speed. The power. Truly bone-chilling. What's the highest rank of beast you've encountered in the beast flood? Xia Fei asked. No signs of any beast kings or divine beasts, let alone any holy beasts like Furball, Radix replied honestly. 7 days but not a single high-ranked beast. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and muttered in confusion. The Skywings have been moving so quickly, they must have fought their way into the center of the beast flood after 7 days. Where did all the high-ranking exotic beasts go? Chapter 1286, Fenjiu of the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons. Several days prior, the Alpha Universe, near the cosmic gate leading to the undercurrent. There was a small planet called South Stream. Together with its companion, North Stream, they formed the only thriving star system near the cosmic gate. No one could have imagined that the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons, who had betrayed the Annihilation Universe, were gathered in South Stream, in an unremarkable small hotel. They were dressed like businessmen, appearing no different from other travelers, as they went in and out of the hotel. The more dangerous the region, the greater the profit from trade. Nearly half of the population of South Stream was either businessmen or merchants hailing from other regions. The 13 Dragoons did not stand out at all in the middle of them. The 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons had booked an entire floor of the hotel. At this time, they were gathered in the room of their captain, Yabu, sitting around in a circle. Sunlight was streaming in from a small window, filling the room with warmth. Nanshazi still needs at least 10 days to prepare. In this time, you can go wherever you want, but remember that only by being inconspicuous can you survive. Yabu lowered his head and spoke in a stern voice. The 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons came from various different sapient races. Yabu was a typical Alpha human. Before Xia Fei, a total of 3 humans had been recruited from Alpha into the Devil Shadow Dragoons, and Yabu was one of them. In fact, he was the best of them. His deputies, Dallas and Tingai, were both from the Annihilator universe. The fact that the two were born in a higher universe compared to Yabu but were still ranked below him was proof of the man's strength. Notably, none of the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons objected. Even the most ill-tempered one, Tianku, did not dare to oppose Yabu. Nodding, Tingai, who was from the Crocodile Wheel clan, said, "I'm still suspicious of whether Nanshazi can be trusted or not. These dark spiritualists are quite sinister, and Nanshazi's also abnormally intelligent." Tingai wore a black scarf, which covered his face below the eyes, so his voice came out as very soft and muffled. There was nothing to be done about that, for the Crocodile Wheel clan had terrifying mouths, which were truly awful to behold. It was to the extent that Tingai even wore the scarf while eating, bringing up the food from beneath the scarf. Fortunately, at his rank, there was not a lot of time when one needed to eat, as warriors mostly relied on energy to maintain themselves. Yabu's eyes chilled as he asked calmly, "Sinister? You think that he can deceive us?" The Devil Shadow Dragoons all burst into laughter. Having remained concealed in the Annihilator for many years, the Devil Shadow Dragoons fully lived up to their title. Not only did they take the entire universe as their enemy, they had cleverly managed to hide themselves among the common folk. The dark spiritualists want to revive their lineage, and while they aren't part of our circle, we truly do have a transactional relationship. Friendship, affection, and brotherhood are all nonsensical things. On the contrary, relationships based on transactions such as this are the sturdiest of all. Raising his head, Yabu looked to the youngest of the 13 Dragoons. "Fenjiu, you've suddenly grown very taciturn. Is there something troubling you? You might as well let it out. I know that you like women. There are plenty of them around, you can buy any and torture them with your methods if you want. I recall that that's your favorite game." Everyone gave Fenjiu a sinister smile. He was the youngest and most perverted of the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons, with no fewer than 10,000 women dying at his hand every year. Moreover, he had a habit of always leaving behind corpses with their limbs cut off and reattached as though they were puppets. Fenjiu nodded silently and said nothing. After giving his orders, Yabu dismissed everyone. Not only Xia Fei, even Yabu understood the principle that the most dangerous place was often the safest, and this was why he had so boldly allowed his subordinates to go outside. Fenjiu silently left the hotel, the chubby Tianku trailing after him. At the entrance, Fenjiu suddenly stopped and turned around. "What are you following me for?" Tianku waved his hands, a wicked look on his face as he replied, "Relax. I'm not going with you. I have no interest in that awful habit of yours of torturing women." Fenjiu said, "Don't forget what Yabu said, no one is allowed to go and make trouble with Xia Fei, for it may ruin the plan." Tianku's face turned cold. His right hand was covered in a bandage, a wound left behind when Xia Fei detonated the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower. It was on that day that the 13 Devil Shadow Dragoons learned of Xia Fei's name, a young man with very insidious methods, and it was also from then on that Tianku had become obsessed with killing Xia Fei. No need. Once we take care of the undercurrent, it will be Wild Glacier's turn. I know that Xia Fei, along with his entire clan, lives there. I'll wait until that moment. Tianku threw these words out with a grim look on his face before turning and leaving. Fenjiu shook his head and looked up at the sky, muttering, "You can wait, but I can't." Fenjiu's face turned savage. This was when a strange stone appeared in his hand. It was triangular, like a pyramid, and the tips sharp. It shone like a jewel. The Sky Destroyer Stone. To be more precise, it was the Earth Elemental Immemorial Mystical Armament, the conglomeration of the 4 stones of the Southern Star. The immemorial mystical armaments were unfathomable and mysterious existences. When Xia Fei had completely integrated the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, the other 4 mystical armaments had also integrated with their kind despite not having masters. When the mystical armaments fused together, they needed a principal body. The 7 plants of the Cloud Sea had used the unkillable weed, peacock blue, as their main body. The 6 waters of Terror Genesis had used the black shell spring. The 4 stones of Southern Star had used the sharpest among them, the Sky Destroyer Stone. On that day, when Fenjiao was busy setting up the soul array which would destroy the cosmic gate, he sensed Xia Fei's existence. That powerful pull had instantly created in Fenjiao the desire to kill Xia Fei. The immemorial mystical armament seemed to inflict a sort of curse. They were extremely unwilling to see fusion take place. Back at the collapsed expanse of founders, Shui Shengsheng, who had obtained the water elemental mystical armament, Terror Genesis, had sensed Xia Fei and had also gone straight to attacking him. Although Shui Shengsheng died in the end, granting Xia Fei another immemorial mystical armament, his resolve to fight him to the death still left Xia Fei feeling very apprehensive. It was as though the mystical armament had hypnotized Shui Shengsheng, whom he had never met before, to loathe him completely. It was akin to being put under a curse. Xia Fei, who had obtained the plant elemental mystical armament, hoped to fuse all 5, but this meant that the 4 other mystical armaments would all treat Xia Fei as a must-kill enemy, and the warriors they attached themselves to would think the same, throwing aside everything to attack him. Xia Fei now had 2 mystical armaments. Once another immemorial mystical armament got within a certain distance of him, they would create a terrifying resonance that would draw enemies to attack him. If Fenjiao had not been busy setting up the soul array and had Yabu been standing at his side, suppressing him, Fenjiao would have definitely charged out then. Alas, by the time Fenjiao finished setting up the soul array and caused the beast flood, Xia Fei had already thrown a bomb and ran off, leaving Fenjiao feeling very disappointed. His sinister self had become so taciturn at this point after spending all day thinking about how he should kill Xia Fei. Today, Fenjiao could no longer restrain himself. Since Yabu had given them free time, he fully intended to finish off his mortal foe. Whoosh! Fenjiao quickly vanished among the crowd. There were no thoughts of torturing women on his mind, all he wanted was Xia Fei's life. Where did those high-ranking exotic beasts run off to? Xia Fei frowned as he muttered. Maybe there simply aren't any. It's been 7 days, but there's been no trace of any high-ranking exotic beasts, Radix replied, shrugging. Xia Fei shook his head. That's impossible. Holy beasts are truly very rare among exotic beasts, but there are immense numbers of high-ranking exotic beasts. After all, these guys have an unparalleled reproductive capacity, not at all like holy beasts, which are unique and have to rely on reincarnation. Let's be careful and not venture in too deeply. We just need to kill enough exotic beasts to be successful. There's no need to wrangle with the higher-ranking exotic beasts. Radix nodded. Relax. Xiaoguocan will have his own understanding of how to proceed. Besides, the Skywing Wolf Pack formation had gotten even more powerful after some adjustments, and it's all thanks to you. In the past, the Wolf Pack formation was known for its speed and unpredictability. Now, on top of possessing both those traits, it has incredible lethality. You didn't see it, but Xiaoguocan's group was once able to insta-kill more than 30,000 exotic beasts. It's several times more powerful compared to what it's like in the past. Radix felt very ecstatic over the positive effects of Xia Fei's modifications to the Wolf Pack formation. In the past, the formation, which had focused too much on variation, lacked offensive maneuvers. Xia Fei's modifications had endowed the Wolf Pack formation with maximal explosive power. No longer were there an excessive number of feints in the formation's attacks, rather, each move was lethal. In a place very far from the spatial gate, Fenjiao hid behind a drifting asteroid. From here, he could see Xia Guanghai patrolling around that small planet, constantly looking around. Serving as Xia Fei's sentry was actually pretty tough for Xia Guanghai. Unlike Xia Geng, he did not have the law of search, so he could only rely on his experience and senses. 7 days in a row of running around had him feeling very tired, but he still persisted. As Xiaoguocan's group drew farther and farther away, Xia Guanghai knew that it would be difficult for the Wolf Pack to reinforce them in a timely manner, and Xia Fei would have to rely on his own strength. Fenjiao smiled sinisterly. He was not Shui Shengsheng, who threw aside everything the moment he discovered that Xia Fei had an immemorial mystical armament. Fenjiao was a Devil Shadow Dragoon. What did Devil Shadow Dragoons study? Tactics. The Fiend clan was once the greatest of tacticians, and the Devil Shadow Dragoons rigorously trained and studied in the universe's weirdest tactics just to get closer to the Fiend clan. Ever since he found Xia Fei, Fenjiao had been patiently waiting. He not only wanted Xia Fei's life but also desired to execute him on the spot. It's about time, Fenjiao muttered. He opened his mouth slightly, and his Adam's apple began to bob. It was a very strange sight, for while it was clear that Fenjiao was using his voice to transmit an order, his surroundings remained eerily silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, in the cave, Furball jumped up, even little Goldie seemed to be in great pain. If Xia Fei were not with it, this demon chrysalis would really flee into dark space. In the distance, a mass of beasts began to converge on Xia Fei's planet. No wonder the Grand Ancestor had not run into high-ranked exotic beasts. They were all right here. This was Fenjiao's power. The Divine Phoenix's Heavenly Words, 1. Chapter 1287, Beast Spirit Codex vs Divine Phoenix's Heavenly Words. Xia Guanghai was startled, shading his eyes with one hand as he peered into the distance. The distant clamor had left him surprised, and when he focused his eyes, he saw that a large number of exotic beasts had appeared in the blackness of space, surging toward this location. The beast flood is here. Xia Guanghai felt very confused. The place he and Xia Fei had chosen was supposed to be rather far from the beast flood. This was precisely so that Xia Fei would be undisturbed while making soul weapons. For it to still be surrounded by the beast flood was far beyond what both men had expected. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai shot into the cave and saw that Xia Fei was looking strangely at Furball and little Goldie. Some sort of mysterious data was being transferred through his eyes, which soothed the two somewhat. The beast flood is coming. We should withdraw and go somewhere else, Xia Guanghai sternly said. Xia Fei shook his head. I know, but we can't withdraw. Why? Xia Guanghai asked in confusion. It was just the two of them. Was Xia Fei really planning on contending against the terrifying beast flood? This isn't the beast flood but someone's trap, instead, Xia Fei refuted, his gaze turning sharp. Just now, Furball and little Goldie have suddenly become very restless. If my guess is right, a special ability user is broadcasting an ultra-low frequency targeted on exotic beasts, instigating this beast flood attack. Retreating will likely make us fall into the enemy's trap. After all, we were the ones who chose this planet, so we understand it. Once we retreat into the unknown cosmos, the situation will no longer be under our control. Xia Guanghai was rather surprised. It turned out that Xia Fei had already noticed the new development and taken the corresponding countermeasures. The speed at which the latter's mind worked was simply beyond compare, which was what made Xia Fei Xia Fei. So we're not retreating? Xia Guanghai asked gravely. No retreat. Understood. Xia Guanghai nodded. He took out a large axe from his spatial ring, the high-ranking soul weapon he had gotten from the collapsed expanse of Founders. With a cold face, he determinedly sauntered out of the cave. Xia Fei put away the soul weapons on the ground and followed Xia Guanghai, whispering to him a few orders. It seems that they don't intend to retreat. What a pity that my intricate trap won't get a chance to show its full might, Fenjiao remarked, feeling surprised. Suddenly, Xia Fei turned toward the beast horde, two black beams shooting out of his eyes. This darkness was deeper and colder than the darkness of space, and it was packed with complex information. Through Xia Fei's ocular cognition, it was sent right into the brains of the exotic beasts. Rumble! The distant beast horde instantly fell into disarray. They began to fight with one another. Beast against beast. The Beast Spirit Codex could not just tame exotic beasts but could also make them go crazy. The effects were surprisingly good. One reason why the Beast Spirit Codex was even stronger was it being unleashed through the origin of heaven from the Triclopian Fiend clan. Another reason for it was the exotic beasts had already been under the control of Fenjiao's voice. The sudden addition of Xia Fei's ocular cognition had thrown the exotic beasts into immense pain from the conflict of these two beast-controlling techniques, making it easier for them to fall into chaos. Fenjiao frowned. He was quite alarmed at how quickly Xia Fei had seized control of the beasts. The Divine Phoenix's Heavenly Words was Fenjiao's ultimate technique. Besides this Devil Shadow Dragoon having many tactics, each one had a special attribute. Controlling beasts and sonic disruption were Fenjiao's specialties. Strange vibrations came from his throat at a faster rate, as Fenjiu refused to lose to Xia Fei's ocular cognition. He intensified his control over the exotic beasts, clashing with Xia Fei's. At this moment, an unseen clash between the Divine Phoenix's heavenly words and the Beast Spirit Codex was taking place. Bang! Xia Fei also strengthened his offensive. Fiendish energy exploded. All beast-controlling techniques emphasized aura. After all, beasts were different from humans, for they would only submit to the strong. Thus, someone who wanted to control beasts had to make themselves seem extremely powerful. Only by presenting a lethal threat to exotic beasts on the mental plane would exotic beasts bend their knees. There was originally no comparison between sound waves and ocular cognition, for the two methods were completely unrelated. Sound waves were unseeable and were only felt through one's ears and heart. Ocular cognition was more direct, as those exotic beasts only needed to look at Xia Fei in order to be drawn to his terrifying gaze, thereby losing all resistance. The clash between Xia Fei and Fenjiu threw the beast horde into even greater turmoil. After all, vision and sound were very different transmission methods, and making the exotic beasts suffer from both could easily shatter their minds. The veins on Xia Fei's face, particularly around his eyes, were bulging out. Fenjiu was not in much of a better state, his Adam's apple bizarrely pulsing and covered in veins. Bang! With a massive boom, an exotic beast finally broke under the combined pressure of Xia Fei and Fenjiu. It chose to self-detonate. An exotic beast's self-detonation shared the same principle as a warrior burning up their life force. They were both extremely powerful. In a flash, a large number of exotic beasts were felled. Wails resounded through the universe. So strong! Xia Guanghai was stunned. He finally understood that this silent clash of peak experts was far from simple as it first seemed. The mental energy of the two was causing these high-ranking exotic beasts to self-detonate. Just how cruel and brutal was all this? Xia Fei's gaze remained strong and focused. It was very difficult for one person to control a horde of thousands of high-ranking exotic beasts. This was like an enormous game of Go, and he could not afford to relax for the slightest moment. The slightest flaw could lead to a total reversal of the game. In the distance, the hidden Fenjiu was shocked. He was currently fighting Xia Fei to a draw. No matter how much power he put in or what control technique he used, Xia Fei was able to match him. Xia Fei's Eye of Darkness consumed 100 units of spirit energy every second, and Fenjiu needed even more, for sound wave control was not as direct as ocular cognition. As the saying went, eyes were the window to the soul, so Xia Fei was able to send his powerful will easily into the minds of the exotic beasts. Fenjiu, by comparison, needed to convert his sound waves into brain waves, a rather costly process. Every second, he consumed around 150 units of spirit energy. Bang bang! As their clash intensified, the exotic beasts came under greater mental pressure, and many of them started to buckle under the pressure and chose to self-detonate. Explosions resounded from the beast horde, and the encirclement that Fenjiu had gone to great lengths to create was beginning to crumble. This was exactly what Xia Fei wanted to see and what Fenjiu did not want to. With no time to think, Fenjiu pushed his control power to the very limit. Xia Fei did not seem ready for this. Fenjiu took this chance to wrestle control from him of the beast horde and had them crazily charge over. The torture had filled to the brim these exotic beasts with murderous intent. Fenjiu was in the middle of celebrating when Xia Fei suddenly turned his head, using his dark and cold gaze to scan the surrounding region. The intensity was enough. Xia Fei had intentionally made Fenjiu exert his strongest control so that he could find out where the latter was hiding. The beauty of sound waves was in energy differentiation. Although it used a lot of energy, as it was transmitted through ultra-low frequencies, it could not be seen. If Xia Fei had been a sonic expert like Fenjiu, he would have found the latter long ago, but he was not. His skill was ocular cognition. Thus, he could only force Fenjiu to use extremely powerful sound waves, so powerful that they left behind a trail that he could see. Others might be unable to see it, but Xia Fei could see the waves in the air. Those were the energy disturbances created by excessively powerful frequencies. Xia Fei could follow these disturbances back to Fenjiu's position. Furball! Xia Fei called as he charged at Fenjiu's location. Xia Fei grabbed Furball in his hand as if the holy beast were a baseball. He swung his arm back, and then he threw him out. Bang! Furball turned into a comet, a lethal comet as fast as light. Little Goldie! Whoosh! Another strong throw. Just like Furball, Little Goldie flew off in Fenjiu's direction. Hiding behind an asteroid, Fenjiu realized that he had fallen for a trap. While taking control of the beasts, he had been discovered by Xia Fei. After sending off Furball and Little Goldie, Xia Fei followed with Xia Guanghai, instantly forming an encirclement. Accelerated by Xia Fei, Furball had become extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Fenjiu. As he was of the energy type, he was covered in a thick layer of light. This, combined with his lightning-fast speed, made for a shocking lethality. Fenjiu did not dare to take on Furball's impact. After all, this was a crazy strike from a holy beast. If he took the attack, both of them would come away injured. As such, all he could do was dodge to the side. As an annihilator, Fenjiu had a very fast reaction. Just after leaving the asteroid he had been hiding behind, a massive boom ensued as it was obliterated. This created an even wider range attack as the debris became like shrapnel from an explosion and swept through the surroundings. At the same time, a gaping maw opened in the darkness of space, tearing the surroundings apart. Fenjiu used his hands to shield his face from the shrapnel, so he did not have time to observe his surroundings. However, when he did take a look, he saw that he had changed locations. He was not in conventional space but rather in dark space. Far off in the distance, Furball, Little Goldie, Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai were glaring at him. As for Fenjiu's powerful beast horde, it had been cut off by dark space. Shocked, Fenjiu immediately tried to recall what had happened. From the moment Xia Fei and Fenjiu started to vie for control of the beast horde, everything had already started to follow Xia Fei's tempo. By pretending to be weak, he had exposed Fenjiu's hiding spot. He had then thrown out Furball as a smokescreen. His attack made Fenjiu dodge, momentarily losing control of his surroundings. After Furball came Little Goldie, and it opened up a passage to dark space. By the time Fenjiu came back to his senses, he had already been transported over. It was a meticulous plan. The high-ranking exotic beasts gathered from afar and all of Fenjiu's tactics were completely ineffective in dark space. If the beast horde were here, Fenjiu would still not be at a disadvantage, even if he had been discovered. After all, he had sound waves. While controlling the beasts, he could employ other tactics, too, whereas Xia Fei would be forced to focus completely on ocular cognition, meaning that Xia Fei would be unable to attack him as he was using ocular cognition. He could not even move, for the slightest lack of focus would cause him to completely lose control of the beast horde. If Xia Fei did not take part in the battle, Fenjiu would only have to deal with Xia Guanghai, Furball and Little Goldie, a group that would be much weaker without Xia Fei acting as their commander. This was the plan Fenjiu had wanted. He was certain that he would not lose even if he was discovered. Alas, the battlefield was now dark space, and all of Fenjiu's tactics were useless here. He was now surrounded by Xia Fei's group. 2 cold lines of sweat trickled down Fenjiu's face as he frowned. As an Devil Shadow Dragoon, Fenjiu had studied tactics and was the most knowledgeable in them. He suddenly discovered that his tactics were absurdly simple compared to Xia Fei's. In the blink of an eye, the terrain and numbers had all flipped over to Xia Fei's side. It was clear that Xia Fei was the real tactician. Chapter 1288, Mystical Armament Phoenix Nest Drum. Dark Space. Fenjiu had been forced to reveal himself, and he was no longer able to use the beast control technique that he was so proud of. This was definitely not something he had expected. Xia Fei's tactics were very simple. Since his opponent was an expert at controlling beasts, if he tried to compete against his foe over control of the beast horde, he would be essentially giving a chance for his foe to use his full power. There was no reason to make his enemy happy, so he decided to make it so that neither side could use beast control techniques. It wasn't like Xia Fei specialized in only one thing. His expertise was in integrating many powerful combat techniques. A jack of all trades. Fenjiu paled and scowled as he realized what a passive position he had fallen into and grew fearful of Xia Fei's tactics. Fenjiu could tell that Xia Fei was on par with him when it came to beast control, but Xia Fei could also give up on such a powerful ability without even the slightest hesitation. This was a sign of Xia Fei's murderous resolve, and opponents this decisive were often very troublesome to deal with. So this is the guy scheming against us from the shadows. This accursed scoundrel. Xia Guanghai cursed. It had always been the Skywing Wolves scheming against others, so Xia Guanghai was very unhappy that this seemingly young fellow had been plotting against them. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai accelerated suddenly. As the Skywing Grand Ancestor's appointed successor, Xia Guanghai possessed incredible speed. While it could not match Xia Fei's 30 million meters per second, he was still someone who could break the 10 million barrier. He swung his axe in a semicircle, sending it howling toward Fenjiahu. Different from the agility of the other Skywings, Xia Guanghai and Xia Guoqin were more brutish, favoring large sweeping moves. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Xia Guoqin wanted Xia Guanghai to take one of the two chief stewards' place in the Skywing clan. Humph! Fenjiahu snorted. Although he had been forced into dark space, Fenjiahu was not panicking by much. After all, he was a dragoon, and many years of tough training had endowed him with formidable willpower. Swiftly extending a finger, Fenjiahu took aim at a point, which Xia Guanghai's trajectory would definitely take him through, and shouted, "Demon sound, explode!" Rumble! Magically, the place Fenjiahu pointed at exploded. This sonic explosion was even more frightening than an energy attack, shattered syllables turning into projectiles while the ultra-low frequencies made the world fall completely silent. At its apex, a sonic explosion would surpass the sensory powers of the ears, making it so that there was no sound at all. The swiftly traveling form of Xia Guanghai was thrown back. Too many shattered syllables had passed through his body, attempting to blast apart his organs. Xia Guanghai was thrown off far into the distance, but as expected of the toughest Skywing, he stood back up. Alas, blood was trickling out from his mouth, nose, and ears. Wiping off the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, Xia Guanghai said bitterly, "He's a bit tougher than I thought." When Xia Guanghai got blasted away by the demon sound explosion, Xia Fei did not come to his aid. Instead, he used the origin of heaven from the Triclopean Fiend clan to observe the details of Fenjiahu's technique. He rarely encountered a sonic expert at such an absurd level, so he first needed to understand his opponent. Moreover, Xia Guanghai was the sort to get angry over being helped rather than be thankful. "Be careful. He's probably a dragoon," Xia Fei said sternly. Xia Guanghai was startled. Xia Fei had not explained to him what a dragoon was, but he could guess from the name that Fenjiahu was no ordinary annihilator but someone extremely strong. Instead, his eyes cold, Fenjiahu replied, "Yes, I am a dragoon, a devil shadow dragoon. The smallest dragoon force of the 4 annihilator dragoon forces but the most elite, while you are only a devil shadow dragoon neophyte." Xia Fei had already guessed this, but Fenjiahu's fighting style was very similar to the only other devil shadow dragoon he had met before, Ling Boyu. Xia Fei saw what had happened earlier very clearly. Fenjiahu had pointed at some place, and like magic, a sonic explosion had occurred there. However, that was not a simple explosion. At the moment of the explosion, Fenjiahu's Adam's apple had twitched, and an energy similar to that of a fiend soul weapon had come from the hand hidden behind his back. Xia Fei guessed that Fenjiahu's voice was activating some sort of fiend soul weapon. This was the key. Him pointing his finger was actually a diversion. Moreover, Fenjiahu had a force field or a sound field, sounds traveling at high speeds and forming a protective barrier around him. This stopped Xia Fei's eye technique and prevented him from seeing the energy circulation in Fenjiahu's body. The demon sound explosion had created a terrifying scene, and Xia Fei was able to see many shattered syllables rapidly expanding into weapons sharper than energy waves and instantly spreading over a long distance. This indicated that when sound reached the apex, it became a lethal weapon. No one could stop the penetrative and shocking power of sound waves. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "I was actually looking forward to fighting alongside the Devil Shadow Dragoons, but it seems like I'm not very welcome." "Welcome you?" Fenjiahu shot back coldly. "The Devil Shadow Dragoon has long ceased to exist. We've already completely ended our relationship with the Annihilation Universe. If you want a welcome, then the God of Death will be the one to welcome you. You may not understand your situation. The Devil Shadow Dragoons no longer exist, but you're a Devil Shadow Dragoon neophyte. Even if we don't kill you, Annihilators will. No matter where you go, only death awaits you." The Devil Shadow Dragoons were skilled in tactics, and Fenjiahu was trying to use his words to shake up Xia Fei's will to fight. Xia Fei was cunning, and he naturally would not let Fenjiahu succeed. Nonetheless, he felt shocked over the news that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had betrayed the Annihilator universe. If this was really the case, Xia Fei may be in a difficult spot. The major figures from the Annihilation universe were probably going crazy with rage at this force that had turned traitor twice already, and Xia Fei was unlucky enough to be a reserve member of such force. Xia Fei laughed suddenly. No wonder Souza had been so worried when he met him that day and why White Haze had told him to keep himself safe. It turned out that they already knew. "Xia Fei." Xia Guanghai saw that Xia Fei was in a rare daze and called his name. His eyes flashed with cold sparks. Xia Fei suddenly exploded with murderous intent and fiend energy. I don't know about anything else, but for the crime of hurting the Skywings, you will be handing over your life today. Rumble. Xia Fei shot off, accelerating in a curved trajectory. Putting aside anything else, Feng Jiao was doomed the moment he had injured Xia Guanghai. The Skywings were never ones to suffer a loss. Speed isn't everything. Taste the power of my demon sound. Feng Jiao shot off like a rocket, his speed comparable to Xia Fei's. Through ocular cognition, Xia Fei could see that Feng Jiao was surrounded with fragmented syllables, and these syllables were shooting outward. Feng Jiao was pushing himself forward using sound waves. Sound had a powerful explosive force when compressed, and Feng Jiao had a divine control over sound. The speed from the sonic boom pushing allowed him to avoid Xia Fei's attack. Mystical armament. Phoenix Nest Drum. Feng Jiao roared as he threw something out. This thing moved very quickly and expanded in the air. In a flash, it had become a golden armored giant, standing 100 meters high. Its left hand held a hammer, while its right hand held a drum. This armored giant pointed the giant drum in Xia Fei's direction and then beat on the drum with the hammer. Not good. Xia Fei rapidly retreated while sending out Peacock Blue in his right hand and the Fiend Lock in his left hand. Peacock Blue was a weed and had the traits of containment and absorption, and buildings often used wood as a way to dampen sound. Xia Fei had come up with the idea of using Peacock Blue as a sound dampener in the hopes of avoiding Feng Jiao's sonic attacks. Rumble. Peacock Blue unfurled, its green-blue blades blotting out the world. As for the Fiend Lock, it began to spin rapidly in the air. Everyone knew that spinning something sharp around would create a shrill whistle, like the sound made when a saber or sword came chopping down. The Fiend Lock was sharp, flexible, and thin. As Xia Fei rapidly spun it around, it created a deafening screech. Rumble. Feng Jiao's armored giant beat on the giant drum. Such power! This strike obliterated the leather drum skin, turning it into powder. An ultra-low frequency sound wave, which the ear could not hear, swept outward. Through ocular cognition, Xia Fei could see powerful waves several hundred meters tall. One after the other. Each wave was made of sound, the shattered syllables like sparks from chafing metal, churning as they were pushed outward. Bang! Peacock Blue clashed with the first wave, and the green-blue blades of grass were obliterated. Xia Fei used the Fiend Lock's high-frequency sound waves to clash with the second wave. Sound wave versus sound wave. High-frequency sound waves were extremely penetrating, while low-frequency sound waves were extremely oppressive. Xia Fei's sound wave passed through the vast low-frequency sound wave like a pack of sprites. The wave began to fall apart as if it were being sliced apart by countless invisible knives. The third wave came next, and to this, Furball and Little Goldie growled in unison. The growls of two beast kings could alarm the world. Xia Fei's high-frequency sound wave had been running out of power after dealing with one wave, but the combined growls of Furball and Little Goldie were a powerful driving force that kept the wave going. Even the shattered leaves of Peacock Blue began to be pushed forward by the wave. 3 lines of defense had been unable to stop Feng Jiao's Phoenix Nest drum, but it had managed to slow down and break down his ultra-low-frequency sonic attack. Pointless struggle. There's no stopping ultra-low-frequency sound waves. It will still engulf you. Feng Jiao stopped moving and said resentfully. The tsunami-like sound wave had only slowed down, not disappeared. The danger was still present, but Xia Fei had disappeared. His crazy speed let Xia Fei move instantly. The pieces of Peacock Blue filling the sky served as Xia Fei's best cover. From Feng Jiao's perspective, there was nothing but a dense mass being pushed toward him along a sound wave, so he had not noticed that Xia Fei had used breath control to hide himself among the leaves to get to him. Rumble. A figure shot out of the leaves, the white dragon's screech infused with the law of primal chaos slicing down. Feng Jiao opened his eyes in terror. Xia Fei had pushed through the ultra-low-frequency sound wave? That was simply unbelievable. Although Xia Fei's feet were injured, that piece of very ordinary armor on his chest was completely unharmed. After all, this was the power of Flying Eagle Plume, the broken wing Sky Devil's combat armor. How did he do it? Cried Feng Jiao mentally. At the same time that Feng Jiao scrunched up his body, a sharp golden boulder flew into the air, slamming into Xia Fei's white dragon's screech with a terrifying boom. Finally, the Earth Elemental Immemorial Mystical Armament, Southern Star, had appeared. Chapter 1289, A Collision of 3 Elemental Mystical Armaments. Boom! The Earth Elemental Mystical Armament, Southern Star, flew through the air. The massive pyramidal stone clashed with Xia Fei's chaos-infused white dragon's screech. The law of primal chaos had the property of reversal, whereas the earth element was the most stable of the 5 immemorial elements and was the most difficult to reverse. With a massive boom, Xia Fei and Feng Jiahu broke apart, the two of them staring at each other across a distance of 1 kilometer. As for immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, it began to shudder fiercely. Mystical armaments had met. Peacock Blue's latent consciousness was being summoned. Feng Jiahu seemed to be hiding something in his sleeve. When White Dragon's screech had clashed against Southern Star, Feng Jiahu had squatted and pointed his left arm at Xia Fei sinisterly. Xia Fei, who had sensed something wrong at once, swiftly pulled away. There was definitely something weird in Feng Jiahu's hand. An immemorial mystical armament. Xia Fei's eyes brightened. I didn't think that you'd have the Southern Star. It seems like we'll have to fight to the death today. Feng Jiahu was very sinister. His soundwave protection had prevented Xia Fei from observing his immediate surroundings, so he had not realized that Feng Jiahu had come with the earth elemental mystical armament. If Southern Star had not suddenly attacked, Xia Fei's meticulously calculated attack might have struck the tree. The earth elemental mystical armament was very sturdy, and Xia Fei would need all of his strength to destroy it. However, Feng Jiahu had something else in his hand, which had disrupted Xia Fei's plan and forced him to retreat. You're quite cunning yourself. You acted like you were trying to block my ultra-low frequencies, but you were actually trying to ambush me. It's such a pity that someone with your tactics and reaction speed can't be part of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Feng Jiahu stood up and said. Behind him was a sharp pyramid-sized boulder. Southern Star was so big, how exactly would Feng Jiahu use it? There was also whatever he had in his hand. Xia Fei would not be careless. The Devil Shadow Dragoons controlled the 3 great storehouses of the Fiend clan, and countless rare treasures had been stored within it for the Devil Shadow Dragoons' use. This resource advantage was very difficult to deal with. When he was fighting Ling Boyu, that guy's endless stream of high-grade soul weapons had caused a lot of trouble for Xia Fei. Feng Jiahu was even worse. He was not just an annihilator but also a dragoon wielding powers originating from the fiends and the earth elemental mystical armament. Xia Fei said nothing as he lowered his body and prepared to charge. This was not just a battle against a dragoon but also a grudge match between immemorial mystical armaments. Only death would end it. The fiend wings unfurled. Xia Fei pushed his fiendish energy to the limit. Furball and Little Goldie realized that this would not be an easy battle and began to ready themselves. Only Xia Guanghai circled around the edge. He seemed to be doing this on purpose, creating some distance so that he could observe the battlefield from afar. Bang! Xia Fei shot forward like a cannonball. His speed was fast, but Southern Star transformed even faster. Xia Fei had just set off when that sharp boulder changed form, using its sharp edges to bar Xia Fei's path. Whoosh! Xia Fei pushed off with his toes, rising into the air to attack from above, but Southern Star changed again. Its sharp edge shot upward like a sword. Its body was enormous, yet it was extremely agile, like a hedgehog made from stone. As long as Xia Fei got close, Southern Star would use its sharp edges to force Xia Fei back. Feng Jiahu looked at Xia Fei smugly. These 2 times, he had not attacked at all, allowing the latter to fight against Southern Star. Do you still not get it? The Earth Elemental Mystical Armament has the traits of containment and sturdiness. It's a perfect balance, for this allows it to attack and defend at the same time. With Southern Star around, I can't be defeated. Feng Jiahu said pompously. The 5 elemental mystical armaments had their various specialties, and the earth element represented balance. Xia Fei was in no rush. He did not waste time chatting with Feng Jiahu, who should still be hiding a treasure, and had attacked merely as a way of probing the enemy. Xia Fei speculated that Feng Jiahu was holding another sonic soul weapon, probably meant to augment the latter's ultimate move. By knowing one's enemy and knowing oneself, one could win every battle. Xia Fei would try and kill his enemy, but until he understood all of his opponent's strength, he would not reveal everything he had. When empowered by fiend energy, Xia Fei moved very quickly. He was like a high-speed ghost, constantly making circles around Feng Jiahu. Feng Jiahu's eyes exploded with killing intent as he shouted, "So this is all you have? Remember, speed is formidable, but it's not invincible." Feng Jiahu attacked, a sonic explosion pushing him forward and right into Xia Fei's trajectory. As a dragoon, Feng Jiahu possessed an accurate judgment and knew where Xia Fei would be in the next second. Crafty approach. Suddenly, Xia Fei's rapidly moving form made an unreasonable turn, changing his trajectory and causing him to retreat. You've got some skill. Fenjiao was startled and then pursued him. The massive southern star was somehow also able to fly, and it was just as fast as Fenjiao. Fenjiao was in front, while Southern Star was behind, pressing forward like a giant mountain. Done. Just when Fenjiao was about to reach Xia Fei, his throat pulsing to unleash another low-frequency sound attack, Xia Guanghai's shout could suddenly be heard. In a flash, a soul array activated. Immemorial mystical armament Southern Star seemed to be stopped by something, and Fenjiao also stopped. It turned out that Xia Guanghai had been laying down a soul array. Following Xia Fei's instructions, Xia Guanghai threw around the soul weapons that Xia Fei had just made, creating a giant net. The moment the soul array was completed, Xia Fei activated it, restraining Fenjiao and his immemorial mystical armament. I'm not going down that easily. Fenjiao howled. Southern Star began to expand rapidly as it tried to use its changing size to destroy Xia Fei's newly constructed array. Meanwhile, Fenjiao once more used his ultra-low frequency sonic attack. Whoosh! Xia Fei retreated at full speed, going off to join up with Xia Guanghai in the distance. This is a chance to test and see if my soul array can pose any threat to annihilators, Xia Fei said sternly. Xia Guanghai swallowed. Sure enough, Xia Fei was unconventional as always, testing out a soul array in the middle of battle. It must be understood that Xia Guanghai had thrown out at least 5,000 soul weapons. Even if these were not real soul weapons and were simply temporary energy storage devices, their number was simply too shocking. Not even in his dreams could Fenjiao have imagined a soul array with 5,000 cores. Rumble. In the distance, there was a boom as Southern Star broke the soul array's restraints. It seems like it still needs some adjustment. The activation speed is too slow, Xia Fei said. I'll hold him down while you follow my instructions. Xia Fei put on the mental transmission halo and then quickly took it off again. A complete soul array diagram appeared in Xia Guanghai's mind. Xia Guanghai memorized the composition of the soul array and shot off to make the adjustments to the array while Xia Fei charged at Fenjiao. Fenjiao had Southern Star and his sonic techniques, but the mystical armament had its offensive limits and the sound waves grew weaker the greater the distance they traveled. This was a natural weakness of sonic transmission. Xia Fei would often retreat several million kilometers and then instantly come back in order to neutralize Fenjiao's attacks. Speed types were truly difficult to deal with. It would be fine if Xia Fei was actually fighting with Fenjiao, but if Xia Fei chose not to fight directly, not even sound could catch up to him. Gradually, Fenjiao started to panic. I have to thank you. After around an hour, Xia Fei folded his arms and said this coldly. Thank you for helping me test my important array. If not for you, I wouldn't have realized that soul arrays have a flaw of slow activation speed when dealing with experts. Fenjiao gnashed his teeth in anger. Xia Fei was like a cunning snake, avoiding battle and drawing him time and again into the soul array, treating him as a test subject. Alas, Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai were simply too fast, and Fenjiao could not do anything about that. I admit that you run fast, but if you just keep running, you'll never be able to defeat me. Fenjiao said loudly. Xia Fei shook his head. Running is just a tactical necessity. Whoosh! Xia Fei extended his right arm, and Peacock Blue, who had been destroyed 1 hour ago, flew out. By now, it had already half recovered. Fenjiao laughed. He guessed that Xia Fei was using the same move from the beginning. At the start of the battle, Xia Fei had used the grass debris from Peacock Blue to cover him as he rushed up to Fenjiao to deal him a heavy blow. It had been quite a frightening move, but using the same move on an expert wasn't wise. Fenjiao was confident that he wouldn't lose this time. Xia Fei had already begun to accelerate. Drawing a perfect curve, he rushed at Fenjiao from the side. Unlike last time, Fenjiao did not use his sonic mystical armament, the Phoenix Nest drum, instead flinging out his sleeve. In his left hand was a palm-sized black toad. Xia Fei was startled. He recognized this. It was a black star toad, a divine beast that used sound to kill. A black star toad had 9 white stars on its body, prominently standing out among its warty black skin. This meant that this divine beast had reached the apex. Level 9. Tear him apart, bellowed Fenjiao viciously. Xia Fei could finally see what Fenjiao was doing. Man and toad unleashed their sounds in unison. As Feng Yu's Adam's apple twitched, the black star toad's belly inflated with air, and then it opened its mouth. Rumble. A tsunami of sound even greater than the one from before swept through the world. The sound tore apart everything in its path. However, Feng Jiahu discovered that Xia Fei was not using the same tactic, for Peacock Blue did not unfurl, nor did the fiend lock appear. As for Furball and Little Goldie, they did not even come with him. Clashes between experts were done within split seconds. Just when it seemed like Xia Fei was about to collide with Feng Jiahu's ultra-low frequency wave, something black began to creep across Xia Fei's body. This was the other immemorial mystical armament, Terror Genesis. Feng Jiahu was stunned. He had no idea that Xia Fei had not only one but two immemorial mystical armaments, instead. When he sensed Xia Fei, he only sensed the powerful energy of an immemorial mystical armament on him, so he did not know that both Cloud Sea and Terror Genesis belonged to the latter. Bang! The water element, the all-permeating Terror Genesis, served as Xia Fei's third set of combat armor. Fiend Scar, Terror Genesis, Flying Eagle Plume. The Fiend Clan's Annihilator grade weightless armor, the water elemental immemorial mystical armament, and the super armor that belonged to the Broken Wing Sky Devil provided a legendary defense. Feng Jiahu did not have time to be shocked, for Xia Fei had already busted through the sound wave. The softness of the water elemental mystical armament Terror Origin had absorbed all of the low-frequency sound waves. Rumble. Immemorial mystical armament Southern Star used its tough edges to stab at Xia Fei, but he merely flung his right arm at it. Rumble. Peacock Blue swung its grass-like blades, stabbing them into Southern Star's body. In nature, the roots of trees could often break boulders. This was because of the overwhelming tenacity of trees. Immemorial mystical armaments were filled with bloodlust when they met one another. Today, Terror Genesis and Cloud Sea used 200% of their combat power. Moreover, the five elemental mystical armaments countered or complemented one another, and among them, Plant countered Earth. Chapter 1290, Xia Fei also eats divine beasts. Peacock Blue's blades of grass penetrated into the body of Earth elemental mystical armament Southern Star. Even a barren land could not stop weeds from growing, for the plant element had the trait of extreme tenacity. This current situation was extremely similar to that of the natural world. Peacock Blue had broken through Southern Star's defenses with a single move. This was because the plant element countered the earth element. Xia Fei roared, sending enormous power through Peacock Blue into the earth elemental mystical armament, and the giant pyramidal stone was pushed away. At the same time, Xia Fei poured primal chaos energy into White Dragon's Screech and swung it at Feng Jiahu's head. Feng Jiahu was flabbergasted. Xia Fei's three layers of defense, particularly water elemental mystical armament, were monstrous. Terror Genesis's layer of pliable black liquid had absorbed the shock of the sonic explosion, and whatever shattered sounds managed to make it past Terror Genesis were blocked by Eagle Plume and Fiend Scar. In this way, Feng Jiahu's sonic attacks found it very tough to harm Xia Fei. White Dragon's Screech had already reached Feng Jiahu's head. The mystical armament and sonic attacks, which he was so proud of, were all ineffective, and he was about to be turned into meat paste. At this moment, the black star toad in Feng Jiahu's hand breathed and then let out an explosive bellow. This was a classic move to make sure that neither side won. This was akin to Feng Jiahu holding a bomb in his hand, which he detonated in front of him and Xia Fei. What a crazy divine beast! Xia Fei had not expected Feng Jiahu's ugly toad to be this unreasonable, attacking its master along with Xia Fei. Rumble. The immense sound ripped through dark space, causing the ground for tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction to quake. After compression, this sound had far surpassed the limits set down by physics. The speed, the waveform, the explosive power, it was comparable to a light explosion. This was why only this sound, which had been compressed to the limit, could be called demon sound. Whoosh! Both men were both thrown back a far distance. Feng Jiahu kneeled on the ground and threw up blood. As for Xia Fei, managed to stand up, though just barely, and now had a rather nasty look on his face. The Black Star Toad truly deserved its reputation as a top-class divine beast. Together with Earth Elemental Southern Star, they created a powerful combination. Feng Jiahu raised his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and glared at Xia Fei. "Give me back Black Star!" "Black Star?" Was the Black Star Toad in Xia Fei's hands. Xia Fei raised his left hand, revealing that he really did have the divine beast. The ugly toad was tightly bound by the fiend chain, Furball and Little Goldie flanking it as they howled at the creature. They were waiting for Xia Fei's order to lunge at the toad and tear it apart. This was absolute speed. Black Star's powerful attack had thwarted Xia Fei's plan, so as revenge, Xia Fei had captured this divine beast using the fiend chain. Avenge every wrong. This was Xia Fei's style. Xia Fei felt very angry, for this strange toad had caused his second intricately planned attack to fail. Terror Genesis was now in hibernation. After all, while it had managed to stop that terrifying sonic attack, it had consumed much of its energy. Terror Genesis would be unusable for at least 1 hour, which was very disadvantageous to Xia Fei. Return it to you? Fine. Xia Fei roared, grabbing Black Star's hind legs and pulling hard. Bang! Like a balloon being stomped on, Black Star was torn in half. Green liquid splattered all over Xia Fei. Such cruelty! Exotic beasts and their masters shared an extremely deep affection. If Xia Fei had watched Furball being stomped to pieces by an enemy, he would have definitely gone crazy. Fenjiao was so angry that his face turned green. Letting out crazed howls, he scratched his body. It was as if Xia Fei had not killed Black Star but his father, instead. Suddenly, Xia Fei had a strange feeling, as if something was drifting out of the remnants of the Black Star toad's body. Xia Fei made what seemed to him like a natural reaction, wrapping this unseen substance in spirit energy and then decomposing and absorbing it. His eyes brightened. His mind whirred, and he understood at once what was going on. It turned out that the serpent-swallowing whale's devouring of exotic beasts did not involve eating exotic beasts with one's mouth like some savage, rather, it used the special soul mark of a spiritualist to absorb the soul of an exotic beast, thereby strengthening oneself. Xia Fei's face brimmed with joy. It was not that he had not killed any exotic beasts before, rather, the Black Star toad was a top-class exotic beast. A peak divine beast. Its soul was already ripe, like a golden fruit on a tree in autumn, so delicious it made one drool. Perhaps for this reason, Xia Fei immediately wanted to eat up this exotic beast. It was as though there was a voice shouting in Xia Fei's mind, "Eat it! Eat it and you can become stronger." Following the instructions of the serpent-swallowing whale, Xia Fei swiftly began to try it out. Devouring an exotic beast's soul first required breaking it down. After all, an exotic beast's energy system was different from that of a sapient life form. The soul must be broken down into tiny particles and then converted into energy that Xia Fei could absorb. As for the soul itself, Xia Fei did not dare to take the risk. Only someone like Fukan, who had a damaged 7th brain region, needed to use the soul as a restorative agent. All Xia Fei needed was to feast on energy. Divine beasts were divine beasts because of their power and because they had souls as well as intelligence. As Xia Fei absorbed the Black Star toad's soul, it rampaged around in his body, leaving him in unspeakable pain. Withdraw! Xia Fei called and then swiftly retreated from dark space with Xia Guanghai. Xia Guanghai did not understand why Xia Fei wanted to withdraw. Xia Fei had already torn Black Star toad to pieces, and with Fenjiao robbed of his divine beast, this was the perfect time to kill him. Alas, Xia Fei did not seem to have a normal expression, so Xia Guanghai did not ask too many questions. Xia Guanghai also felt baffled as to why Furball was howling at Xia Fei's stomach. Those of the speed type fought when they wanted to fight and left when they wanted to leave. Fenjiao chased Xia Fei like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. It appeared that the mental blow from losing the Black Star toad was so severe it almost made his mind collapse. Alas, it only took a little while for Xia Fei to leave Fenjiao so far behind that he could be neither seen nor heard. The pain in his body intensified. Xia Fei needed to use the method prescribed in the serpent-swallowing whale so that he could digest the Black Star toad. After all, eating and digesting a divine beast were two completely different things. After finding a floating rock, Xia Fei sat down and began to adjust his breathing and energy. "What's going on?" Xia Guanghai asked. "There's no time to explain. I ate a Black Star toad, so I must digest it immediately," Xia Fei said urgently. Xia Guanghai swallowed and said in shock, "You ate it? You can eat divine beasts?" Xia Fei had not expected that his first attempt at using the serpent-swallowing whale, this secret method of eating exotic beasts, would be with a divine beast, and a top-class one at that. The Black Star toad was very wild, constantly running amok in Xia Fei's body. The serpent-swallowing whale was very vague when it came to devouring an exotic beast to strengthen oneself. The more secretive something was, the more difficult it was to completely put it down in words. This was the commonality shared between all codexes. Writing down too many details would cause a secret art to lose its air of mystery. Moreover, if everyone could understand an art just by reading about it, what would be the point of having a teacher? Thus, secret arts were generally orally transmitted. There were few like Xia Fei who would recklessly try secret arts, but none had had their first try with a top-class divine beast. Xia Fei's powerful energy control ability played a decisive role in this, for it allowed him to break down and convert energy quickly. Thus, though he had a tough time, he was filled with satisfaction. It was as though a pipe were attached to his brain region, but instead of water, this pipe would send over the essence the black star toad had accumulated throughout its life. An exotic beast's soul was truly exquisite, and in the process of converting this energy, Xia Fei also honed his energy controlling ability. Xia Fei had converted and absorbed a lot of energy in the past, but those had all been from dead creatures. That black star toad's energy, meanwhile, was still alive. It could even resist and escape. As such, while Xia Guanghai, Furball, and Little Goldie stood guard, they were alarmed by the energy waves coming from Xia Fei's body. Time passed and Xia Fei eventually began to grasp the method of dealing with the black star toad. Rather than dealing with it directly, it was better to use his control over energy and to just give it an occasional stab, bleeding it out slowly. Around half an hour later, the black star toad's soul had become very weak. Xia Fei's incessant sneak attacks had whittled away its resistance. Now is the moment. Xia Fei instantly changed his tactics, using spirit energy to seize the divine beast's soul, crazily tearing it down. The soul was also a kind of energy, dark energy. Black Star was able to put up such a fierce resistance because it had been brimming with energy, but now, half of its energy belonged to him. Xia Fei had gotten stronger, while Black Star had become weaker, so they were no longer opponents of the same level. Bang! Xia Fei's entire body felt relaxed from the sensation of abundant energy, as though he had eaten an immortal peach. The exhaustion from creating soul weapons 7 days in a row had been completely swept away, replaced with power, instead. In these 7 days, Xia Fei had been doing 2 things at once, forging soul weapons and cultivating his soul mark. This had always been his habit. At this moment, he was bursting with energy. He even felt like he could break through the threshold at one go. Rumble! 8 soul marks began to revolve in dark space, flashing with all sorts of colors. The 8 soul marks swiftly returned to Xia Fei's brain region, and dark space returned to normal. Xia Guanghai came over and asked curiously, "Did I see 8 soul marks just now? Have you promoted again?" Xia Fei nodded, replying casually, "Yes, I had a little too much energy after eating the divine beast, so I decided to make a charge at the next threshold. I didn't expect to actually break through." Xia Guanghai was rendered speechless. In his view, Xia Fei's way of advancement was very strange. It appeared that Xia Fei could advance whenever, be it while fighting, eating, or even sleeping. It seemed like he existed for cultivation. In just a decade, he had done what others needed thousands of years to accomplish. Now he had gone to the extremes of eating divine beasts to advance. "How much energy did eating that black star toad give you?" Xia Guanghai asked. "Not much. 200,000 units." Xia Fei stood up as he gave this reply nonchalantly. Chapter 1291, Harvest. Although Xia Fei appeared to be very calm, his heart was actually beating like crazy. 200,000 units, and this was after being converted to spirit energy, meaning that this was of the purest kind. Before using the serpent-swallowing whale, Xia Fei could have never imagined that a mature divine beast could have that much energy. 200,000 was an astronomical figure. Only now did Xia Fei realize that energy, the most important source of power for a warrior, was actually this close to him. He simply needed to catch an exotic beast and devour it according to the secret method outlined in the serpent-swallowing whale. "Say that again? How much?" Xia Guanghai rubbed his ears and asked in shock. 200,000. Xia Fei smiled as he repeated that shocking number. "Heavens! Actually 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. Xia Guanghai held up 2 fingers as he shouted crazily. Meanwhile, the cunning Furball jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and began to nuzzle against him. Xia Fei's energy reserve was filled to the bursting, so Furball would also benefit. The sly Furball had realized this, so he immediately began to fawn on his master. As for Little Goldie, it just made a silly smile. This fellow was not as smart as Furball. "Hurry up and tell me how you managed to eat that divine beast. There are so many exotic beasts outside. If we eat them all, we'll earn a fortune," said Xia Guanghai excitedly. Xia Fei shrugged. "Sorry. From what I can understand, those of the soul system are unable to devour exotic beasts, for the soul system doesn't have the ability to convert energy. 2. Xia Guanghai deflated like a punctured balloon, dropping his head and sighing. It was only a difference of energy systems, but the difference was like that between heaven and earth. This was like a fusion of artificer and energy master, capable of both creation and the extremely difficult energy conversion. It was true that comparison could anger someone to death, no wonder spiritualists had such a high status in the Alpha universe. After a pause, Xia Fei continued. It's very strange. This method for devouring exotic beasts seems to have been designed for spiritualists, and the unrestricted soul spirit mark appears to suit this method of absorbing energy very much. This was probably the reason why Fukin passed this codex to me. Xia Guanghai sat on the ground and sighed. Even you call it the unrestricted soul spirit mark, of course, it's only natural for it to have the ability to absorb souls and turn them to spirit. Xia Fei was stunned. He had not realized the significance of the name, only thinking that it sounded nice, but now it appeared that this was the actual reason. What did it mean to be unrestricted then? Xia Fei ignored the fact that he was still in dark space and flipped through the serpent-swallowing whale codex once more. After personally experiencing the process of soul absorption, Xia Fei had gained a deeper understanding of this codex. There was no doubt that this codex was not something just any spiritualist could learn. Xia Fei's soul mark was very special. Just like a giant furnace, it absorbed everything he had learned before, fusing all together. Now, Xia Fei had also absorbed the soul of a top-class divine beast and digested it. Xia Fei could not help but think of a common saying, different routes lead to the same destination. The meaning of that saying was that no matter what path anyone walked, the ultimate endpoint was the same for everyone. Xia Fei had learned far too much in his life, and these were slowly being integrated by his soul marks and converted into combat power, which was an embodiment of that saying. Pouting, Xia Guanghai sighed. I just don't understand how a single divine beast could have 200,000 units of energy. Isn't that a little too excessive? After some thought, Xia Fei replied, it's understandable. Divine beasts and holy beasts have very long lives, and there's no telling how many epochs the black star toad has lived. Energy starts accumulating from day one, and we can't underestimate that accumulation. After all, it's a high-ranked divine beast. Take Furball as an example, this guy still isn't fully mature yet, but he's already eaten up around 10,000 units of my spirit energy. By the time he matures, he'll definitely have broken 20,000, and 10 years after maturity, he'll have broken well past 100,000. What about after 100 years, 1,000 years? Xia Guanghai nodded in agreement. We really can't tell. Does this guy really have that much of an appetite? If we go with your calculations, then the black star toad having 200,000 units makes a lot of sense. This means that the exotic beasts outside are basically a treasure hoard. Let's hurry up and deal with that dragoon so that we can start the massacre in earnest. Fenjiu had gone crazy, his eyes bloodshot as he roved dark space in search of Xia Fei. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light shot toward him, stopping 1,000 meters away from Fenjiu. It was none other than Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai. What did you do to my black star toad? Fenjiu roared. Xia Fei snorted. Your black star toad is dead, and I ate it up. Fenjiu's black hair exploded as he screamed. His divine beast had not just been killed but was even eaten. Fenjiu could not accept it. Impossible. My black star toad can't be dead. I saw him just moments ago. You must be hiding him. Fenjiu howled. Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai exchanged a glance. Fenjiu's mind was a mess from his rage, but Xia Fei was not in the business of sympathizing with his enemies. This man had betrayed the Annihilator universe and threatened the Lore realm, threatened Avril. Xia Fei could never accept this. As one of the prime conspirators, Fenjiu had to die. Whoosh! Fenjiu went insane, lunging at them. Behind him, the immemorial mystical armament Southern Star suddenly swelled in size, instantly becoming a giant boulder 1,000 meters tall. Sonic Devil! Fenjiu roared, shattered syllables rushing out like a blizzard. To Xia Fei's eye technique, it was like thousands of red-eyed Fenjius had appeared in every direction. Law of Primal Chaos. Origin of Heaven. Without Nirvana, Xia Fei relied on the White Dragon's screech, the law of Primal Chaos's power covering it like a fog. As for the Fiend Chain, Xia Fei dragged it behind him. Sonic Devil appeared to be some kind of illusion combat technique. As the wind howled, more and more Fenjius appeared, but with Xia Fei's Origin of Heaven, he could easily tell that all of them were fake. There was only one real Fenjiu. Die 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 die. All of you will die today, muttered Fenjiu crazily. Countless Fenjius trembled as they threw out sonic bombs. Without the Black Star Toad, these sonic bombs were no longer compressed and so they moved very slowly. As such, they were incapable of keeping up with Xia Fei's speed. Rumble. Explosions rang out. Fenjiu had truly gone crazy this time, just throwing out sonic bombs sans a regard for the actual situation. These sonic bombs were not just injuring him but were also hurting Southern Star. After all, Southern Star was huge and easily got caught up in the explosions. The scene was absolute chaos. Xia Fei had many means of killing Fenjiu, but Fenjiu's bout of madness had rendered many of these methods unusable. Fenjiu was like a madman flailing a knife around on the streets. Others would find it very hard to get close to him. After quite some time, Fenjiu stopped and panted for breath, his body covered in wounds from the explosions. There was a white flash of light as the white dragon's screech pierced through Fenjiu's head. There were hundreds of Fenjius on the scene, but Xia Fei had struck the only real Fenjiu. He had been in the area this entire time, watching as Fenjiu raged. Seeing that Fenjiu had gotten tired, Xia Fei immediately delivered the killing blow. He was so fast that not even Southern Star had a chance to respond. Having his head pierced through actually cleared Fenjiu's mind. His eyes suddenly went wide open, rolling upward like a dead fish, and the energy pulses in his body became chaotic. Oh, no! He's really gone mad! He's going to self-detonate! After shouting this, Xia Fei swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, the thin fiend lock wrapped around Fenjiu's body. Xia Fei pulled, instantly slicing him into several hundred pieces. Rumble! Alas, even a diced-up body could not stop Fenjiu's self-detonation, and dark space was thrown into turmoil. Several minutes later, Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai fearfully returned to the site of the explosion. The self-detonation of an annihilator expert was quite terrifying. Dark space originally had had a large number of shattered stones and debris, but it had all been wiped out by the explosion. That was close. If you hadn't used that weird black water of yours to protect us in the nick of time, we would have incurred heavy injuries, if not dead, Xia Guanghai said, shaking his head fearfully. Just like his abilities, Fenjiu's self-detonation was another sonic explosion. Xia Fei was fast and also had the protection of Terror Genesis, only by desperately running away as quickly as possible had they been able to escape. Golden dust filled the area, as even immemorial mystical armament Southern Star had been blasted to bits. This was proof of how dire the situation had been. Xia Fei did not say anything. His face had a rather weird look, for his right leg was in deep pain, as if something was crawling up it. When subduing Terror Genesis, a strange black water drop had crawled up his left leg, and this time it was his right leg. Could it be Southern Star? Adding peacock blue on his right arm, 3 of Xia Fei's 4 limbs were now occupied by immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei was not worried that these mystical armaments would occupy his 4 limbs. Peacock Blue and Terror Genesis had already shown that they were merely taking roots in those spots and were not doing any harm to him. On the contrary, the abilities of these immemorial mystical armaments were a huge boon to him. However, Xia Fei had only 2 legs and 2 arms, meaning that he could only hold 4 mystical armaments. South Stream, a dark attic in an unremarkable hotel. Fenjiu's dead? What's going on here? Why did he have to leave on his own, and who killed him? The only woman among the Devil's Shadow Dragoons, De Hong, frowned as she asked this series of questions. Sha Jinlun shook his head and replied with much uncertainty, I'm not sure, but Fenjiu really is dead. It happened a few minutes ago. What a troublemaker. At a key moment, we suffered a loss we shouldn't have. Fenjiu really deserved death, the big-mouthed Tianku said viciously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resounded through the room, as if someone had cautiously plucked on a zither. Everyone quickly turned to Yabu, who had already stood up. He waved his hand and said, it seems like the preparations are done. It's our turn now. Chapter 1292, Suspected Ig Dragon. The massive hole leading to the undercurrent universe. In a scene very similar to the one Xia Fei had witnessed before, the dark spiritualists had joined together with the evil Shadow Dragoons to lay down a 6 cycles array. They wanted to open up the second of the 6 cycles and draw out the beast flood here. However, this time, they were missing an annihilator expert, so Nanshazi, Yabu and the others were forced to share the load, and they were much slower at opening the array. The big-mouthed Tianke wiped the sweat from his face and cursed, "That accursed Fenjiu. We were supposed not to do anything reckless, but he ran off on his own and lost his life. If he were around, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." Nan Chizi was stunned. No wonder the dragoons were missing a person. He had been killed. An expert who could kill a dragoon? Nan Chizi had questions, but he did not ask them. After all, he had the weakest cultivation among everyone present and had no right to speak. The bescarfed Dallas looked up at the stars and said sternly, "I don't feel much about Fenjiu's death, but are those old things up above really going to let us keep making trouble in Alpha? This stance is truly confusing. Are they certain that we won't succeed?" The other dragoons nodded and looked at Yabu, the strongest of their number. It was very interesting. Even the Devil Shadow Dragoon felt like it was weird that the Annihilator universe had not sent anyone to the Alpha universe in order to pacify their rebellion. It was also odd that the other warriors of Alpha, who knew what was going on, did not intervene. No one dared to say whether this hand was good or not, but it was very weird. They had drawn out the Beast Flood and thrown the lower 5 stars into chaos, but Annihilator acted as if nothing was happening. What exactly were those guys, who symbolized the peak powers in all known universes, thinking? Yabu exhaled and said sternly, "Just focus on your duties. There's no need to worry about anything else. Let's put our all into it and open up the second of the 6 cycles." "All right. Understood." Rumble. A giant Ferris wheel appeared in the eternal darkness of space, and then the howls of exotic beasts resounded through Alpha. The edge of the Red Pine Nebula. Xia Fei returned to the place where he had been making soul weapons to continue his work. After experimenting with Fenjiu, Xia Fei was more confident in his ability to lay down soul arrays. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai, Furball, and Little Goldie excitedly came up to Xia Fei and threw a short bite-burst snake to the ground. This python with an alligator-like head had already been beaten by Xia Guanghai to its dying breath, and with Furball and Little Goldie around, it did not dare to move. This should be enough. The short bite-burst snake is a divine beast. Try and see if you can devour it, Xia Guanghai licked his lips and said. Over the last 2 days, Xia Fei had been focusing on making soul weapons, while Xia Guanghai, Furball, and Little Goldie had been hunting exotic beasts. After finding out that Xia Fei could use the serpent-swallowing whale manual to eat exotic beasts and strengthen himself, Xia Guanghai had taken it upon himself to catch and bring back many exotic beasts. Alas, for some reason, Xia Fei felt nothing toward these exotic beasts. This was not like with the Black Star Toad, where Xia Fei immediately sensed its soul upon its death and felt the desire to seize its soul for himself. Even more strangely was that, when they returned from dark space, they found that many of the exotic beasts that Fenjiu had attracted were gone, and it was all the higher rank beasts that had gone missing. Xia Fei nodded. "Hold on a moment. Let me finish this last batch of soul weapons. In addition, the Grand Ancestor and the others are on their way back. Once they return, we can leave this place." Xia Guanghai said reluctantly, "We're leaving already? Why don't we stay a few more days to catch some more decent divine beasts? Maybe, you're unable to devour these ones because they're not on the same rank as the Black Star Toad." Xia Fei replied, "That truly might be the case, but I'm worried about the situation over at the Cosmic Gate. I received word that the Dark Spiritualists had opened the Undercurrent Gate, activating the second of the 6 cycles. It should be our turn next, so we need to get back and lay down a soul array first, preparing all the possible defenses we can muster. We can't let the Beast Flood reach the Lower Realm." Xia Guanghai frowned. "Fine, let's do as you say. It's still a pity that we have to leave all these exotic beasts behind." A few moments later, Xia Fei finished the last batch of soul weapons. After putting away that mountain of weapons, he grabbed that unfortunate divine beast. The rank of a short bite-burst snake is measured by the number of teeth it has. With each additional rank, it loses a tooth and grows a silver fang. This snake has 2 silver fangs, meaning that it's a rank 2 divine beast. Did it take some effort for you to capture it? Xia Fei opened up the mouth of the snake and asked. Xia Guanghai smiled. "No trouble at all. Furball and Little Goldie surrounded it, while I came up and gave it 2 whacks with my axe. Perhaps because your pets know that they're catching divine beasts for your sake, they've worked very hard." The cunning Furball immediately used this chance to take credit, putting on an exhausted look as he gazed up at Xia Fei anxiously. As for Little Goldie, it smiled sillily. "Understood. You'll be rewarded for your work." Xia Fei placed a hand on each of the 2 small heads as he spoke. The beast horde gathered by Fenjiahu seemed savage, but the real high rankers had seemingly vanished. Xia Guanghai had required some time to catch this rank 2 divine beast. Plush! Xia Fei immediately grabbed the snake and pulled, instantly tearing this 5-meter-long python in two. Soul weapons could not be used to kill divine beasts. After all, soul weapons would injure the soul, and if the soul of the snake was shattered, Xia Fei would have nothing to absorb. Feel anything? Xia Guanghai asked nervously. Xia Fei did not answer, spreading his spirit energy through the cave in hopes of sensing the short bite burst snake's soul. Alas, after half a minute, Xia Fei did not sense anything. Xia Fei helplessly drew back his spirit energy, sat on the ground once more, and stared at the divine beast's corpse. Strange. Since there's no problem with the method, why can't I sense the divine beast's soul? Xia Fei frowned and muttered. Xia Guanghai said dejectedly, it couldn't be that it didn't have a high enough rank, could it? Can you only absorb the souls of max rank divine beasts? That will make things much more difficult. Xia Fei felt like there was no other reason besides that. After all, he had done everything as per the manual's instructions. Since he still did not get any energy, he could only pin the blame on the rank of the exotic beast. Nonetheless, according to the serpent-swallowing whale, all exotic beasts had souls, and if one did as the manual said, they could get something. All that differed was how much one obtained. However, Xia Fei had already torn apart at least 100 beast kings and now this rank 2 divine beast, yet there was no reaction. Just what could be the reason? Xia Fei wondered. Suddenly, a sharp screech came from the depths of space. Whoosh! The snuggling furball instantly jumped up and let out a fierce reply. From his excited expression, this was something far above the black star toad. What is it? Such powerful energy pulses, exclaimed Xia Guanghai. It was clear that a powerful and strange energy signal was rapidly approaching the plane that Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai were on. Besides its powerful energy, it was absurdly fast. Rumble! Before Xia Fei could understand what was happening, a light charged into the planet and rushed past Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai. Such audacity! Xia Guanghai said, his eyes bulging. He had met many unruly exotic beasts. Were Xia Guanghai, Xia Fei, Furball, and Little Goldie not all domineering experts, yet a single exotic beast had passed in the middle of them, treating them as if they were empty air. Furball was furious. This was a challenge. A brazen challenge. Awoo! Furball and Little Goldie growled in fury and chased after that white lightning bolt. Xia Guanghai also gave chase, swinging around his giant axe as he did. Rumble! The planet was cleaved in two. Stop it! Shouted Xia Guanghai. Furball and Little Goldie would normally not listen to Xia Guanghai. After all, they only had one master, which was Xia Fei, and he was the only whose orders they heeded. However, since all of them were currently so enraged, they ended up sharing a common foe. Xia Fei set off behind the other man, for he was thinking of a problem. Why had this exotic beast chosen to pass by them? It did not make sense. Furball, Xia Fei, Little Goldie, and Xia Guanghai were all vicious characters. The number of people that had died at their hands could make a mountain. Let alone exotic beasts, even divine beasts and holy beasts had to detour around them. When Xia Fei saw the body of the short bite burst snake, he immediately knew the answer. That divine beast's head had been neatly torn off. That exotic beast had risked going between them for food. When he remembered how there were not any high-ranking exotic beasts around, Xia Fei instantly had a theory. Perhaps those high-ranking beasts had all been killed by this thing. To be able to clear out all the high-ranking exotic beasts and then rush past Xia Fei's group, this guy had to be a devilish existence. Whoosh! Xia Fei was much faster than Xia Guanghai, and he instantly caught up to the one at the front of their group. That white streak of light had already left them far behind, its speed simply jaw-dropping. Go and get the warship. Leave this place to me. Xia Fei barked an order. Xia Guanghai nodded and shot off to activate the warship. The warship had a warp engine and could surpass the speed of light. Without it, Xia Guanghai would be quickly left behind. Pa! Xia Fei took Furball and Little Goldie and stuffed them into his chest pockets, after which, he unfurled his fiend wings, utilizing his maximum speed. 30 million meters per second, a speed near light speed. Gradually, Xia Fei neared that extremely fast exotic beast. Xia Fei was shocked at this speed comparable to his. He could not even recall an exotic beast that could reach this level of speed. It must be understood that Xia Fei was traveling at a tenth of the speed of light. He was already very close to light speed. He 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 he. The exotic beast let out a joyful cry. It appeared as though stealing food from Xia Fei and killing high-ranking exotic beasts were just a game to it. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, his fiend energy exploding. He accelerated as hard as he could. However, the moment Xia Fei accelerated, that white exotic beast also accelerated, always maintaining a set distance between it and Xia Fei. Awoo! Furball grew furious. It was clearly messing around with him and his master. Xia Fei suddenly had a terrifying idea. There was only one existence higher and more arrogant than divine beasts, the Egg Dragon. Could this be a living Egg Dragon? Bang! As Xia Fei was pondering on this question, his feet suddenly slipped, and he entered a very strange state. It was as though time had stopped. Chapter 1293, Friend of the Fiend Clan. Xia Fei suddenly entered a very strange state. Seemingly having passed through a giant blob of jelly, his surroundings became eerily silent and slick, and his speed even dropped drastically. Whoosh! Xia Fei stopped in his tracks, for he discovered that he had entered a different space. Beneath his feet were white clouds like soft cotton candies, and they bounced under him. Farther off was a bridge made of white jade, white pavilions and fountains, and even an artificial lake with white liquid, which gave off the scent of milk, could be seen, too. What is this place? Xia Fei muttered in surprise. My home. Around 100 meters away from Xia Fei, a tall and slender figure appeared and smiled at him. This was a refined young master with a white face and rosy red lips. He wore simple clothes, and his head was almost completely bald, bearing only a small little braid. He held a white creature about the size of a rabbit in his hand, which turned around and naughtily smiled at Xia Fei. No doubt that this creature was the swift exotic beast Xia Fei had been chasing. It had a master, and by the looks of it, it was a white fox. You're not chasing my little baby because you wanted to eat him, were you? This young master smiled and asked. Xia Fei replied coolly, I don't know whether your little baby tastes good or not, but he ate a lot of high-ranking exotic beasts while outside, and he's very picky, only eating those of the divine beast rank. The young master frowned and pointed at the white fox. You! I really can't relax around you. You ran out to steal food again. What if you run into a bad person? That would be a disaster. The silver fox seemed to have realized that Xia Fei had told on him and bared his teeth at him, a savage glint in his eyes. His cute appearance instantly disappeared, replaced by a row of sharp teeth and eyes that were spitting flame, and a murderous aura exploded from him. Awoo! Furball was a holy beast, and he reacted very quickly to this attitude. He poked his head and growled at the silver fox and his master, making the murderous intent in this dimension even more concentrated. Furball and the silver fox were both white, and they both put on cute pretenses, but once they got angry, they would reveal their innate savagery, and their murderous intents rammed against each other in an invisible clash. The young master saw Furball and nodded. Oh, so it's holy beast Shatterstar. I didn't think that your personal exotic beast would have so much weight. As he spoke, little Goldie also poked out its head, a dumb look on its face. The demon chrysalis clearly did not know what was going on. The young master's eyes brightened, and he appeared even more delighted. This is a rare one. It's truly rare to see such a high degree of genetic mutation. With a flip of his hand, the white fox disappeared. The man made an inviting gesture and said, Since you're here at my home, you can be a guest. Please, come inside. Xia Fei thought it over and decided to follow the man to the clearing in the center of the white lake. There was a table and chairs made from white jade there, and next to those were a row of strange trees. They were all white and sparkling, and small white fruit hung from them. The young master picked a white fruit from a tree and placed it on the table. Please eat. Right, my name is Yang Ji. You? Xia Fei, he replied casually. Xia Fei then grabbed a white fruit and inspected it. Yang Ji remarked unhappily, Really, I mean you no harm, so why are you still so cautious? You don't eat the fruit I give you, you hide a weapon in your hand, and you've even had that plant weapon of yours burrow underground. Xia Fei put down the white fruit and smiled. This space of yours inexplicably appeared in the middle of the sea of stars, and I still have no idea how I got in here or how I'm going to get out. Plus, your exotic beast ate my combat spoils and has shown hostility toward me. How can I not be on my guard in this situation? You're really complicated. Yang Ji shook his head. I invited you to eat some fruit, so how could I hold any hostility to you? Xia Fei was rendered speechless. Was this Yang Ji stupid or simple, treating inviting someone to eat fruit as the greatest kindness? What if the fruit was poisoned? After some thought, Yang Ji asked, are all the people of Alpha as complicated as you? Do you guys like killing exotic beasts? Xia Fei replied, sapient life forms are complicated existences. As for exotic beasts, that depends on the kind of exotic beasts. I don't care about the lives of those savage ones outside, but if anyone touches my furball, I won't let them go. Furball? It's quite the affectionate name. A pity that he's a holy beast. Yang Ji sighed. What's wrong with him being a holy beast? Xia Fei asked in displeasure. It appeared that Yang Ji did not like furball very much. While holy beasts are unique, they don't follow the rules. They're like wandering warriors, going around all by themselves and refusing to be controlled, Yang Ji replied very seriously. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and countered, isn't it good not to be controlled? We're not born in this universe to be controlled by others. When it came toward refusing to be controlled by others, the Skywings were all restless fellows, and Xia Fei was famous for breaking the rules. Thus, he found nothing wrong with that. Such a simple argument had Yang Ji falling into deep thought. He rubbed his nose very hard. He was very sensitive to the scent of Xia Fei's tobacco and muttered, I ran away from home, and while I was afraid, I also felt very excited. Could it be for a reason like this? Xia Fei frowned. Yang Ji had raised an extremely high-ranking exotic beast as a pet, proving that he had an extraordinary background. A young master like this had run away from home? Xia Fei could not help but be baffled. The universe was so vast, so why had he come to this Red Pine Nebula? This place was in the grips of the beast flood and was not a good place to be. If he wanted a taste of excitement, he should have gone to the core regions. Was Yang Ji appearing here some kind of inevitability? Xia Fei smiled and asked, what species is that baby of yours, for him to be capable of running so fast? Yang Ji boasted, baby is a shadow fox. Unless you're a speedster, you'll never be able to catch him. Still, you absolutely can't hurt him. Baby only eats ordinary exotic beasts and won't attack sapient life forms, not unless you threaten him. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Ordinary exotic beasts? I saw with my 2 eyes your little fox biting off the head of a short bite burst snake. That's a rank 2 divine beast. Yang Ji smiled. It's nothing but a short bite burst snake. That's only an ordinary exotic beast. Baby just told me that you're planning to kill the snake and absorb its soul. Alas, that snake's rank was too low. Your energy system simply couldn't sense its soul. My baby couldn't stand to see you waste the good food, so he boldly rushed past you and took it for himself. Xia Fei was left speechless. Where did Yang Ji come from that he regarded divine beasts as ordinary creatures? As for communicating with his personal exotic beast, that was quite normal. Even furball, who could not speak, could understand what Xia Fei was saying. The minds of exotic beasts and their masters had always been linked. You're saying that I couldn't sense the short bite burst snake's soul because its rank was too low? Xia Fei asked curiously. Correct. Ah. Aren't you one of those legendary spiritualists? You have the unrestricted soul spirit mark. That kind of ancient soul mark has the ability to absorb souls. You currently have 8 soul marks, so a divine beast must be at least rank 8 for you to be able to sense it. Even if you have somewhat stronger senses, you need at least rank 7. You naturally can't sense a mere rank 2 divine beast. Yang Ji said in a very matter-of-fact tone. This person did not seem to have any ulterior motives, speaking very directly. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He had only speculated that the unrestricted lineage had the ability to absorb souls, but Yang Ji seemed dead certain, as if he had a deep understanding of the history behind Xia Fei's soul marks. He inspected Yang Ji and found him to lack the aura of a warrior. This meant that there were only 2 possibilities: Yang Ji's level was too high for Xia Fei to comprehend his existence, or Yang Ji simply was not a warrior. Both possibilities left Xia Fei terrified. The vastness of the universe was filled with unknowns, but this encounter left him very weirded out. It seemed like this simple man across from him was not so simple at all. Do you know Chu Jingfeng? Yang Ji asked abruptly. Xia Fei replied, Senior Chu is the master who drafts the 1000 soul ranking. I only know of his name but have had no opportunity to meet him. Yang Ji nodded. So Chu Jingfeng is still alive? I'll be honest. My clan is friends with Chu Jingfeng. We don't have many friends, and he is considered a very good one. The entire clan likes him. Xia Fei asked, does your clan live in the Annihilator? How else could you know Senior Chu? Yang Ji grimaced. Apparently, the people of the Annihilator don't like us that much. I certainly don't dare to go there. As for Chu Jingfeng, he's quite the strange person. Many years ago, he ran over to our clan and asked to fight with my dad. My dad ended up beating him pretty badly, and since then, he's lived in our clan and became friends with all of us. Yang Ji sighed. My dad said that if everyone is like Chu Jingfeng, we won't need to hide. You're pretty good. At least, baby doesn't hate you. He said that you have an aura very similar to some of our clan's friends from many years ago. Xia Fei felt rather baffled. Yang Ji had a very poor grasp of conversation flow, and his random questions and digressions left one very confused. Friends? What sort of friends of your clan am I like? Xia Fei asked. Friends from many years ago. Apparently, they were on very good terms with our clan. Alas, something happened to them, and something also happened to our clan. From that day forward, we've gone our separate ways and have had no chances of meeting again. My dad always gets very sad whenever he talks about them. I feel like, if they're people that my father still thinks about so much, they shouldn't be bad people. Baby's grandfather met them before, so baby took a liking to you the moment he saw you. This kid is very smart. He stole your exotic beast so that you would chase him on purpose and he could bring you here. Baby can't hide such things from me, you know, Yang Ji said smugly. Yang Ji suddenly reached out and rapped on Xia Fei's chest. Xia Fei was very nervous, but he did not stop him. Bang bang! The hard Sky Devil plate armor let out a clang. Yang Ji asked curiously, what's under your clothes? Xia Fei's mind rapidly worked, and finally, his intense curiosity overcame everything else. He pulled aside his clothes, revealing the Sky Devil armor, Flying Eagle Plume. With delight in his eyes, Yang Ji said excitedly, this plate armor has an aura very similar to that of the friends my dad spoke of. Let me call baby and have him confirm. Xia Fei's jaw dropped. Flying Eagle Plume was one of the legacies of the four great Sky Devils of the Fiend clan. Was the clan friend Yang Ji had spoken of the Fiend clan? Chapter 1294, The Emergence of a Powerful Weapon, The Fiend Tears. Whoosh! Yang Ji flipped a hand over, and as if by magic, that shadow fox by the name of Baby returned. The white fox, who was clearly intelligent, still felt resentful over Xia Fei for telling on him, and he shot a glare at him. Furball felt unhappy about this and immediately growled in return. After spending so long with Xia Fei, Furball had developed a habit of avenging every wrong. No matter who it was, as long as they disrespected his master, Furball would have the impulse to kill them. Xia Fei hastily pushed Furball back and said, my apologies. This little guy is somewhat unruly. Yang Ji was very understanding. It's normal. Exotic beasts aren't just loyal to their masters but will also take up the personalities of their masters. Plus, Shatterstar and Shadow Foxes are both Tier 2 powerful creatures, so it's very normal for them to compete against each other. Xia Fei asked curiously, only Tier 2? Then what's on Tier 1? Yang Ji grimaced in fear, and he began to count with his fingers. Tier 1 naturally consists of those ancient wicked beasts, those that stand at the very top of the food chain. Forget about it. Talking about them is actually very inauspicious. Xia Fei nodded. It was easy to guess that Yang Ji was referring to the three great wicked beasts of ancient times, Stellar Dawn, Stellar Chrysalis, and the ancient Megadragon. In terms of combat power, the ancient Megadragon had once forced the elders of the various great sapient clans to use suicidal methods just to hold off its attacks. Putting aside the fact that all the experts of the known universe had died in that battle, the survivors had to divide it into 9 regions, which surrounded the Megadragon clan, preventing it from invading a second time. This was a clear indicator of how much the sapient life forms feared these mythological creatures. They were the only existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Then what about Yggdragon? Xia Fei asked. How is their combat power? Yang Ji hastily raised his hands. Yggdragon aren't dragons. While they have dragon in their name, they have nothing to do with real dragons, and they aren't savage at all. It's just like how your holy beast Shatterstar shouldn't be put alongside other beasts. Does Furball have other friends besides you? Yang Ji asked. Xia Fei shook his head. Furball truly did not have any friends. He was black-hearted and ruthless, proud and aloof. If Xia Fei was not around to control him, this guy would probably go to war against the entire universe. He simply did not know the meaning of fear. Yang Ji pursed his lips. That's exactly it. Holy beasts can't be categorized with the common beasts and are more like wandering warriors. Yggdragon are somewhat similar. Holy beasts represent the most special personalities among beasts, while Yggdragon represent the highest form of intelligence. They're like the cultivators of sapient races. Xia Fei frowned and said, I was just asking, why are you so tense about it? Yang Ji had an embarrassed look on his face as he whispered, you don't understand many things, so I naturally have to explain, or else you'll believe that Yggdragons are as wicked and savage as dragons. Xia Fei found Yang Ji to be very bizarre. He grew frantic whenever Yggdragon were brought up, as if people would have some misunderstanding about them. Purely in terms of combat power, Yggdragon are very formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be known for being second only to dragons. Still, Yggdragon normally don't fight with other people, and that's because they're closer to intelligent beings like humans and blue-bloods, Yang Ji explained. Yang Ji brought baby closer to Xia Fei as he spoke. The white fox sniffed at Xia Fei, and then his face relaxed as if he had gotten intoxicated. After whispering something into Yang Ji's ear, the shadow fox disappeared. It really is. You really do have some great connection to my clan's lost friends. Yang Ji was as excited as a small child. Xia Fei was startled, asking, why do you say that? Who exactly were your clan's friends? Yang Ji replied, our friends are our friends. I've never met anyone from that clan before, nor has baby, but as the shadow foxes have a blood inheritance, he's able to understand a bit of what had happened back then through it. Baby said that you have a lot of things left behind by our friends on you, and you yourself have the odor of our friends. Xia Fei was rendered somewhat speechless. What equipment did he have the most? Naturally, the legacies of the Fiend clan. Setting aside the Fiend Scar, Fiend Tears and Fiend Lock, he had the mystical plate armor of the Sky Devils. When he put two and two together, it appeared that Yang Ji's clan was really friends with the Fiend clan. He recalled Yang Ji's previous words. Something had happened to their friends and his clans. Clearly, the Yang clan had been dragged down by the Fiend clan's betrayal, causing them to go into hiding. It was only because Yang Ji had disobeyed his parents and run away from home that Xia Fei had gotten a chance to know him. Oh, the Fiend clan. I truly do have some connection to it. I was actually supposed to join the Devil Shadow Dragoons, but judging from the current situation, it'll be very difficult for me to become an Devil Shadow Dragoon, Xia Fei muttered. Xia Fei now knew that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had betrayed the Annihilators en masse, and this was their second time betraying the Annihilators. Although Xia Fei was not involved, as an Devil Shadow Dragoon neophyte, Xia Fei could not consider himself uninvolved. He was unsure what awaited him, so there was a heavy tone of self-derision in his voice. Yang Ji did not understand what Xia Fei was saying. Smiling, he said, friends are friends. It has nothing to do with species. My parents miss those friends terribly, so you should come and be a guest at our home. They'll definitely be overjoyed. If I have the chance, I'll pay a visit, Xia Fei replied casually. Yang Ji did not have much social experience, so he treated it as the truth and began to count the days with his fingers. Xia Fei said, I'm talking about the future. I still have something very important to take care of. Yang Ji nodded. In the future, so how about next month? Oh? Next month is my father's birthday. You can come on his birthday and give him a wonderful surprise. I'm a genius. Xia Fei was speechless. The future was next month? By whose rules? Without taking any opinions, Yang Ji decided on the day Xia Fei would visit his home. It would be on his father's birthday, which was next month. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, is your clan very familiar with the Fiend clan? Yang Ji nodded. Yes. They are very, very good friends. Xia Fei said, if you can help me with something, I may be able to free up some time to visit your home and pay respect to your parents. Xia Fei stroked his spatial ring and took out the Fiend Tears. This is a weapon passed down from the Fiend clan, but I've never been able to find out how to use it. Your clan is very familiar with the Fiends, so perhaps you've seen it before. Yang Ji took the Fiend Tears and inspected it. He smiled and said, while I've never seen it before, my father has a similar piece of equipment. If my guess is right, the method to use it should be similar. Surprised, Xia Fei perked up his ears. Take out a weapon, Yang Ji said. Xia Fei took out the white dragon screech from the spatial ring, but to his surprise, Yang Ji scowled upon seeing the sword, his nose twitching and a look of great sorrow on his face. This one is no good. Hurry up and put it away. That sword was made from the bones of a Ig dragon, and Ig dragons died with immense sorrow. That's why it lets out a mournful screech whenever you take it out, making others uncomfortable. Yang Ji looked away as he explained this. With no other choice, Xia Fei put the white dragon screech away and took out the fiend chains. Yang Ji seemed to be extremely sensitive. He was even able to sense the sorrow a Ig dragon had experienced before death. Yang Ji seemed to have lost interest after seeing the white dragon's screech. He pointed at the fiend tears and said, "This weapon has no offensive properties on its own. It's called a compound mystical armament. In other words, it can only be used when fused with another weapon." Xia Fei did as Yang Ji said and applied his spirit energy to Fiend Lock and Fiend Tears at the same time. A miracle occurred. These were two unrelated weapons, but when the same energy was applied to them, the Fiend Tears gained magnetic properties, tightly attaching to the Fiend chain and refusing to be parted with it. It's really as I thought. The Fiend clan had many masters with unconventional ideas, and the Fiend Tears was a manifestation of their imagination. If you want these mystical armaments to be even more tightly bound, you must insert more energy. Relax. This energy won't go to waste. First, the energy will more tightly bind the two mystical armaments, making it so that they won't separate from intense impacts. This is similar to the principle of magnetism. The stronger the magnetic force, the more force that will be needed to separate them. Second, the more energy you insert into the Fiend Tears, the greater the amount of combat power added. In short, this weapon tests the user's energy reserves. If you want a lot of combat power, you must put in a lot of energy, and it will put the destructive power and lethality of this energy on full display, Yang Ji said indifferently. His experience with the white dragon's screech had seemingly completely drained him of energy. Xia Fei nodded. He liked this sort of direct method. There was no trick. The Fiend Tears would express as much combat power as the energy he gave it. Energy was the source of everything, and Xia Fei had plenty of it. He currently had an unprecedented 220,000 units of spirit energy in his 7th brain region. Xia Fei crazily poured spirit energy into the Fiend Tears at once. Whoosh! The tear-shaped jewel let out a dazzling light. Yang Ji's jaw dropped in shock. After pouring in the energy, Xia Fei swung the weapon. The power of the Fiend Tears had caused a stunning change in the Fiend Lock. The flexible blade, which was thinner than a hair strand, became a ray of light. It was as if Xia Fei were not wielding a weapon but a flexible laser, instead. Energy wrapped around the Fiend Lock through Fiend Tears, crazily traveling through it. As the Fiend Lock danced, it let out a shrill whistle. It was like a super-electric saw. A bolt of thunder that sought to tear apart the universe. Rumble. An unbelievable sight took place. As Xia Fei casually waved the Fiend Lock, the space that Yang Ji had constructed was instantly sliced in two. The Fiend Lock sliced through it like a coconut, revealing the white pulp within. Above them was the darkness of space, those white clouds, white bridge, and white river all destroyed. That's too dangerous. Just how much energy did you put into the Fiend Tears? Yang Ji jumped in fright, fear on his face. Xia Fei awkwardly raised a finger. 1,000 units. Yang Ji's eyes bulged. What did you put that much energy in for? You want to dismantle the universe? Shocked, Xia Fei whispered, It's not 1,000, it's 10,000. Chapter 1295, Lasting Draconid Essence. 10,000 units. Yang Ji was flabbergasted. You're crazy. Absolutely mad. Don't you understand what the spirit energy you use is? That's the purest form of energy in the universe. Putting 10,000 units of spirit energy into Fiend Tears is essentially instantly adding the combat power of 10,000 units of spirit energy to Fiend Lock. Xia Fei nodded. The Fiend Lock had been so absurdly powerful that even he was shocked by it. People had always believed that sabers and swords were the sharpest weapons, but it was actually energy that had the ability to cleave through the heavens. Simply put, lasers were energy, and they could easily destroy warships or planets. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, then what will happen if I attach Fiend Tears to a suit of armor? Yang Ji replied, it would boost your defense. That's why Fiend Tears is so powerful. Although it has no combat power on its own, it can boost any weapon or suit of armor. When attached to a weapon, it'll increase your attack. When attached to armor, it'll boost your defense. The level of the boost will depend on how much energy you put in. Xia Fei asked in surprise, so what if I put in 100 million units of spirit energy? Yang Ji laughed, then you can start slaughtering dragons. However, the moment Yang Ji said this, he found the words to be inappropriate and quickly shut his mouth. A warship rumbled over. Fiend Lock had created quite a stir when it destroyed Yang Ji's dimension, so Xia Guanghai had come by tracing the energy reaction. Jumping off the warship, Xia Guanghai asked sternly, Xia Fei, are you okay? Xia Fei replied, I just made a new friend. Yang Ji, this is one of my big brothers, Xia Guanghai. Yang Ji and Xia Guanghai, who was still in shock from this severed dimension, greeted each other. Who did this? Xia Guanghai asked. Xia Fei scratched his head awkwardly. He had studied the law of space, so he knew that Yang Ji had probably needed quite some time to make that perfect dimension of whiteness. He could not help but feel apologetic over destroying it. Xia Guanghai knew at once what had happened from Xia Fei's expression. You did this. You weren't even gone for an hour. Did you skip levels? Xia Guanghai asked in shock. Xia Guanghai estimated that advancing one level was not enough for Xia Fei to deal so much damage. Based on how neatly this dimension had been cut, Xia Fei had clearly done this at one go. With one move, he had destroyed the entire dimension. Xia Fei chuckled. Of course not, though I did get my hands on a lethal weapon that's even better than skipping levels. Something even better than skipping levels. Xia Fei was the newest member of the Skywings, but by now, he had left even Grand Ancestor Xia Gukan in the dust. The existence of the Skywings was in itself a miracle, and Xia Fei was a miracle among miracles. Xia Guanghai instantly felt defeated. He found an excuse to go back to the warship and wait for Xia Fei. Shrugging, Yang Ji said, it seems like I'll have to find somewhere else to live. After all, we have a promise that you'll be coming to my father's birthday party next month. Xia Fei replied, but I may not have time next month yet. Yang Ji very unhappily said, that won't do, that won't do. We already agreed on it. In any case, I'll come and pick you up when the time comes. I've already remembered your scent, so even if you hide at the ends of the universe, I'll still find you. Scent? Xia Fei was baffled. Yang Ji found people through their scent? Was he born in the year of the dog? Offering Xia Fei several white fruits, Yang Ji said, I'm very happy to have run into an old friend of my clan here. Take this as a greeting gift. Xia Fei looked and saw that these were none other than the white fruit from the tree. Yang Ji had given them to Xia Fei before, but Xia Fei had cautiously chosen not to eat them. What use do these fruits have? Xia Fei asked. Yang Ji seemed to consider these fruits extremely valuable, but even though Xia Fei had studied the serpent-swallowing whale, he still could not tell what benefits these fruits provided. Yang Ji smiled. They're very useful. I guarantee that once you eat one, you won't forget it. Suddenly, Yang Ji raised his head, looking to the distance and muttering, it seems like someone over there has just captured a high-ranked divine beast. You want to devour the soul of one, right? This is your chance. Xia Fei was startled. Looking at the time, it was almost the return of the Grand Ancestors group. Had they caught a divine beast? Quickly contacting Radix, he found out that that really was the case. Xia Gukan's group had run into a divine beast on their way back, and it was very strong, so the Skywing Wolves were planning to kill it. Xia Fei quickly told Radix to leave it alive. High-ranking divine beasts could provide abundant energy to Xia Fei. If he could finish this absorption, he would be more confident in dealing with the dark spiritualists, so he could not miss out on this chance. I'm going now. Let's meet again in the coming days, Xia Fei said with a smile. The coming day? Tomorrow is no good. I'll go and find you next month, Yang Ji replied seriously. Xia Fei was rendered speechless once more. Yang Ji seemed to have a very different understanding of time compared to Xia Fei. Coming days clearly did not indicate any particular day, but Yang Ji interpreted it as being tomorrow. Take good care of your egg dragons. The dark spiritualists used a egg dragon's corpse as the primer to open up the 6 cycles. Your baby will be in trouble if they get their hands on him, Xia Fei said. Before leaving, Xia Fei decided to test Yang Ji and see if that shadow fox baby was a egg dragon or not. To his surprise, Yang Ji went pale in shock. I see. So they used the bones of egg dragons as the primer. No wonder things are like this. Yang Ji muttered, lost in thought. Xia Fei did not understand what he was saying, but Xia Guocan and the others were still waiting for him, so he left together with Xia Guanghai. After Xia Fei was gone, Yang Ji remained in a daze for quite a while before finally muttering, "No, I have to tell father. Using the bones of a egg dragon as a primer is just too evil." No wonder they were able to open a passage. Yang Ji turned to leave, but at this moment, Baby crawled up to his ear and whispered something. "Oh? So Xia Guanghai was also one of our clan's friends." Yang Ji turned in the direction of the long-gone warship and murmured. All of the Skywings were stunned by the sight of Xia Fei using the serpent-swallowing whale codex to absorb the soul of a divine beast. "Isn't this too amazing? A divine beast can be eaten," Xia Gang remarked. Everyone turned to Furball in unison, who shivered and quickly hid behind Xia Fei. Everyone laughed. They were all used to teasing Furball. Furball bared his teeth and growled, demonstrating his might to the crowd. After having experienced the process once, Xia Fei had a much easier time absorbing the divine beast's soul this time. The key was not to be rushed but rather to digest it bit by bit. Once the opponent became weak, they would be just like a lamb waiting for Xia Fei to be slaughtered. Xia Fei stood up and swung his arms around. His body felt very light, as if he had just had a gourmet meal. "How much energy did you absorb this time?" Xia Guanghai placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and asked. "Around 100,000, Xia Fei replied. Xia Guanghai did not think much of this number, for absorbing the Black Star Toad had given Xia Fei around 200,000 units, but the Skywing Wolves were very excited. After all, even Annihilator warriors would find 100,000 to be an incredible number. Everyone surrounded Xia Fei and started asking him questions, mostly about how he was able to absorb the soul of an exotic beast and if they could do it, too. Once they realized that they needed to be spiritualists with the serpent-swallowing whale codex, the Skywings sighed in disappointment. Xia Guocan said loudly, "We don't have much time left. Let's talk while on the way back." Set off. The warship lifted off, and the Skywing embarked on the journey home. Oro was still defending the Cosmic Gate, and he was a trustworthy man, but without the elite Skywings, the defenses of the Lower Realm were clearly fragile. Thus, the Skywings needed to get back as quickly as possible so that they could lay down the defensive soul array. Even if they used the spatial arrays, it would take some time to get back to the Lower Realm from the Red Pine Nebula. After all, the distance was far too great, spanning more than half the universe. Xia Fei locked himself in his room and inspected the white fruit Yang Ji had given him. There were 5 in total, colorless and odorless and with a pleasant crystalline luster. "Even you don't recognize these fruits?" Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head. "I don't recognize these. Yang Ji gave them to me so solemnly, so there must be something special about these fruits. He even considered inviting someone else to eat these fruits, a great honor. He also got very angry when I didn't eat one back in his dimension." Radix replied, "What a mysterious fellow. What sort of person is he?" "Right, you have the serpent-swallowing whale. Isn't that codex said to be the most comprehensive catalogue of food? It even taught you how to eat divine beasts." Xia Fei replied, "That's exactly what's so weird about it. Could these white fruits not belong to this universe? Does the serpent-swallowing whale have any related records?" Radix asked casually. "Related?" Xia Fei realized that this was a pretty good idea. If he could find something similar to these 5 fruits, he would be able to conjecture the fruit's origins and use. They might be some mutated form of another food. Xia Fei took out the serpent-swallowing whale codex and swiftly flipped through it. This one is a little similar," Xia Fei said. In the last few pages of the codex, Xia Fei found a similar-looking fruit, but this fruit was green. "It really is. Practically identical in everything except color, and this fruit is also odorless," Radix said. Xia Fei read out the words on the page, "Lasting Draconid Essence. Dragons or egg dragons must go through 9 moltings in their lifetime. After each molting, one can extract 9 seeds from the area near the spine. Each seed can be planted and grown into a tree, which will bear 9 fruit. The color of the tree and fruit will change depending on the number of moltings. The color will be light at first and darken with each successive molting." Xia Fei and Radix were stunned. After a draconid molted, if one cut open the tough back skin, one would find seeds in the flesh. Planting these seeds would get 9 fruits. How bizarre was this? Were these white fruit lasting draconid essences? Fruits derived from a draconid. Was it these seeds being from a juvenile dragon that made the fruit white? Xia Fei was just about to read what a lasting draconid essence could be used for when the warship fiercely shuddered, tossing Xia Fei through his room. What's going on? Xia Fei quickly looked out the deck window. Outside was a pitch-black space, and for some reason, the warship had been thrown out of the spatial array they were in. Chapter 1296, The Three Emperors of the Lionheart Race. What's going on here? Xia Fei stormed into the command deck and asked. Not too sure. The spatial array suddenly stopped working and threw us out of the track, Xia Guanghai, who was operating the warship, replied. Immediately check for damage and confirm out current location, Xia Fei ordered. The spatial arrays were like lines of high-speed railroads. Right now, it was akin to a train that had suddenly gotten derailed, throwing the Skywing warship into a completely unknown location. It was simply unimaginable for such an extremely refined track, like a spatial array, to have such a serious incident. It was already extraordinarily lucky that the Skywing warship hadn't been torn apart by the spatial pressure. Leaving the command deck, Xia Fei found a quiet place to take out the Jade Sunset Pearl and contact White Haze. After several days of not seeing each other, White Haze had gotten much older. Xia Fei explained the situation to White Haze, who was not all that surprised. I already know. All of the spatial arrays in the Alpha universe have stopped working. I reported this matter to my superiors, but I haven't received any reply yet. The spatial arrays were built according to the designs from Annihilators, and there hasn't been a single incident with them for eons, so this incident must be man-made. Luckily, Alpha's arrays have counter-protective measures. It's also very fortunate that none of you were injured. Man-made? Xia Fei was stunned, and then he urgently requested, I don't care what the reason is, just tell me how I can reactivate the arrays. White Haze shook his head helplessly. This incident is unprecedented. I estimate that it will take several days for my superiors to investigate the matter thoroughly. Several days? Xia Fei's eyes erupted with flames. He had already taken the most elite Skywings with him, and the defense of the Lore Realm relied entirely on Oro's men. Moreover, Xia Fei had not finished setting up his soul array. If the Dark Spiritualists attacked at this time, the consequences would be unthinkable. Inform as soon as anything new comes up. Pa. Xia Fei shut off the screen and returned to the command deck. The Skywings saw his glum expression and knew that things were bad, so their faces turned grim, too. Report the situation, said Xia Fei sternly. The damage to the warship isn't serious, with basic engine power stable at 55%, Xia Guanghai replied. How far are we from base? Xia Fei asked. At our current speed, we will need 14 days to get back if we don't use any spatial arrays, Xia Guanghai replied. 14 days. Xia Fei went pale. If we really take 14 days to get back, Oro and the entire Lore Realm will all be destroyed by then. The Skywing wolves were stunned. Xia Guoken frowned. Can we not use the spatial array? Xia Fei nodded. Don't count on it. Everyone inhaled. The current situation was extremely dire. After striking at the undercurrent, the Dark Spiritualists would move against the Lore Realm. Xia Fei went up to the screen, his fingers flying across it. He pulled up the star map and pointed at a place called Alexandria Harbor on the screen. Set course for this place. Xia Guanghai asked in confusion, why are we going there? We should just head straight home. Xia Fei replied, this warship only has 55% engine power left. By the time we get back, everything will be over. We have to dock here and switch to a faster ship. Alexandria is a relay spaceport, so there may not be warships for sale. Xia Guanghai looked at the info on the screen and said. If there's none for sale, we'll just steal one. Xia Fei said grimly. The warship prepared to anchor at Alexandria Harbor. Xia Fei returned to his room, exhaled, and then made a video call to Oro back at the base. Oro, in black armor, was standing in the command center at the top floor of the base. Oro! Xia Fei shouted. Is there a problem? Xia Fei replied, a matter came up, and we might arrive a bit late. Oro smiled and replied breezily, understood. Xia Fei swallowed and said no more. He had worked with Oro for so long that the two of them had a mental connection. Xia Fei needed only to say one thing for Oro to understand immediately what he wanted. It was very quiet. Suffocatingly quiet. Imitating Xia Fei, Oro lit a cigarette, but as he still was not used to the thick odor of tobacco, he scratched his throat. This bad habit of Xia Fei had infected many other people, with the earliest being Fukan. Now, even Oro had picked up smoking. No need to be nervous. Oro pointed behind at two absurdly large golden lions. This is Saleh, and next to him is Figaro. They're my brothers. Together, we are the three emperors of the Lionheart clan. Xia Fei nodded in greeting. Saleh and Figaro were supposed to be protecting the main base of the Lionheart clan, but after receiving the mission to protect the Cosmic Gate, Oro had ordered them to the front line. The holographic camera swept through the command center, and Xia Fei found that almost every clan and species in the Lore realm that one could think of had a leader present in the command center. Outside the command center were presumably even more nameless warriors. The Lore realm had suffered devastating losses in the last war with the Inverse. This was its last reserve. No one said anything, and the command center was quiet. However, the eyes of every warrior shone with determination. The Lore realm can't always rely on you Skywings. It's time for us to share some of the burden. Relax. As long as we're around, the Lore realm will be around, Oro said in a joking tone. Stay safe, Xia Fei said sternly. Stay safe, Oro returned. When Xia Fei turned the screen off, his eyes were red. Radix took a deep breath. The difference in strength is too great. Oro is planning to use wave tactics, using lives to fill the gap. Whoosh! The Skywing warship docked at the Alexandria spaceport. There were no safety inspections or even a port official to report to. The Skywings disembarked from the warship and looked around. Alexandria Harbor, which was located at the edge of Alpha, was not exactly thriving. 20-some ships were docked at the vast platform, and they were all sparsely scattered, with most of them being shipping vessels. Planetary Shipyard Sirius class ship. That's the one. Xia Fei pointed. The Sirius class was a cruiser yacht and had few weapons on board. From a distance, it appeared like a cicada. As it was a luxury yacht, it was equipped with 2 excellent warp engines and was quite agile. It was even faster than the Skywing clan's warship. After all, a warship was weighed down by its armor and weapons systems. While these systems were great in battle, they slowed down the ship. The Skywing wolves immediately surrounded the ship. Xia Fei ordered, empty the ship. At this moment, the people aboard this ship just so happened to open the cabin door, coming out to see what Xia Fei's group was up to. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai rushed up, grabbed that person, and threw them out. He shouted the usual slogan, the Skywings are on business. Uninvolved people should stay away. Whoosh! The Skywing wolves rushed in, and in only a few seconds, the 10-some people on the ship had been thrown out. These people looked frightened and appeared to be dazed. The Skywings were vicious and armed, clearly not people to be messed with. The port guards, who saw that things were going bad, immediately hid themselves, watching from their hiding spots. Are you robbing us? A phoenix-eyed woman worked up the courage to shout. Yes, it's a robbery. Xia Gang replied very tersely. He was these wolves' search specialist, and while he was normally quite docile, who could worry about such stuff at a time like this? Xia Fei glanced over at the ship. This ship was clearly a yacht used by rich people for their excursions, as it was decorated in the most ostentatious manner. Xia Guanghai, take your people and remove all these useless things. The rest of you, come with me. The Skywings split into 2 groups, with one following Xia Guanghai in dismantling parts of the ship. The statues in the reception, the marble bathtub, and other such things were flung out as quickly as the Skywings could. Not even the carpet was left intact. The people, whose ship was being robbed, could only stare in shock. The speed of the Skywings was truly shocking. It had taken 1 year to outfit the yacht, but the Skywings had removed it all in 2 minutes. The sight of the valuable ornaments, the high-class sofas, and the ice cream machine shattering across the ground, as they were thrown out, had their hearts aching. Rumble! There was the sound of an explosion as Xia Fei used the fiend lock to slice apart 2 passenger ships, taking only their engines. Is there time? Xia Guocan understood that Xia Fei was planning to modify the yacht by adding 2 engines, making it a super-fast ship with 4 engines. Grand Ancestor, don't forget that we Skywings became famous because of our speed. Xia Fei shouted. Yes, the Skywings were famous for their speed. Whoosh! The wolves moved about, zooming around like rays of light as they worked according to Xia Fei's orders. 4 days later, the Lore Realm front line, the entrance to the Cosmic Gate. A vast sea of people, elites from all across the Lore realm, tightly surrounded the cosmic gate. Their number exceeded 1 million. Their leaders were the 3 emperors of the Lionheart clan, Oro, Saleh, and Figaro. Of the 3, only Oro had been accidentally turned by Xia Fei into a human. The other 2 were enormous lions, standing nearly 10 meters tall, their golden manes dancing in the wind. However, of the 3 of them, it was the shortest and fairest Oro who was the most savage. His eyes exploded with light as he brazenly stood in the very center. In the distance, the beast flood surged. Xia Fei's calculations had been right on the mark. The dark spiritualists knew that the cosmic gate, unlike the other 2 gates, would be defended. Thus, they had brought over the beast flood. Rumble. Beast tamer Fenjiu had been killed by Xia Fei, so this beast horde was in disarray. Nonetheless, the dark spiritualists and the remaining 12 dragoons used brute strength to control the beast flood, and the exotic beasts were too afraid of the dragoons to defy them. It was the most grandiose sight. 1 million Lore realm elites versus a horde of 1 million beasts. Alas, the dark spiritualists did not just have numerous elite warriors, they also had the 12 dragoons and Nanshazi, making a total of 13 annihilators. Their strength was far above that of the Lore realm. At present, all the founder-tier experts of the Lore realm put together did not exceed 300, whereas the dark spiritualists had at least several thousand. Besides their own men, the dark spiritualists had vassals. Many warrior clans of the Alpha universe had thrown their lot in with the dark spiritualists when they saw the situation turning sour. The dark spiritualists had used small forces to assault the undercurrent and torrent, but this time, they had mobilized everything, bearing an immense hatred for the Skywings and Xia Fei. There are so many of them. They plan to overwhelm us, Figaro said as he glared. Chapter 1297, The Overwhelming Dark Spiritualists. The gate from the Alpha universe to the Lore realm. 2 vast armies were locked in a standoff. The army led by the dragoons had approached, but it had not attacked. Countless exotic beasts let out great roars, and on the other side, the seemingly weak and puny Lore realm warriors held strong in their positions. The dark spiritualists had assembled their strongest force. By the looks of it, they planned to crush the Lore realm in one fell swoop. Oro stood at the very front, his arms folded in front of his chest, his eyes shining with determination. On the enemy's end, Shu Yuhi walked out of the crowd and pointed at Oro. Who are you? Where are Xia Fei and the Skywings? They're not hiding, are they? Ha 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 ha. The dark spiritualists erupted in laughter. To tell the truth, many people felt like this was making a mountain out of a molehill. What was the point in bringing so many people to deal with the puny Lore realm? Smiling, Oro said loudly, I'm your ancestor. Such an unruly attitude. This really was Oro. At a time like this, he could still laugh brazenly. Boom. Laughter erupted from behind Shu Yuhi. These warriors had not originally been allies. Some had been forced to join the dark spiritualists, and some of them had joined the rebellion in order to extract some profit. Many warriors did not dare to go against Shu Yuhi's people, but they laughed quite happily when Oro insulted Shu Yuhi. All of you, shut up. Shu Yuhi's face turned cold as he turned around and roared at the warriors. He stared at Oro, his eyes spitting flames. A low-class human from the insignificant wild glacier. You dared to boast so shamelessly. In a little while, I guarantee that you won't even have a place to cry. This time, I'll flatten your universe. Slaughter all of you. Shu Yuhi spat viciously. However, Oro simply did not care. Together with Saleh and Figaro, he laughed even harder. Look at that. This guy said that I'm human. Oro pointed at Shu Yuhi. You're the human. All of you are human. Open your eyes and take a look. I'm a pure-blood Lionheart. The dark spiritualists' army was baffled. Oro was clearly human, but he would not admit to it. What was up with that? It must be said that Oro had truly learned the essence of Xia Fei's tactics, which was to make trouble constantly by insisting on something so unreasonable. The Lore realm was the weaker side here, making the warriors very worried. After all, the gap in strength was too obvious. Winning this battle would be excruciatingly difficult. However, Oro's troublemaking had made everyone realize that the other side was not as scary as the tales made them out to be. Shu Yuhi had hollered in rage at Oro, indicating that these people clearly were not gods. They could also be angered and get frustrated. Nanshazi frowned and waved his hand, ordering Shu Yuhi to fall back. As one of his best disciples, Shu Yuhi had an excellent cultivation, but he was too easily angered. Nan Chazi wickedly smiled. He looked at the Lower Realm's force, utter contempt in his eyes. As the universe's #1 dark spiritualist, he was extremely intelligent, and he understood more keenly than Shu Yuhi how to suppress the enemy. Oro was very unreasonable, but Nan Chazi simply ignored him. Waving his hand, Nan Chazi said indifferently, "Kill them all." In a flash, Nan Chazi annihilated what little vigor Oro's troublemaking had managed to get for the Lower Realm. It turned out that the Lower Realm was no more than an ant in his eyes. He had never planned to waste any words on these warriors of the Lower Realm. Awoo! Driven onward by the dark spiritualists, the exotic beast horde surged forward. The entire star system shuddered. The roars of millions of exotic beasts exploded like peals of thunder. Oro clenched his fists and looked over at his two brothers. "Remember, no matter what, we must buy Xia Fei enough time, or else the entire Lower Realm will be finished. Brothers, charge with me! For the glory of the Lionheart clan! Fight to the last man!" The three emperors of the Lionheart clan led the charge. Together with the last of the Lionheart elites, they faced off against the endless beast flood. This was what a commander-in-chief needed to do. Xia Fei had made Oro the leader of the Lower Realm warriors precisely because of this nature of his. The three emperors of the Lionheart clan, along with the entirety of their species, were the most unruly in the Lower Realm. Only this sort of personality could allow the weaker side to hold the line. The beast horde and the Lower Realm warriors charged. From a distance, they appeared like two giant black clouds colliding against each other. What followed was the flashing of countless weapons. Explosions of blood and flesh. When Oro started charging, a badly damaged warship emerged from dark space, tottering into the Cosmic Gates region. Xia Fei and company had gone all out to return as quickly as possible. By going back and forth between normal space and dark space, this luxury yacht had become a pile of scrap metal. Several dozen figures shot out of the ship. At the same time, a golden light blasted through the dark space barrier. After which, the Skywing Wolves charged into the Cosmic Gate. Oro has already started fighting with the dark spiritualists. We have assembled the soul array as quickly as possible, but remember, this soul array requires precision. There can't be a single mistake, or else all our efforts will be for naught. As Xia Fei spoke, he put on the mental transmission headband. Through this piece of equipment, he transmitted a coordinate to each Skywing, after which, the Skywings shot off to put down the soul weapons. Whoosh! They moved like bolts of lightning. Their ghostly figures could be soon shooting here and there across the insides of the Cosmic Gate. Arranging the soul weapons according to Xia Fei's orders was actually easier said than done. After all, each array core needed precision, and the difference of even a centimeter could have fatal effects. The Skywing Wolves suppressed their impulses and worked in a disciplined fashion. They could clearly hear the gruesome battle taking place outside. With every second, numerous people were dying, blood flowing in rivers. This situation was torture. All they needed was to rush out onto the battlefield and lend their brothers a hand. Alas, the Skywing Wolves could not go, for they had a more important mission. While the Skywings had a lot of pressure on them, the pressure on Xia Fei was even greater. He was the one controlling the movements of the 64 Skywings, and he could not make a single mistake with that. As each Skywing Wolf was extremely fast, Xia Fei's mind had to give 30-odd assignments a second. This required a terrifying number of calculations. Moreover, each array core required meticulous calculation, each one so difficult that even a supercomputer could not do it. Pa! Xia Fei brought his palms together and sat down, entering a state of nothingness. He ceased to hear what was going on around him, his breathing becoming extremely soft. A magical scene appeared in his mind, as if Xia Fei was drawing an enormous net. Xia Fei was like a focused painter, using his mental energy to expand the range of this net constantly. He began to work faster and faster, and the Skywing Wolves became somewhat unable to keep up. It was often the case that they had another assignment coming before they had even finished the previous one. Xia Fei's tempo accelerated, and the Skywings hastened to handle the assignments Xia Fei gave them. Gradually, they forgot about the battle taking place outside the Cosmic Gate, the numerous assignments leaving them barely any time to catch their breaths. 1 minute later, the soul array had reached the astonishing 200,000 array cores. 2 minutes later, it was 400,000. The Skywings almost went crazy from all the work. They did not even have the time to think about what in the world Xia Fei was doing. What soul array was this, for it to have required 400,000 array cores? The range continued to expand, the 64 skywing experts, getting farther and farther from one another. In fact, they were so far apart that they could not even see the shadow of one another. This soul array, be it the number of cores or the range, was the greatest of the greatest. The number of cores soon exceeded 500,000, yet it seemed like Xia Fei wanted to keep going. How many cores would it have when it was finally complete, and how vast would be the range it covered? No one could guess. This array would set a new universal record. In the blink of an eye, it had hit 600,000. Heavens! Radix swallowed. Is this soul array still not done? By now, the Skywing Wolves had disappeared into the horizon. Xia Fei was leading the Skywing Wolves in laying down a soul array of unprecedented size. Meanwhile, Oro led the Lore Realm's last fighting force, which was barely holding on. Their mission was to keep the enemy out of the Cosmic Gate no matter what. An array was best if it was a complete surprise. If the enemy found out that Xia Fei was preparing an ambush inside the Cosmic Gate, they would not charge in, which would ruin everything. The pressure was immense. After all, the Dark Spiritualists had used all their strength. Tens of thousands of Founder-tier warriors and millions of beasts. 13 annihilators. With each passing second, the Lore Realm was incurring horrendous losses. This was the power of the Dark Spiritualists. They wanted to completely strip down the Lore Realm of its combat power so that it would be nothing but fish in a bucket. Nanshazi, who was the number one Dark Spiritualist, had power, cunning, and an intense desire for vengeance. The Lore Realm, led by Xia Fei, had obstructed the Dark Spiritualists' plans again and again, making Nanshazi hate Xia Fei and the Lore Realm down to the bone. When dealing with Torrent and the Undercurrent, Nanshazi had not used such a powerful force. This was because the people of those universes had not really provoked his ire. However, the Lore Realm was different. Xia Fei was like an unkillable cockroach, annoying Nanshazi to no end. Thus, he had decided to crush the Lore Realm, using the harshest way to exhibit his methods to all. Watch. This is what happens to people who offend me. The situation was very difficult. With Xia Fei's support, the Lore Realm did not lack for soul weapons. Any warrior who could fight had a soul weapon to fight with, but the gap in strength still resulted in a one-sided battle. The battle had only been going on for a few minutes, but the Lore Realm had already been pushed to the vicinity of the Cosmic Gate. If they were pushed back a bit more, Xia Fei would be exposed. Charge! Kill them! Shu Yui howled. Just when it seemed like the Lore Realm was about to be overwhelmed, Oro's Lore Realm warriors exploded with extreme tenacity, and they desperately held onto the Cosmic Gate, presenting a formidable obstacle to the Dark Spiritualists. At this moment, the Lore Realm lines began to collapse. Countless warriors began to retreat into the Cosmic Gate. Energized, Shu Yui crazily urged the beast horde forward. Suddenly, there was a new development. Dazzling halos of light began to appear on the two sides of the Cosmic Gate. It was the powerful soul art of the Aurora clan, Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. The entire system was filled with this high-ranking combat arts. It must be said that the Aurora clan's long-range attacks were very unreasonable. It seemed like they only knew this move, constantly firing it off as if they wanted to set the entire universe aflame. Xia Fei always had a backup plan, and this was only his first. At this moment, the Cosmic Gate's soul array had already broken 800,000 cores, yet the number was still crazily rising. Chapter 1298, Fiend Array. The appearance of the Aurora clan had thrown off the tempo of the Dark Spiritualists' offensive. As numerous Aurora Horizons howled out, the exotic beast horde was temporarily suppressed. The Lore Realm warriors used this chance to retreat into the Cosmic Gate. Charge! They want to retreat into their universe. It won't be that easy. Exterminate them before they can retreat. Shu Yui waved his arms and hollered. The Aurora clan had seemingly only come to buy a little time. Once the Lore Realm withdrew into the Cosmic Gate, the Aurora clan rushed out of their hiding places and retreated toward the Cosmic Gate as well. They moved very quickly, but when Shu Yui got a clearer look, he found that each Aurora clan warrior had a Skywing with them. While Xia Fei had brought the fastest of the Skywings with him, he had still left behind several hundred elites, who could travel faster than 1 million meters per second. One Skywing to one Aurora warrior, they instantly vanished without a trace. It appeared that Xia Fei had planned all this out. Shu Yui became livid, cursing Xia Fei for his cunning in bringing out the Aurora clan and its long-distance attacks to fool him. Nanshazi said casually, A passage between universes are broad and long. Since they didn't bring any warships with them, it'll take them at least 1 or 2 days to return to their universe. Even if the Skywings are a clan specializing in speed, they have 1,000,000 people there. How many speedsters could be among them? No need to hurry. Just lead the army inside and chase them all the way back to the wild glacier. That way, we'll eliminate at least 90% of their power. We'll use this time to set up the cycle array, and once you're back, we'll activate it. I want the wild glacier to be totally annihilated. As the saying went, old ginger was spicier than young ginger. Shu Yuhi had been enlightened by Nanshazi's words. Though the Lorelm's warriors had retreated into the cosmic gate, they did not have any warships. 1,000,000 warriors on foot would need 1 or 2 days to retreat to their universe. This was the perfect chance to chase them while they were down. What about here? Shu Yuhi asked. Nanshazi laughed, as did the 12 Devil Shadow Dragoons. Nanshazi replied, "You're not needed here. Go." Shu Yuhi nodded. He then led the beasts and warriors into the cosmic gate. Once the clamoring beast flood entered the cosmic gate, it became much quieter. The leader of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Yabu, looked at the sea of stars and said sternly, "Let's get started. This place is too quiet today. It makes me uncomfortable." Rumble. The millions of beasts and warriors rushed out like water breaking through a dam, surging into the cosmic gate. In front of them, the Skywing warriors retreated with the old monsters of the Aurora clan. Speed combined with long-distance attacks truly made for a very annoying combo. The Skywing warriors hugged the Aurora warriors so that they would not need to worry about their retreating speed. With their free hands, they could release the supreme combat art of the Aurora clan. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. One move for everything. This long-distance attack was just too powerful. Though all of them using the same technique seemed very monotonous, no one could deny that this one move was giving the Dark Spiritualists a huge amount of trouble. It was not that the Dark Spiritualists did not have speed-type experts of their own, but in front of this unreasonable long-distance light attack, they could not pick up speed. After all, their speed certainly could not match light. The moment they tried to accelerate, an enormous barrage of Aurora Horizons would smash into them. The Dark Spiritualists had made several tries, but they simply could not work up the speed. On the contrary, they were only getting farther and farther away. Charge, charge, charge! Shu Yuhi shouted 3 times, and a few flying beasts finally had no choice but to flap their wings. Rumble! Another barrage of Aurora Horizons smashed into them. Half of the flying beasts were lost, and the remainder put their tails behind their legs and ran back. Shu Yuhi was about to go crazy from rage, and he madly howled. At this moment, another peak Dark Spiritualist, Fan Hong, said, "This isn't right. Even if the Aurora clan has the support of the Skywings, who are faster than us, there are still those retreating warriors. 1,000,000 people couldn't just disappear into thin air, could they?" Shu Yuhi suddenly realized this oddity. Before, the Aurora clan and Oro's warriors had retreated into the cosmic gate, but there was currently no sign of them. Had they grown wings and flown off? The Lorelm force had prepared themselves to retreat, but they had not prepared the warships for the retreat. This did not make sense, unless Xia Fei had overlooked this key part of his plan. Who was Xia Fei? Was he the sort that would make such an amateurish mistake? This thought instantly made Shu Yuhi start sweating. "Everyone, stop!" With a great rumble, the beast flood and the Dark Spiritualists' warriors stopped. The inside of the cosmic gate fell silent. Deathly silence. There was nothing to be heard except the breathing of his men and the exotic beasts. However, at this point, there was a new and sudden development. Powerful energy enclosed the Dark Spiritualist army like a net. "Oh, no! It's an ambush!" Shu Yuhi shouted. "It's a soul array, and we walked right into it," Fan Hong said darkly. As far as they could see, the cosmic gate had been covered by an enormous energy enclosure. If this was a soul array, it was far too terrifying. Xia Fei had managed to turn the entire cosmic gate into a soul array. How many cores did that require? How many soul weapons? How much energy? Only a ghost could know. Rumble. This was no ordinary soul array. At the start, it was only its scale that was shocking, but also its apparently immense combat power, which soon began to be exhibited. After several seconds, some of the more sharp-eyed people realized that the soul array was changing. It was like a tornado, only a few gusts of wind at first but an unstoppable force at the end. It was as though an enormous conspiracy had been brewing. As the storm energy revolved faster and faster, some of the lower-ranking exotic beasts were blown away. This storm was only getting started and was still far from reaching its fiercest phase. Momentum. Xia Fei's unconventional soul array had abandoned the traditional functions of soul arrays. Capture, slaughter. It had none of those. All it had was momentum. All the cores existed to push the soul array's momentum to greater and greater heights. The dark spiritualists soon found themselves in immense pain. There was no end to this vast soul array, and the energy storm kept getting stronger and stronger. It was akin to someone getting caught up in a storm, which had come from the destruction of a planet. There was simply no escaping this one. Let's retreat. We can't retreat. Behind us is the starting point of the soul array, so the more we fall back, the stronger it will get. We have to use this opportunity while the soul array hasn't completely powered up yet to break through the front. That's right. This soul array is too scary. I've never seen such a huge soul array before. We can't stay for long here. The leaders of the dark spiritualists, Fanzhong and Xu Yuhe, discussed among themselves for a bit, upon which, they determined to break out from the front as quickly as possible. A soul array based purely on momentum had no stopping point. All the cores were like bellows, pumping and pumping until a hurricane had formed. The energy hurricane would spin faster and faster until it could tear everything apart. Perhaps the cosmic gate would even break under the pressure and explode. In the former situation, the dark spiritualists would be killed, and in the latter, they would be cast into void, never to emerge again. A frightening scheme. A frightening soul array. Xia Fei's move was just too vicious. Charge. Straight ahead. After understanding their situation, the dark spiritualists began to run for their lives, not caring about one another. They needed to get out of this endless soul array and survive first. The cosmic gate, the low realm side. Little Goldie was very busy, opening up dark space again and again to bring the low realm warriors here. I've put you through a lot, my comrades. Leave the rest to me, Xia Fei smiled as he spoke to each returning warrior. Upon seeing Xia Fei and the Skywing wolves behind him, the warriors immediately forgot about the horrifying beast flood and the powerful assault of the dark spiritualists. This was because Xia Fei was here. The Skywings were here. In these past few years, the Skywings and Xia Fei had never disappointed them, and the same would be true for this time. Rumble. There was a boom in the blackness of space, and a humongous warship warped into the region. A Titan. The largest supercapital in the history of the universe. One after another. Each Titan was the size of a planet. Hundreds of Titans lined up in a row, presenting a grandiose sight. In these 2 years, the mech race had been working at full strength. Not even Xia Fei was sure how many Titans they had made. In brief, these enormous objects blotted out the stars. A dense mass, and their numbers were still climbing. Xia Fei loved trump cards. The Titans were the low realm's trump cards. If it was really no good, this supreme fleet could blast apart the cosmic gate. No need for seals at all. Compared to the super fleet of Titans, they were pitifully weak. In these 2 years, the mech race had made a supreme power for Xia Fei, one that could destroy the cosmic gate. Report. The dark spiritualists and their beast horde have been engulfed by the soul array. They're running in our direction. Report. The soul array's pressure is rising. The dark spiritualists continue to suffer devastating losses. Report. The soul array is still getting stronger. It's already formed into a destructive power. The beast horde has been almost completely wiped out. Scouting warriors were constantly reporting the situation at the cosmic gate. The low realm warriors were elated. Such a vicious array. Without wasting a single soldier, it had wiped out the dark spiritualists and their millions of beasts in the cosmic gate. Oro's eyes flew open. Though he was someone skilled in arrays and was the one who had introduced them to Xia Fei, he could not help but be amazed by the vicious array Xia Fei had created. Xia Fei, what sort of fiendish array is this? How could it have so much offensive power? Oro asked in shock. Everyone else looked at him as they waited for his answer. Smiling, Xia Fei replied, a fiendish array? Good name. I happen to lack a name for this kind of array, so I'll borrow yours. I'll call this fiend array. This fiend array you're looking at is a super soul array with 1 million cores. Shock. Everyone was stunned. Xia Fei unbelievably had a soul array with 1 million cores. This truly was a fiend array. There was nothing more fiendish than it. Waving his hand, Xia Fei said sternly, "I'll leave this place to you guys, I need to go and deal with those so-called dragoons." Bang! Little Goldie opened up a passage to dark space. The Skywing Wolves, the Aurora Elders, and Xia Fei were returning to the front line to battle with the Devil Shadow Dragoons. "I'll leave this place to you guys. I'm guessing that a few of the higher rank ones will be able to get out. I'm sure that you know what to do with them." Xia Fei turned to the Low Realm warriors and said this. "Do you need to ask? Of course, we'll charge in there and rip them to shreds." Awoo! The Low Realm warriors let out frenzied howls. Chapter 1299, Crushing the Dragoons. Whoosh! A human figure staggered out of the cosmic gate. He was Hu Lianheng, the dark spiritualist most skilled in stealthy movement arts, a level 8 dark spiritualist. Although Hu Lianheng had managed to make it out of Xia Fei's fiend array, it had come at a bitter price. He appeared weak and utterly exhausted. Xia Fei's fiend array possessed enormous momentum. The 1 million array cores had created a superstorm, which just kept getting faster and faster. Hu Lianheng was like a traveler who had just escaped from a sandstorm. He did not even dare to think about the terrifying scenes within the cosmic gate. Thump! His legs became weak, and he dropped to the ground. Hu Lianheng felt lucky to have escaped that bizarre soul array. Bang! Suddenly, countless red points of light illuminated his body. These were the targeting systems of the Titans. Thousands of their destructive weapons were all aiming at him. "Only one," exclaimed Oro fiendishly. Xia Fei said some of the higher-level dark spiritualists, or those with special abilities, might be able to escape the soul array, but Oro and the others had been waiting for ages and only spotted one person coming out alive so far. Thousands of Titans and millions of Low Realm warriors. How could they split up a single enemy? Kill him! Taste our might! Rumble! Millions of warriors rushed up in a great flood. Hu Lianheng's eyes widened in fear, his entire body trembling. He had barely escaped from hell, only to find that something even more terrifying was awaiting him outside. Plush plush! It was often said that 2 fists found it hard to go up against 4 hands, what more if there were a million pairs of hands? With 1 stab per person, the level 8 dark spiritualist Hu Lianheng was sliced into paste. Dead as dead could be. Another one's coming out. Brothers, go! Oro was glaring when he spoke resentfully. Starting from here, we'll lay on the enemy while they're down. The part of the cosmic gate closer to the Low Realm was a hell within hell. At the same time, Xia Fei had brought the old monsters of Aurora and the strongest warriors of Skywing to a part of dark space closer to the other end of the cosmic gate. The Auroras and the Skywings were now tied at the hip. The moment they heard that the Skywings were in danger, they very smartly came to help. This was a mutual understanding. If the Aurora clan was the one in danger, the Skywing clan and the Low Realm would naturally send their best to come to their aid. Xia Fei waved his hand and gathered everyone together, saying sternly, "We've killed the dark spiritualist army in the cosmic gate, and Nanshazi has to know this. We're currently facing 2 possibilities. The first is that they wager everything and try to activate their array as quickly as possible, so they're still in the middle of activating their array, allowing our sneak attack to succeed. The second is that they have laid down a trap and are waiting for our sneak attack. The former is favorable to us while the latter means that we'll be in for a tough battle. Still, no matter what, we have to go. In a little while, the Skywings will be the vanguard and the Auroras will be the rear guard. This is how we're going to do things." Xia Fei's words were very simple, but in truth, he had already thoroughly analyzed the situation. This was Xia Fei. He had never fought an unprepared battle. Understood. Let's go. Rumble. Little Goldie charged, savagely bashing open the dark space barrier. The Skywing wolves rushed through the gap. While they moved quickly, they were not undisciplined. This was the style of the Skywings. Xia Fei and Xia Gukan, as the 2 lone wolves of the wolf pack formation, took the lead. Once they were out, they immediately split up, the wolf pack formation howling out from behind them. The 12 Devil Shadow Dragoons and Nanshazi had formed a circle. Just like last time, they were preparing to activate the 500 core 6 cycles array. The Skywings split into 3 parties. Xia Fei and Xia Gukan, who both held the flanks, rushed at the Devil Shadow Dragoons array. Suddenly, the circular array of 13 annihilators turned into a crescent. If the wolf pack formation charged, it would land right in the middle of that crescent. Sure enough, this was an ambush intended to entrap the Skywings. Bang! However, the wolf pack formation simply did not stop, charging with all its might, right into the enemy trap. Instead, you came at just the perfect time. Wipe them all out. Yabu raised his arms and shouted this order. The 13 annihilators erupted into laughter, mocking the Skywings for their idiocy. These people only knew how to charge, not to retreat. At this moment, the Skywing wolf pack formation suddenly broke apart. Through the crack came a dazzling light, like numerous rainbows flying through space, imbued with a terrifying might. Aurora Horizon. It was none other than the long-distance attack of the Aurora clan's old monsters. Rumble. A moment later, the Skywing wolf pack formation had busted through the Devil Shadow Dragoons' encirclement. The Devil Shadow Dragoons meant to surround the Skywings, but by doing so, it exposed their weak side. After all, at 13, they had much fewer numbers compared to the more than 100 men of the joint Aurora Skywing force. Several dozen peak experts firing Aurora Horizon in unison was something that not even an annihilator could defend against. Thus, the ones in the center of the array Dallas, Tianku and Dihong chose to fall back. By falling back, the three of them caused the tactic to fail and for the Skywing wolves to be able to knock over the array. They were like sharp arrows, piercing straight through. Plush plush plush! The Skywing wolves were far too fast. After breaking out of the encirclement, they seemed to be hacking away at something. The Skywing wolves had instantly come together and killed one of their foes. The Devil Shadow Dragoons hastily took account and found that Dallas was missing. It turned out that Dallas had failed to dodge in time and had been knocked out of the array by the wolf pack. It did not matter that he was an annihilator. The moment he left the array, he was just one man against over 60 Skywing wolves. The wolves had rushed in together, hacking to death the Devil Shadow Dragoon's deputy. Such vicious tactics! A long-range attack, combined with close combat, broke the array and killed a foe in a split second. The remaining 12 annihilators nervously came together. It had just been proven that anyone who was isolated, even an annihilator, would be unable to stop the wolf pack formation. Cunning! Truly cunning! Tianku howled in rage. Meanwhile, the others had managed to keep their composure. It's a good tactic. Two people came in from the flanks, drawing our attention, while the main force used that chance to punch through the center, which seemed to be the strongest. Using the opportunity created by a long-range attack, they executed a lethal move, Yabu muttered. The tactical prowess Xia Fei had shown made his eyes shine. Xia Fei and Xia Gukan, who had not separated, attacked the flanks for no reason. On the contrary, they had drawn most of the attention to themselves. By attacking from all three sides and hiding a long-range attack in the center, they had succeeded in taking the enemy by surprise. Xia Fei had exhibited his profound might through his bizarre tactics. Even the deputy of the Devil Shadow Dragoons had fallen for it. Unfortunately, a tactic can only be used once, Yabu narrowed his eyes and said ruthlessly. At this moment, both sides were clearly divided. The Skywings held the front, while the Auroras were in the rear, and across from them, the 12 annihilators had assembled into a phalanx. Send them on their way. Yabu said viciously. The 11 remaining dragoons all made the same move, gathering immense energy in their hands, as if each one of them were holding up a crescent moon. That crescent moon resembled a blade. Xia Fei knew at once that this was a powerful offensive tactic the Devil Shadow Dragoons employed. Otherwise, there was no way each person would use the same move. There should have been 13 shining moons, but there are only 11 now. Yabu laughed wryly. Still, this is enough to send you all to hell. Bang! As he spoke, the Devil Shadow Dragoons gathered more energy, and the moon-like objects in their hands began to rise till they reached an absurd height of several hundred meters. They were truly just like real moons. The energy pulses were sending frightening energy storms into the sea of stars. The attack had not even been made yet, and it was already creating such turmoil. This was the real power of an annihilator. Suddenly, two black silhouettes attacked the dragoons from behind. There was no energy, for it did not require energy. The custodian slaves had always relied on their bodies. Nan Shazi immediately saw this and came forward to battle with the two custodian slaves. These slaves did not fear soul arts and engaged in close combat with Nan Shazi. It was not long before the number 1 dark spiritualist was on the back foot. However, the Devil Shadow Dragoons' array was not broken, and they still presented an immense threat to Xia Fei's side. Suddenly, Xia Fei smiled wickedly as he waved his hand. Whoosh! The wolf pack formation charged straight at the Devil Shadow Dragoons. "You're seeking death," Yabu muttered mentally. Just when he was about to unleash the Shining Moon, which was the pride of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, he felt a chill behind his back, as if a blade was approaching. Another ambush. Yabu paled in shock. The custodian slaves had been unexpected, but it was understandable. After all, Xia Fei had moved over Spirit Mountain, so the custodian slaves had naturally been nearby. However, now that the Lore Realm's greatest force was assembled before him, where had this other expert come from to ambush him? From the sound, the angle of the blade, and the speed, the ambusher was undoubtedly a master. He had chosen to attack after the custodian slaves had intervened and the Skywing Wolves had charged, the most ideal moment. This moment was when the mental state of the Devil Shadow Dragoon was at its most disorderly. When their defenses were at their weakest. Bang! Yabu had to stop with the Shining Moon, as did all the other dragoons. This sneak attack from behind was just that lethal. Rumble! Yabu turned and punched. His fist struck the edge of the blade, and blood instantly burst from Yabu's fist. If even the strongest of them all had been hurt, the other dragoons must be in an even worse state. This was not even the worst part. The worst part was that they were being attacked from the front and the back. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had just turned around to deal with the sneak attack when the frontal attack from the Skywing Wolves arrived. Rumble! Xia Fei's Fiend Lock was completely coated in energy, producing a dazzling sight, and had become a chain of death. In the past, the Fiend Lock was as thin as a hair strand and could easily take the enemy by surprise, but after Fiend Tears had been applied, it had become very violent. It would use energy to crush everything that stood in its path. Screw you! Xiaoguocan swung his staff. The Skywings and their twin ring roars began to punch. Furball and Little Goldie charged at the bulliest one of the enemies, Tianku. In the distance, the Aurora clan prepared to use their only soul art and the most freakish one at that, Aurora Horizon. There was no need to bring up the fiendish blade Nirvana and the immemorial mystical armaments, they were hiding somewhere and just waiting to strike. Yabu finally got a clear look at his ambushers. They were the Alpha Universe's two Kings of Darkness, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin, and their assassination group. They had more than 100 men. Long-range attacks. Close combat. Frontal attacks. Assassination. Lone wolves. Mystical armaments. What a powerful force, indeed. Crazy. This was insane. Xia Fei had gathered up a heaven-defying army. Was he planning on crushing the dragoons? Chapter 1300, Complete Victory. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were stunned. The Skywing Wolves, the Aurora clan monsters, and the Alpha Universe's finest assassination group, including the two custodian slaves who were immune to soul injuries, would be an extravagant force in any part of the universe. In truth, while Xia Fei's plan had included Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, he had not taken into account the two custodian slaves. Perhaps because they were on pretty good terms with Xia Fei, these two silent undead had unexpectedly entered the battle of their own volition. This made Xia Fei's battle much simpler. The two custodians did not fear soul injuries, which gave them a natural advantage against spiritualists. Those powerful soul techniques were completely useless against them, so one could only rely on martial arts. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had been divided into three groups. The two custodian slaves were battling with Nanshazi, who seemed to be having a hard time. In terms of pure physical power, he was no match for the custodian slaves. He could only rely on his immense energy reserves to barely hold on. Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin's men were holding off 4 dragoons. The entire Lone Peak Turbid Shadow organization had the power to ascend to the Annihilator tier, and their combat power could not be underestimated. Alas, Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin had both poor luck. They did not belong to the powerful Holy Light Dragoons or Destiny Dragoon, but the Dark Moon Dragoons, which was an inferior force. Thus, they had been suppressed in the Alpha Universe for many years. Of course, even like this, they were still luckier than Xia Fei. Xia Fei was currently facing the force he had initially been supposed to join, the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Before Xia Fei even had a chance to enter the Annihilator, this force had imitated the master tacticians of the Fiend clan, betraying the Annihilators and obliterating Xia Fei's future career. The Skywings combined with the Auroras, close combat paired with long-range attacks. This entire force was holding down the strongest group of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, 7 Annihilators in all. Annihilator experts were very powerful, but Xia Fei's force was also top tier with their specialties. The combination of close and long-distance attacks was perfect. Suffocating aurora horizons flew out from the distance, while the intimidating wolf pack formation lunged at the enemies head-on. There was also Xia Fei and Xia Gukan, the two speedy lone wolves. Furball, Little Goldie, Peacock Blue, and the fiendish blade Nirvana were waiting in the shadows. The lone peak turbid shadow assassins moved unfathomably and had bizarre moves. The 100-some assassination experts surrounded the four annihilators, forcing them to stay on the defense. As for the custodian slaves, they hated Nanshazi, so each one of their attacks was heavy. They fully exhibited the power of their physicality. Rumble. There were too many experts clashing, causing the entire universe to dim. As though a supernova was taking place, the sea of stars soon exploded with the light of energy collisions. Bang! Xia Fei's fiend lock flew through space like a white belt, slamming into the body of an annihilator. This person was instantly sent flying, streaking like a comet into space. Xia Fei's fiend lock was just too sharp. For this battle against the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Xia Fei was using everything. He had poured 200,000 units of spirit energy into the fiend tiers. This crazy level of energy was something that not even a dragoon could hold out against. After all, this was a pure energy attack, without any sort of tricks. Taking a strike from the fiend lock was like being struck by a whip from the thunder god. Whoosh! The Skywing Wolves rushed up and surrounded that dragoon, instantly tearing the dragoon to pieces. What weapon is this? The Blue Blood Warrior, Tingai, who had his back up against Yabu's, asked in shock. At that moment, he had clearly seen De Hong's armor being shattered. A single lash had blasted apart her flesh. It must be understood that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had the privilege of selecting weapons from the three great storehouses of the Fiend clan. De Hong was the only woman among them, and she had taken a peak annihilator suit of armor made for women. Its name was Snowy Plum. Xia Fei's fiend lock had needed only one strike to destroy this peak annihilator defense. Tingai could not believe it. He did not know that Xia Fei's fiend lock not only had the equivalent of 200,000 units of spirit energy in offensive power but also the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, with the power to reverse heavens and earth, was at max level. Yabu did not directly reply, instead, he frowned and said, "It's not suitable to keep battling today. Retreat." His judgment was very accurate. The Devil Shadow Dragoons, who had inherited the tactics of the Fiend clan, were master tacticians. Only when they were together were they strong. In this battle, Xia Fei had laid down an ambush for the 12 dragoons, which had split them into two groups, ruining their group defense and attack. He had also used the chaos to kill 2 of the dragoons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were in a completely passive position. There was no point in continuing to hold on. All that would do was allow Xia Fei to crush them completely. After all, having gathered more than 200 experts, Xia Fei was clearly planning to use the advantage in numbers to bully them around. The most temperamental Tianko howled, for Xia Fei's earlier sneak attack had injured his arm. Clearly, he had initially been planning to purge the Law Realm. Now, they had fallen into Xia Fei's trap and were being savagely beaten by more than 200 experts. Tianko was about to go insane from rage. Yabu talking about retreat had Tianko so angry that he could not talk, he was so suffocated that he wanted to die. This was just too much. Secretly gathering elites for an overwhelming attack. The proud Devil Shadow Dragoons had been unable to ride any dragons and had, instead, been mounted by Xia Fei. Whoosh whoosh! Yabu let out a low howl, which was the signal for the Devil Shadow Dragoons to retreat. These combat elites were very disciplined, and they also had tactics for retreating. Yabu's sound just now told them what method they should use to retreat. The ice element user of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Sayaki, made a feint and then fell back. At the same time, the dragoons around him defended him. Putting his hands together, Sayaki called, "Ice dragons, go! Burrow into earth!" Rumble! Several silver dragons flew out. Of course, these were not real dragons, but the cold energy drawn out from the surrounding planet. The cores of these planets had gone cold long ago, and there was nothing but freezing energy within them now. Sayaki had summoned all the cold energy in these planets. Incredible! Ice element users could create cold, but drawing cold energy from planets required the power of nature. It was many times more powerful than what a single warrior could create. The silver dragons instantly arrive on the battlefield. Their freezing energy was formidable. It could even penetrate through high-ranking combat armor. Ice instantly began to form, slowing down everyone. Even the sky wings were getting slower and slower. Throw away your armor! Yabu shouted. The remaining 10 dragoons blew off their armor. Hard armor had formidable defensive power, but it was too easily affected by the environment. By abandoning their hard armor, the Devil Shadow Dragoons could instantly boost their speed by several times. Moreover, their armor became shrapnel that blasted in every direction like bullets. The Devil Shadow Dragoons fully deserved their reputation. Their armor had the ability to self-destruct. At key moments, their armor could become weapons that could pepper their surroundings. Their opponents had not expected this move from the Devil Shadow Dragoons and raised their arms to block the shrapnel. Their armor did not have the ability to destroy itself, and they certainly did not have the time to take it off. The 10 Devil Shadow Dragoons jumped out, moving unison such that they avoided the shrapnel from their exploding suits of armor. It was clearly a well-trained maneuver. Anyone who jumped a little late would undoubtedly be injured by their suit of armor. After all, this shrapnel did not have eyes, and they were only wearing a thin layer of flexible lockmail under their armor, making them much more fragile. The Devil Shadow Dragoons intended to inherit the legacy of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, so they naturally possessed extraordinary tactics, but they had not calculated that 3 people would be completely unaffected by the ice. First were the 2 undeads of Unrestricted Pavilion. The 2 custodian slaves were physical experts, and they did not have any armor. The second was Xia Fei. He only had the Sky Devil's breastplate and Fiend Scar, which was a weightless soft suit of armor. The custodian slaves were unaffected by the ice, but Nan Shazi had been affected. He was not a dragoon and did not understand their tactics. The moment he slowed down, the 2 custodian slaves grabbed his head and leg respectively. They both clenched down. In a flash, the number 1 dark spiritualist had been torn into 2. Blood splattered everywhere. It was the most gruesome death. Trying to run? Not that easy. Xia Fei bellowed, the fiend lock lashing out like a thunder god's whip. The fiend lock was imbued with immense amounts of energy, and energy was unaffected by the environment. This lash from his weapon had enormous power. It engulfed all 10 of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had thrown away their hard armor, leaving their defenses very weak. If the fiend lock swept over them, they would suffer devastating results. Yabu, the leader of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, frowned slightly and then raised a foot, kicking at Tianku. Tianku, who was completely unprepared, was sent flying. Bang! Tianku crashed into Xia Fei's fiend lock, which was enough to alter the lock's trajectory. Vicious Yabu had sacrificed his comrade to save himself. Even in his final moments, Tianku could not believe that he would die to Xia Fei. And the cause was his most trusted captain. Rumble! Dragoon Tianku was sliced and diced. The air was extremely cold, and Tianku's blood turned into red shards that drifted about like snowflakes. When all the bloody ice dissipated, the Devil Shadow Dragoons were nowhere to be seen. I can't believe we let those dragoons escape. Xia Guanghai resentfully said this through gritted teeth. The fire ability users among Lone Peak Turbid Shadow released heat energy, allowing everyone to regain some of their agility. Sayaki had used the power of nature to execute that ice-sealing tactic, and it had truly been quite powerful. At that level, one's body was immune to cold and heat. However, in the end, this temperature near absolute zero had frozen them so much their movement had slowed down and they were now shivering. The situation was rather awkward. The Auroras and Skywings were not familiar with Lone Peak Turbid Shadow and did not know how to talk with them. As for Xia Fei, who had called over Lone Peak Shen and Turbid Shadow Lin, he was gone. Where's Xia Fei? Everyone asked in unison. Who are you? Not far from the battlefield, Xia Fei held the Bixia orb and asked. Xia Fei had used breath controls so that no one could hear him saying or having this conversation. There was a figure on the Bixia orb, a person's back. This person had communicated with Xia Fei the moment the battle had ended and told him not to chase after the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Last time, it was him who told him that the spatial arrays would be shut down. Xia Fei had no idea where this enigmatic character had come from. He had tried to use the Bixia orb to trace him, but he had found nothing. It was as though this person did not exist. Who I am isn't important. What's important is who all of you are, this person said enigmatically. Us? Xia Fei asked. Was he talking about the Skywings? The man did not explain, saying mysteriously, clean up the battlefield first and then find a secluded place. I have something very important to tell you.